Shovel Knight King of Cards out, I think it's important to go back to the game that started it all, because all the way back in 2014, there was only one Shovel Knight game, and with publicity from people like the Game Grumps themselves, it was destined to be a hit. So let's take a look at Shovel Knight, Shovel of Hope. Okay, now that that's all started, I can finally start working on the Shovel Knight, Shovel of Hope video. Wait, what the hell is that noise?
Excuse me, what the actual fuck you doing in my house?
Shovel Knight, the new face of indie games and what I've coined as the Kickstarter Classic of 2014. He's made quite a name for himself for the last 5 years, along with Yacht Club games. He's appeared in fighting games, shooting games, 3D platformers, and even has an assist trophy in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate! Not too many from the ground up game characters can say that. Yacht Club Games started this Kickstarter all the way back in 2013, and looking back, it was bound to succeed, what with the wave of retro revivals going on at the time. We've come pretty far since then, so let's get into it, shall we? Shovel Knight follows the story of the titular knight and his best friend and ally, Shield Knight, as they go on about their lives on epic quests and tall tales. Because as you know, the lands were untamed and roamed by legendary adventurers! This, however, is taken away when one adventure to the Tower of Fate goes awry, thanks to the power of a mystic amulet. When Shovel Knight wakes up from the battle, the tower is sealed and his love is nowhere to be found. Pulling a Yoda, he retires and outcasts himself to live on as a simple farmer. However, without heroes to keep order, the kingdom of Pridemore was seized by the evil Enchantress and her vile knights of the Order of No Quarter. With darkness looming over the land and the Tower of Fate becoming unsealed, it's up to Shovel Knight to put an end to the Enchantress's reign of terror. After the intro, the story essentially stops, only picking up again in very light means when you fight one of the 8 main bosses of the game. These being King Knight, Spectre Knight, Plague Knight, Mold Knight, Treasure Knight, Tinker Knight, Propeller Knight, and Polar Knight. As long as you've got your helmet, you, sir, are indeed a knight. These guys and their stages are no joke, especially towards the end of the game. They each sport their own quirks and personality traits, but not all of them are created equal, which I'll get onto later. Before he can even start his journey, though, he stopped by an old friend and rival, Black Knight. He, Shovel, and Shield go way back, and could even be considered a trio if it weren't for Black trying to awkwardly get with Shield despite knowing that her and Shovel are already a thing. He warns Shovel Knight that he should not go on with his quest, as the Enchantress is simply too powerful and her knights are unstoppable! He advises his old rival to go home, but soon they fight it out with Black Knight running away and kickstarting Shovel Knight's adventure. First up on the chopping block is King Knight, who, as far as we know, usurped the throne thanks to the help of the Wicked Witch, and our hero quickly puts an end to the decadent dandy in the name of justice! Shovel Justice! With King Knight out of the way and Pridemore Keep successfully given back to the rightful ruler, Shovel Knight makes his way to the outskirts of the village to challenge the creepy crawling master of the macabre, Spectre Knight. Oh, and by the way, he's really hard, especially for a first-time player. I remember playing this game when it first came out, and I chose to fight him before King Knight, and I lost like a dozen times. But with quick movement and enough spam of the phase locket, Spectre Knight phases from our reality. Though he does try to warn Shovel Knight that Shield Knight is no longer of this world, and that his quest to stop the Enchantress holds no value, due to her being far too powerful. I wonder if he's speaking from experience. After saving the village from both the dead and living threats, our hero moves on eastward towards the Tower of Fate. Here he meets various lost adventurers who seem to have wandered into Pridemore by mistake, after running into, and eventually battling, Baz the Great, a rejected Order of the No Quarter wannabe, Reese, the hero in training, and the Phantom Striker, a lightning duelist who seeks to purge the land of evil. He deals with them and ends up at another village in peril, the Armor Outpost. Here, he's outfitted with various upgrades and fights Mr. Hat, who is obsessed with hats and goes into a berserk hard-on when he sees fancy hats. More of the Order of No Quarter is harassing the town, with Treasure Knight stealing the town's cash, Plague Knight constantly conducting alchemy experiments, and Mold Knight disrupting the underground world with all of his tunneling. The Blue Burrower makes haste and deals with Treasure Knight and his Iron Whale, and forces him to give back all the treasure he's stolen from the townspeople. Then, he faces off with Plague Knight, who seems unfocused in their fight, as if he had his own plans going on and Shovel Knight just got in the way. Finally, Mold Knight is taken care of, who honestly isn't a bad guy. He just wants to explore ancient ruins, but his knowledge of underground caves makes him a valuable asset for moving troops and whatnot. Dealing with the imminent threat and being praised once more, our hero makes his way eastward, once more, to the outskirts of Pridemore. This is when he spots the Enchantress herself talking to Black Knight. She's of course trying to persuade Black to join her order, but her safety is all he actually cares about. Weird. Furious at Shovel Knight for sticking his blue nose in his business, the two fight again, with Black Knight losing once again. Now in his way are Propeller Knight, Tinker Knight, and Shovel and Black Knight's former mentor, Polar Knight. No village to save this time, but the threat is still important. Tinker Knight and his tools of war are creating a massive issue when it comes to peace, as his mastery of machines and murderous methods make for mechanical mayhem. Basically, he's building an army of exploding robot rats and robots to serve as soldiers, so Shovel Knight puts a stop to that. The tiny Tin Man proves no challenge, but his secret weapon of an enormous battle mech quickly turns the tides. Though thanks to hardly any beta testing, Shovel is still able to come out on top, and Tinker Knight falls, taking his workshop with him. Fighting his way through a stranded ship and on the tip of the snow-covered mountains, he comes face to face with Polar Knight. This is a hard battle for our hero, as he saw Polar Knight as a friend and mentor in the arts of chivalry. He even tells his pupil to join the order, just as an excuse not for them to fight. You could almost tell that they were both holding back during the fight, though with his teacher down and out, he makes his way high above the lands by hitching a ride on one of Propeller Knight's many flying battleships. The flightless fiend puts up quite the annoying fight, but in the end, he is of course bested by our champion. With nothing else in his way, Shovel Knight makes haste and arrives at the Tower of Fate, but is once more stopped by Black Knight, who hopes to finally put an end to the violence and end Shovel Knight's quest once and for all. With a massive power-up from the Enchantress, the two of them fight tooth and nail in a climactic, close battle. Shovel Knight has something that his rival doesn't though, and that is a shovel of hope! With his boundless courage, he strikes down Black Knight and makes his way into the Tower of Fate. As Shovel Knight dodges various traps and brutal enemies, he ends up falling right into the lap of every single knight of the Order of No Quarter. They were having a dinner party and he interrupted them. How rude. To battle they all go! Spectre Knight summons his minions and gets bones all over the place. King Knight does his charge thing and makes a mess with confetti. Plague Knight primes his potions and ends up contaminating all the food with chemicals. Treasure Knight is simply rude, as he floods the entire chamber during his fight. Polar Knight lets it snow. Mole Knight lights everything on fire, and Propeller Knight smashes up everything by calling in his fleet and shooting cannonballs. But the big twist is when Tinker Knight comes into battle with his new and improved battle mech. He completely destroys the room and is ready to crush Shovel Knight, but is of course stopped. With every knight defeated, once again, they're left to hang on a chain, each one holding onto each other, unable to climb up. But Shovel Knight, being the honorable man that he is, feels no ill will towards them, and of course saves their lives. They were just following orders after all, and they're not really bad guys, even though they're bad guys. You know what I mean? Most of them thank him, though King Knight is upset that his stuff got ruined, and Polar Knight asks Shovel Knight to reconsider his offer of joining one last time. But with the support of the Order of No Quarter behind him, he arrives in the lair of the Enchantress. You see, when Shield Knight came in contact with a magic amulet, she unleashed the spirit of the Enchantress from inside it, and it possessed her body to use as a tool. Knowing this, Shovel Knight steals his shovel and goes on the offensive. Dodging powerful magic, swift attacks, and occasionally totally fair breakable blocks, he's able to break the curse and split the Enchantress's soul from Shield Knight's body. However, there's no time for a teary-eyed reunion, as the tower is beginning to collapse from the impact of the amulet's magic being broken and unbound. The remnant of the Enchantress awakens and prepares to destroy the duo and wreak havoc on the land. But when Shovel and Shield team up, they're unstoppable! With a perfect offense and a perfect defense, the two of them outshine the monster and put an end to her reign of terror before it can truly start. But before they can celebrate, the remnant dishes out one last attack and blindsides Shovel Knight, knocking him out unconscious. He's saved by the returning Black Knight, as Shield Knight holds back the remnant's final blast before it disintegrates, and the three of them all manage to escape the collapsing tower. With the Enchantress gone, peace and celebration ring in throughout all of Pridemore and the entire world. King Knight is forced to scrub the floors of Pridemore Keep while the rightful king sits on the throne. Spectre Knight, now free of the dead, enjoys a carefree life of fun and games. He deserves it, really. Plague Knight would go on to teach an advanced potions class. I wish he would teach me how to make that concoction. Mole Knight uses his knowledge of the underground for good, and now leads various expeditions underground, while Tinker Knight hires the blacksmiths from the armor outpost to work for him and make toys. Propeller Knight, of course, flies through the skies, living life as he sees fit, while Polar Knight simply contemplates his life. In the very end, Shield Knight joins Shovel Knight by the campfire, and the two of them cuddle until the sun rises, thus ending Shovel Knight, Shovel of Hope. Like I said at the beginning, the story is pretty minuscule, with myself filling in any gaps and providing a grander narrative, so to speak. There's little to no story cutscenes, save for the pre-fight boss dialogue and the occasional wandering travelers. What we did get is great, but I just wish there was more of that. Each knight is not really expanded upon more than they're bad guys, but they have their own quirks. They're all very likable, but I would have preferred if their personalities got to shine through more often. I wish Black Knight got the respect he deserved, but Yacht Club is done making new campaigns, with King of Cards being the final one. By the way, that game is great, and everything except Joustus is super fun, and the gameplay is as tight as ever. Oh, and speaking of gameplay, this is a 2D side-scroller, in case you weren't paying attention to any of the on-screen footage. The gameplay of Shovel Knight is awesome, with the titular character being great to control. He doesn't have that fluid Super Mario World feel, but that isn't what they were trying to emulate. Movement is fun, and you always feel like every death is your fault because of how finely tuned the controls are. Well, for the most part anyway. Slash attack. You also have a pogo move, a la Scrooge McDuck. He's clearly learned from the best. But basic shovel swings and pogos aren't all you have, because at your disposal are a variety of sub-weapons that are also available. A fire-shooting flare rod, a fishing rod, giant gloves that let you punch stuff, mobile gears, a phase locket that makes you invincible, and many others. This is all used up by your magic meter, which can be upgraded to have about 100 points. While not every sub-weapon serves a great purpose, they're all still good to use, and really fun concepts. Seeing as how this game is modeled after NES games of yore, you'd expect it to be tough as nails, right? Wrong! This game could have easily taken the easy way out, and just made it Castlevania mixed with Mega Man, that kind of hard. But no, they went out of their way to make the game fun and balanced before all else. You can upgrade your health by collecting boatloads of treasure and eating meals, buy upgrades to let you do things like a charge slash, or digging up dirt faster, or get a magic chalice full of apple trout spit that gives you special powers. Oh, and this game even has cheat codes! When you're making a new file, put in a code at the name screen and you'll unlock various things like getting all the upgrades, starting with random armor colors, starting with random weapons, weapons not costing any magic, oh, being invincible, and being giant! There's even a code that just changes all of the names to Butt. Isn't that interesting? Oh, how did I get this far in the video without talking about the music? Composer Jake Kaufman is well known for composing the Shantae soundtrack and the DuckTales Remastered soundtrack, and he's here in full force. His music just adds so much life to the game that it's unreal. People like to say that video game music doesn't count as real music because it's just beeps and bops. Yeah, I have to agree, because this soundtrack is a bop. I dare you to listen to any song in this game and not nod your head or tap your foot to it. This is not simply video game music, this is music, plain and simple. This game truly deserved to have come as far as it did, from a simple Kickstarter project to a 5-in-1 gaming treasure trove of imagination and fun. Shovel Knight, to put it simply, is fun, so I 100% recommend that you buy the game for yourself, play it at a friend's house, or just mail money to Yacht Club Games. What it comes down to is play the game! You'll be doing chivalry a service by digging into this Kickstarter classic. Alright, finally I got that done. Now I can start working on the battle tendency. What?
I said, what are you doing in my house?
I think the better question is, why did you stand there for 14 minutes and watch me review Shovel Knight?
Because it's polite. Why are you here?
I'm here to get the birthday present that you didn't give me, so I broke in to see where you were hiding it.
Oh.
It's not on your computer, is it?
There you go.
What? What? Part 2? I already own this stuff! Why did you give this to me? I'm pretty sure you own like 4 different copies of them! I have all this at home! Where'd you get this?
Oh, here's this.
What? You got me the Season 1 This is Alpha on TV! This isn't even Season 1! It's Season 2! Why'd you get... Shit out of here. Okay, so what? You brought me the Part 2 books? Why? Why'd you give me the books?
you're making a battle tendency video and didn't invite me.
I thought you hated part 2.
I do, so let's talk about it.
Alright, sure. This is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Battle Tendency with this guy. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Battle Tendency was released in 1987, right after Hirohiko Araki was finished with Phantom Blood. Similar to Part 1, Part 2 had an alternate title when it was first being released. That title was JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 2 Joseph Joestar, His Proud Lineage. As if Part 1 wasn't mouthy enough, right? This is of course the second part to my Phantom Blood video, which was torn to hell and back thanks to YouTube's copyright system. So please, forgive me if I can't use anime footage in this video, because chances are, YouTube will cut it to ribbons with no regard for video flow. So with my very energetic co-host besides me, let's dig into the story of Battle Tendency.
I'm just going to be popping in every now and then to give my thoughts on flaws the story may have as a whole. I also will be talking about some good things too. But let's get into it.
It's 50 years after Phantom Blood. Jonathan Joestar is dead, and the surviving cast is now looking pretty old. Speedwagon is now a grand oil tycoon thanks to some adventures in America, but has once again fallen into something bizarre. For help, he's called upon Straitso, his old friend and living Hamon master from Phantom Blood. They're of course happy to see one another, but there's no time for a cheery reunion as Speedwagon has called him, and some Hamon monks in training, to Mexico for an important meeting. This is also the perfect moment for Straitso to announce that he is changing teams and brutally kills his teammates, injures Speedwagon, and then reveals that he secretly wanted the power and youth that Dio had when he used the mask. So with the blood of his former friends, he activates the masks and himself becomes a vampire. Speedwagon blacks out, with his only thoughts being of the now endangered Arena and Joseph Joestar. Speaking of the Joestars, they've moved to New York City thanks to Speedwagon setting them up. They're family after all. This is about the time that we meet our hero who is browsing the streets of New York for cola when his wallet is stolen by a thief named Smokey Brown. Smokey is stopped by some racist cops, this is 1939 after all, but is saved by our hero thanks to some Hamon-flavored soda. They run away and eventually formally meet. Our hero is Joseph Joestar of England, grandson of Jonathan and Arena Joestar. His parents both died when he was too young to remember them, and apparently is incredibly talented with Hamon, being born with the ability to use the ancient powers. At this point, Araki has dropped the need to learn the martial art of Sendo, with Hamon now taking on the role of life energy. However, to utilize it to its fullest potential, you must undergo some intense training.
Here's an optimal time to bring up that the 2013 anime cleans up most of the technical issues the manga suffers from, because in the original medium we keep jumping back and forth between Speedwagon in Mexico and Joseph in New York for the first 2 chapters. This not only breaks the tension of Speedwagon's predicament, but also is really disorienting timeline-wise. The weird New York mob guy tells Erina and Joseph about Speedwagon dying like 10 pages after we see it. Also, the plane flashback that Speedwagon has is pointless, since the first thing we see Joseph do is a Hamon trick with the Coke bottle. Not only is it pointless, but it's handled so clumsily that Straitso even says, "Sorry for the abrupt change in topic," and Speedwagon even acknowledges that this isn't the time. What's it for? Is it so that we know that Straitso knows that Joseph can use Hamon? As the Grand Hamon Master, shouldn't Straitso know that Hamon can be passed on through blood? This is also where we see the biggest recurring issue I have with Part 2 for the first time. The fact that the fight is won by something completely nonsensical and unpredictable just so JoJo can seem clever. We'll come back to this later because it gets a lot worse, trust me.
Figuring that Straitso's after them, Arena stays put in their apartment while Joseph is out on the town with Smokey, knowing that he'll be the bigger target. After pulling out a Tommy gun and blasting the vampire to bits when they finally meet, Joseph is ready to lay the final blow to the vampire to avenge his uncle Speedwagon. While the Tommy gun was awesome, it had little effect on the vampire, who was able to take minimal damage. Straitso wastes no time and pulls out the Space Ripper Stingy Eyes on Joseph, feeling that he won't waste time trying to figure out his new powers when threats to his life still exist. Joseph is able to counter this by using some mirror trick and hits him with a Hamon Blast. This doesn't work, so Joseph instead uses a grenade trick and utterly destroys Straitso and what was left of the cafe as well. We also learn of a new Joestar technique, the art of running away! Joseph and Smokey run to what I presume to be the Brooklyn Bridge, but as it turns out, Straizo is already there waiting for them with a hostage in tow. Joseph breaks into a frenzy when she's hurt and manages to defeat the once good Hamon Master by anticipating the overuse of the laser eyes. Near death, Straizo tells Joseph of the Pillar Man and how they will soon meet. He also informs Joseph that Speedwagon survived and is being held captive in Mexico by a hidden group of Nazi soldiers. They built a secret base in Mexico to analyze the unknown. This includes the Pillar Man, which they have excavated from the Aztec temple, along with the stone mask to use for testing.
I brought up how the anime fixes many technical problems the manga has, and the Straizo fight is where we can indisputably see that in the art. The manga has many confusing panel layouts and angles that are handled a lot better in the animation. However, the ass pulling is in full force here, and there's no way to fix that without ripping the foundation of battle tendency out. The Tommy gun and grenades are left purposely unexplained for comedy's sake. I guess it is pretty random XD. The old anime trope of a side character narrating the battle like a sports announcer rears its head here too, and is kind of the only reason Smokey is even in the story. I'm not gonna harp on JoJo for being laden with tropes though, it is an anime after all.
Speedwagon meets with Major Rudolf von Stroheim, who proudly exclaims that anything German is the best in the world, and that they've revived him with German medicine to make him tell everything, from the stone masks to the Joestars. Speaking of the Joestars, Joseph Joestar makes his way to the German base thanks to his amazing talent for disguise.
All I've got under my skirt is more tequila, big boy. Is it all right to bring that through too?
The Pillarman, known as San Viento, awakens. Yes, I'm aware that his Japanese name is Santana, what with the whole musical themes going on, but seeing as how I've gotten these names and everything else through my JoJonium books and the anime, this is what I'll be using. Plus, San Viento makes more sense because von Stroheim names him after the Mexican winds, and they are in Mexico. In any case, San Viento escapes and murders some of the German soldiers. He makes a move on Stroheim and Speedwagon, but Joseph gets rid of his disguise and uses a Hamon hair attack to create a barrier. Joseph gets the bright idea to use the sun itself to put an end to San Viento's short reign of terror. San Viento does everything in his power to stop this from happening, going as far as slinking inside of Major von Stroheim to shield himself from the sunlight. Von Stroheim is still being used as a skin puppet and prepares to blow himself up with a caber. But not before he tells Joseph of 3 more Pillar Men that they found in Italy and that will also awaken soon. He blows up before Joseph can get any more answers for him, with San Viento being exposed and quickly turning to stone. Joseph stops San Viento escaping by simply jumping into a well, and the ultimate life form is reduced to the ultimate statue. What's left of his body is brought to the Speedwagon Foundation labs and is held under constant UV light for testing. This is also the last time you see him, as he's never brought up again, and as far as we know, he's still alive in there. However, seeing as how later parts progressed, you can probably tell why he never comes back.
San Viento's term in the story displays one of my favorite parts in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure that is often overlooked because everyone is a bandwagoner who only watches the anime where this aspect often gets butchered or censored to hell. Body horror! This is something that was pretty present in Phantom Blood, with the vampires and the human dog-head man. It even showed up in previous act where Straizo pulled himself back together after being blown up, but Araki really flexes those horror muscles here with San Viento. The way he absorbs the entire vampire with his body, how he crunches through the vents to escape, extending his appendages to hit JoJo, and especially how he controls Stroheim from the inside. Woo! Mamma mia, that's a spicy body horror! Unfortunately, none of the other Pillar Men do anything nearly this cool, and in fact we don't see anything this cool until like part 5. Presumably because Araki's editor was like, hey, could you maybe stop with the aspects of your action-adventure manga that make me terrified to exist inside a vessel of flesh? It doesn't sell too well. So unfortunately, he toned it down a lot after part 2. Yeah, there's stuff like Yellow Temperance and Okuyasu's dad, but that's mostly played for laughs. Now I'm getting ahead of myself. So let's go to Europe.
Speedwagon and Joseph head over to Italy to meet someone they believe can help with their Pillar Man problem. The man in question is Caesar Antonio Zeppeli, grandson of Baron Zeppeli, the same man that helped JoJo train to defeat Dio. Sometime before they arrive, the Pillar Men have already awakened. When some German soldiers were doing research on them, the one in the middle woke up and murdered all of them by blocking the UV lamps with their blood and draining their energy. With his powers restored, he awakens his masters. Wamu, AC/DC, and Cars return to the world of the living.
Caesar!
Wamu is an honorable fighter and agrees to let Caesar try and fight against him. He fails, so Joseph tries his hand all the same and actually does some damage thanks to his clacker volley move that he somehow came up with within the span of a day. Wamu admires Joseph for actually managing to hurt him, but soon goes in for the kill! That is, until Joseph tells Wamu that if he were given a little more time, he'd totally kick his ass. Wamu likes this idea, seeing as how he hasn't had a real fight in like thousands of years. AC/DC also likes this idea, so he allows Wamu to do so, and to ensure that Joseph keeps up his end of the bargain, he gives Joseph the wedding ring of death.
Guess where it goes? A hint, not on your finger.
What?
This baby goes right into Joseph's heart, and after 30 days, it will melt and poison the young Joestar. Then, just to be an asshole, AC/DC implants his own wedding ring on Joseph's neck, meaning that he has to beat both Wamu and AC/DC if he wants to survive. This gives Caesar the idea to introduce Jojo to the person that coached him in the art of Hamon, so they make their way to Air Sapina Island. There, they meet the Hamon coach waiting for them, who reveals herself to be Lisa! Nobody knows her real name or where she came from. All that matters is that she's a martial arts master and totally rocks her Hamon abilities. Locking Joseph's mouth with a rebreather device to correct the flow of air in his lungs, she begins training both Joseph and Caesar.
Right around this time in the story is where you're probably going to ask a very big question. It's a question that many JoJo fans have asked over the years, and only the dedicated to decipher the answer to. Why does Joseph have a hat and goggles? Well, luckily within the pages of the JoJonium releases, printed nearly 30 years after its initial publication, we finally have an answer from series creator Hirohiko Araki to help differentiate him from Jonathan. Great mysteries finally solved.
Time skip forward through their training, and only 6 days left until the rings dissolve and kill Joseph, and it seems his final training is at hand. For the final test, Machina will fight Caesar, and Logs will fight Joseph. This is all well and good for Caesar, who underwent the same training as Joseph, of course. But speaking of Joseph, his final test was a bit harder. In the arena where he was going to fight Logs, instead he finds Logs' dead body. AC/DC had managed to sneak in during the night and killed Logs while he was on the hunt for something. A detail I skimmed out on was the ultimate goal of the Pillar Men, this being the Red Stone of Asia, a flawless ruby that's capable of amplifying Hamon a billion times stronger than that of any man or magnifying glass. The Pillar Men, more specifically Cars, created the stone masks in an attempt to further themselves in the evolutionary chain and gain more power, but their minds are too strong for the spikes of the stone mask to penetrate. So, they created another mask that can harness the power of not blood, but sunlight. Ironic. With the use of a little bit of string, Joseph is able to rip off AC/DC's arm and melt it with his Hamon. AC/DC responds to this attack by bawling his eyes out and crying like a little girl.
I just can't take it! I just can't take it!
What the hell is this?
Despite the creepiness of the situation, Joseph goes in for the kill, but is stopped when the Pillar Man regains his composure.
I feel better now.
Round 2 begins, but Joseph has another trick up his sleeve. Placing string from his hat all over the arena, he created a web-like barrier that will reveal AC/DC's every move and pump him full of Hamon should he dare make a play. In the end, it doesn't even matter, because AC/DC will need another 2,000 years to catch up to Joseph's level of skill. AC/DC explodes in a glorious burst of light and energy, and is no more. Except not really, because his brain and other veins are left intact, and attached himself to Joseph's back, who, after running into Lisa's maidservant, Suzy Q, possesses her body to steal the stone. So, after peeping on Lisa in the bath,
Nice!
he breaks into her room to inform her that AC/DC lives and is inside of Suzy Q. Caesar also bursts into the room, and is relieved to see that Joseph had survived his encounter with the Pillar Men. He and Machina had been watching from their battle tower, and seeing as how they're now best friends, they agree to drive the demon out. Once AC/DC dies and Suzy Q recovers, we learn that AC/DC put the Red Stone on a train to Switzerland, where Cars and Wamu are hiding out. So after quickly packing their things, they head out themselves.
While the initial string hat attack falls under Aspel, Araki gets credit for at least setting up the wool conduction Hamon thing beforehand and letting us know about the string trap before Joseph kills AC/DC with it. Right around now is where Caesar gets his development going by telling us how he respects JoJo despite the fact that he's a loud idiot. Lisa's growth is still stunted at this point, leaving her little to do but fill the wise and reserved teacher role that's also an anime trope, but at least we get to see her ass. There's also some light body horror with AC/DC's creepy nervous system brain possessing Suzy Q, but still nothing as cool as San Viento.
Joseph and company had caught up to the train on the Switzerland border, but were beaten there by some Nazis. As it turns out, some Nazis had been spying on them and already know about Joseph and Caesar's Hamon training, the history of the Redstone, the battle against AC/DC, and the whereabouts of Cars and Wamu. While the lead officer seems to know Joseph by name, while his identity is unknown, it's... oh, who am I kidding? Remember Major Rudolf von Stroheim? He's back! In cyborg form! German science really is the best in the world! Just because he's a Nazi doesn't make him a bad person. After all, would a bad guy show off his incredible new cyborg body by unloading a massive 600 armor-piercing round machine gun chest? Cars is sent flying out of the cabin, but it's here that he shows off his mode. Wamu had mastery of the wind with his divine sandstorm. AC/DC had full control over fire and heat with his burning blood. And Cars controls light itself with his light mode activated. He unleashes his magnificent bone blade, a razor-sharp weapon that juts from his elbow that is so squeaky clean, it looks like it's made of light. Well, actually, thanks to Stroheim's magnifying eyes, we learn that on his blade are thousands of smaller blades, all moving intensely fast like a chainsaw, or arranging like super fast shark teeth. Joseph and Cars get into a scuffle, with Cars eventually falling down into the chasm below, and Caesar helping Joseph up with some icicles stuck together with Hamon.
Nice, nice! Real outstanding work, Caesarino.
Lisa decides that it's time for some exposition and tells Joseph of Caesar's backstory and how he was growing up. As it turns out, Caesar and his many family members grew up with their dad, until he wasn't there anymore. Joseph felt like an asshole for being rude without even knowing it, and heads out to catch up with Caesar, with Machina also going to catch up with Caesar. But they both end up being attacked by some weird invisible figure in the wind. The weird invisible man turns out to be Wamu, who everyone thought was in Greece waiting to challenge Joseph. When he heard of AC/DC's passing, he rushed to the call of his master, and was acting like a guard dog to the Hotel of Cars. Joseph and Lisa catch up to Caesar, who rushes in to fight Wamu. Why they don't follow him and fight 3-on-1 makes no sense to me, but in any case, Caesar heads inside after Wamu to make a move. And make a move he does! Not only does he straight up stop Wamu from using his divine sandstorm just by telling him to stop, but he also refines the Zeppeli Hamon cutter technique. By using his own bubble launcher in tandem with the Hamon cutter, he's able to make razor-sharp, unpoppable bubbles that work directly to counter Wamu's wind mode. Once the bubbles are in position, they act as lenses and suck up sunlight from a hole in the wall and blast Wamu with it. With his burn black variation, Wamu is getting his ancient ass handed to him, and Caesar is ready to go in for the kill. However, all because he wanted to look cool and flashy, he jumped in front of Wamu to deliver the blow, which casted a shadow over Wamu, which allowed him to use his sandstorm and land a direct hit. That is stupid. Oh, and now Joseph and Lisa are just standing outside the battle and not helping. Why? Why don't they go in the moment they realize that Caesar is in trouble? It makes no damn sense. Anyway, the building around them falling apart even more now, and with a significant chunk of the ceiling falling down, it crushes the warrior beneath it.
I don't want to get too deep into tone here because it can be kind of subjective, but I want to touch upon how Araki really likes to show his characters getting murdered in comedically gruesome ways, but it's supposed to always be taken seriously? I'm sorry, David Productions, but no amount of dramatic Italian opera is going to cover up the fact that Caesar just had a Wile E. Coyote death over here.
There's no time for this though, as it's finally time for Wamu and Joseph's long-awaited battle to begin. They have a chariot race with zombie horses to the death. Donning Caesar's bandana, our Joestar hero prepares to take his best friend into battle with him. Joseph picks up a giant crossbow, but is unable to use it, seeing as how it's giant. He got greedy with a big weapon, and now he's hurting himself because of it. On the ground, it seems like the crossbow was able to cock itself thanks to the weight of Joseph dragging it with him, and with that in mind, a barely breathing Joestar sets a trap as he waits for Wamu. He fires, but misses due to his injuries, so he begs for mercy and throws rocks. This was a ploy, of course, because after doing his line prediction thing, he watches as Wamu is impaled from behind, donutted by the same iron ball that ricocheted off the walls of the arena. Wamu does not admit defeat and launches his separated arms through his chest, pinning Joseph against the flame in the middle of the arena, all while strangling him. He can't produce any more Hamon, and he can't defend himself. This is when Wamu enters his final and most dangerous mode, his atmospheric rift. By sucking in huge amounts of air, he shoots it out compressed enough to slice through stone. Joseph gets the idea to use a firebomb, which for some reason he had, and throws it at the Pillarman, who dodges it. Then, he lights Caesar's bandana on fire, and chucks it towards the flame. This ignites the tossed firebomb even further, surrounding Wamu with fire that he soon sucks into his body, resulting in him bursting into flames. His body destroyed and reduced to nothing but a talking head, Wamu prepares for his death. Joseph smashes his hand on the ground to give Wamu some of his blood to ease the pain of his demise. He did this not out of pity, but of respect as a warrior. Just as he respected AC/DC for willing to die for his cause, he respects Wamu as a proud warrior who fought to a righteous end. After saving Joseph from some vampires, Wamu exclaims that he will not allow anyone to harm the one that bested him fair and square. In a way, this is similar to Jojo and Dio's relationship. Jojo was the only one who was able to beat Dio and also left him as nothing but ahead, and so respect was gained. As a fighter, Joseph stands taller than Wamu of the Pillarmen, who viewed immortality as a trivial thing. He lived all those years only by his code of honor and somehow knows that he survived for 12,000 years just to meet Joseph at the end. Proud of his strength and growth as a warrior, Wamu accepts his death with a smile. After Joseph takes the antidote as one last favor to him, Wamu succumbs to his Hamon wounds and crumbles to pieces. Joseph gives his enemy and bizarre friend one final salute as he passed. Wamu had become one with the wind, an honorable man from birth to death.
The amount of screen time that Wamu gets in this final act is kind of what saves it for me, because he's one of the bright spots in part 2 that I genuinely enjoy. What he lacks in motivation, he makes up for by actually having a set code of honor, and is the only Pillarman out of the main 3 that remains stoic and cool and does not participate in buffoonery. Because the final entire act with Cars is just completely ridiculous. The way he turns into a bird, the way Joseph has to crash the plane. Honestly, it's mostly Joseph bringing down Cars' serious aspect, but he also does that stupid thing where he pinballs around, and that's dumb. And I don't even have to bring up how AC/DC crying ruins the tone of this really serious battle, because like Joseph's trainer just got like murdered and it's super tense, but then he does a stupid crying thing. It's like, it's funny, sure, but it breaks the tone. Wamu doesn't have a moment like that. The closest he gets is, I guess, his talking head, but that doesn't really count.
But this fight isn't over yet! There's still Lord Cars to deal with! The turban is off, and the magnificent hair is unleashed! Cars and Lisa get ready to do battle on the top of the ruins of Piz Berlina with Joseph and the vampire army as spectators. Her scarf is all that she needs, and with a quick wraparound, Cars is sent a blast of Hamon to the face, knocking him down. This victory is short-lived though, as Lisa gets a stab through the chest by the real Cars! The lookalike melts away and Lisa falls unconscious. All that build up to a great Lisa fight, and it's whisked away like an angel's kiss. This is the JoJo show, after all. All seems lost until a random burst of light appears. Is it the sunshine finally coming out? No! Even better than that! The Nazis are here to save the day! Major von Stroheim arrives with a fleet of the SS along with Speedwagon and his Foundation's Special Forces. Oh, and Smokey Brown is also there for some reason. But they're all here to help Joseph achieve victory. With ultraviolet light cannons and anti-vampire technology, the Nazis help to wipe out the zombie army. Cars doesn't like playing games, so he threatens to cut the rope, keeping his opponents together, which he does. What he didn't realize is that by swinging around so much, Joseph actually tied some rope onto Cars' legs and his own, so even if the rope is cut, Cars' weight will keep them up. Joseph is able to propel himself upward and hit Cars with a Hamon overdrive to the arm, using the very last amount of Hamon he had in his body. Luckily it hit, and Joseph uses the rope to pull Lisa up and send Cars down, crashing through the spikes and impaling himself below. Catching his coach in his arms, it's here we get a bombshell of info regarding Lisa thanks to Speedwagon telling Smokey. Lisa was the baby that Arena Joestar saved, but if you remember, Arena obviously had a child as well. The boy she had, of course, fell in love with Lisa, whose real name is revealed to be Elizabeth. The son of Arena and Jonathan Joestar, George Joestar II, marries Elizabeth Joestar. Lisa is Joseph's mom! George II, despite being a master pilot and soldier, he couldn't stand up though to a terror from the past. When dealing with all the zombies that Dio had created, apparently one had escaped and blended into society by acting like a paraplegic and getting rid of any evidence of his killings. Somehow, he ended up becoming captain of the British Air Force, presumably to get revenge on George for what his father did to Dio. George was smart and knew all about zombies and vampires, thanks to hearing stories from Speedwagon, Arena, and Straitzo. But unfortunately, despite having more than the capability to use and master Hamon, he was never trained in the arts and was killed by the zombie before he could inform everyone of his true identity. When Elizabeth learned of this, she went berserk, storming into the army headquarters and murdering the zombie then and there. Branded an international criminal, she went into hiding and was effectively erased from existence thanks to the Speedwagon Foundation. Unable to raise Joseph, she asks Speedwagon and the others to tell him that both of his parents died in the war and disease. Speaking of her, Joseph carries her to safety while Major von Stroheim prepares to fire a UV-enhancing cannon of light to obliterate Cars. The cannon is ready to fire, but Cars never lost possession of the Red Stone of Asia, so after pulling a stone mask out of his ass, he shows us that he has everything he needs to utilize the Red Stone's power. Unable to stop the UV cannon, he's blasted at full force and finally ascends. Cars the Pillar Man is no more. He's now Cars, the ultimate life form. The peak of evolution, Cars has mastery over all of organic life that has ever lived or ever will live. Now being immune to sunlight, he basks in the sun rays, showing off that he has truly won. Even Speedwagon is afraid of the upcoming human extinction, but not to worry because Joseph Joestar has a plan. One last-ditch final plan that he urges everyone to take part in until their last breath. Grabbing the red stone, he runs for his life, with Smokey tailing after him. Cars shrieks, grows wings, and flies after him. Joseph reminds Smokey that he doesn't have to run with him because Cars is only after him, while Smokey still feels the need to try and tell Joseph that Lisa is his mom. Hitching a ride in the plane that the Germans came in, Joseph continues his attempt at running away. Joseph has an actual plan now. Earth gave Cars his power, and Earth can take it back. He's going to launch Cars into the volcano on Italy's Isle del Volgano. Cars turned his feathers into piranhas and are biting up the plane in the parachute. The trouble doesn't stop there because some of the feathers also turn into an octopus whose tentacles grab the propeller of the plane, causing a breakdown. Joseph jumps from the plane via a spare parachute, but Cars expected a foolish plan like that and was already flying in for the kill, but this was actually just a decoy dummy. Joseph never left the plane and crashes it into Cars. Joseph is a Joestar after all, and he isn't going down without a fight. Just like how Jonathan went out with Dio, Jojo is prepared to go down with Cars. Shouter the Pillar Hog tries to escape but is pinned down by a mechanical arm shot from the socket of Major von Broheim, who had been hiding in the pontoon of the plane. The two of them jump with von Stroheim's legs bursting from impact, sending him and Jojo backwards and away from the lava. A massive eruption occurs with Cars landing in the hot stuff and the plane exploding right on top of him. Victory is finally achieved, with Cars succumbing to the heat of the volcano and melting. His healing factor just wasn't fast enough. Barely managing to stand, Jojo grabs Stroheim and walks away from the crater, planning on celebrating on more stable ground and avoiding any eruptions. The celebration is cut short when out from a crack in the floor comes a swift slice of a blade. Joseph's arm is cut clean off and falls to the floor, with lava shooting out from the crack and Cars right along with it. As Joseph screams in pain, Cars is relaxed to finally hear his favorite song playing.
Music to my ears. You perform that aria perfectly. I've so longed to hear you sing it, Jojo.
In a move of pure desperation, Joseph tries to use a Hamon overdrive on Cars, who counters this by using his own overdrive. That's right, Cars himself has mastered Hamon. He conquered the sun itself. What makes you think he couldn't learn and master Hamon? A small detail in the anime that I really love is that Cars' Hamon is so powerful that it's red. That's terrifyingly strong, and it's over 100 times more potent than that of Joseph or Lisa's Hamon combined. Combine that with the Red Stone's natural ability to amplify and concentrate Hamon over 1 billion times, and what you have is 100 billion times of concentrated Hamon shooting directly into a volcano. The volcano erupts, sending Jojo and Cars flying into the atmosphere on a chunk of rock, the pressure keeping both of them pinned down. When Cars attempts to fly away, Jojo's fallen arm launches forward and latches onto Cars' neck, preventing him from dodging some oncoming rocks. These rocks launch Cars even higher into the stratosphere, with his last words asking how Jojo always knows what's going to happen, how he managed to plan every last detail. Jojo of course laughs and proclaims that he knew everything. It had all worked out like clockwork. Really, he just got lucky, but thinking he outsmarted him will drive Cars nuts. Cars is sent hurtling into space and is soon consumed by the vacuum and freezing in place. Turning to stone, Cars is left floating through the cosmic void, never to return. Despite wishing for death, Cars could not die, and eventually he stopped thinking. Eight hours later, Stroheim arrived back to the others and relayed the information of what had happened, and on February 28, 1938, Joseph Joestar died. Then some jackass shows up and starts causing a scene, which makes all the others gasp in surprise. Yeah, that jackass is of course Joseph! No plane crash or volcano can kill Joseph Joestar! Here, we're told that JoJo married Susie Q after crash landing in the ocean via protection from the rock. Sometime later, Elizabeth Joestar revealed to JoJo that she was his mom. Her, JoJo, and Susie Q would move to New York, and in 1948 she would find love again and marry a Hollywood screenwriter. JoJo and Susie Q would go on to found Joestar Realty and become a world-famous corporation. Smokey Brown worked his way through college and after majoring in political science would become the first black mayor in his home state of Georgia. Irina Joestar would continue her life as a teacher until her peaceful death in 1950, surrounded by those that loved her. Robert Edwin O. Speedwagon would go on to further science, medicine, and technology for years until his death via a heart attack in 1952, aged 89. A lifelong bachelor, he never settled down or had kids, leaving no family of his own behind.
Major Rudolf von Stroheim would never see JoJo again. He died in 1943 at the Battle of Stalingrad, a fearsome example of the German science he'd always championed.
Our technology is the greatest!
And so the years went by, giving way to a new generation. And in 1983, a 66-year-old Joseph Joestar is in the JFK National Airport on his way to Japan.
Hey, wait a sec. You're Japanese, aren't you?
I am. Why do you ask?
In that case, watch your damn bag!
His only daughter, Holly, had married a Japanese man on the other side of the world and never came home again. And for that,
I'll never forgive the Japanese!
although he does like his Walkman. I'd say that Battle Tendency is a fun follow-up to Phantom Blood that takes its predecessor's concepts and builds upon them to the fullest. We see the great potential Hamon had in the first part fulfilled with all kinds of amazing ways to utilize this power. Joseph Joestar is an awesome protagonist who's always one step ahead of the curve. He's cocky, and I wouldn't have it any other way. The supporting cast is awesome too. Lisa's a badass lady who can whoop your butt 6 ways till Sunday. Smokey's a great comic relief and could have easily filled the role of Avdol in Part 3. Of course, it was great to see Speedwagon again, despite his diminished role. And, obviously, Caesar Zeppeli brings his family name great honor here. He's a hero to the end, and despite coming off as a jerk, still has a heart of gold. I'll leave most of the nitpicking and complaining to my friend here, but let me get out some of my own gripes, alright? The progression from JoJo and Caesar going from hate each other to suddenly being best bros is a bit too fast. Yes, through their training, they bonded like brothers, but it's a complete 180 in terms of personality. Not learning enough of Lisa early on can also be off-putting. Who's she, and how does she suddenly get all these awesome powers? Straight-so being a villain for no reason makes no sense. Why suddenly make him a filler villain, just to show off that Joseph can use the Ripple? Oh, and speaking of filler, there's plenty of filler characters, like Donovan the Cactus Man, who I didn't even bring up in the video, Wired Beck, Machina and Logs themselves. You could even argue that San Viento himself was a filler character due to him coming and going within one episode. Speaking of wasted characters, George too is a wasted character, and it makes literally no sense as to why he wasn't trained in the way of Sendo. If Lisa was trained growing up, why not George? Why not train them at the same time? As the son of Jonathan Joestar, he obviously had potential. It even says so in writing. Yet here he is, a character is wasted and forgotten whenever anyone brings him up. He's so insignificant that you can barely find videos of him on YouTube. You know how hard it was to find his death scene? Nobody ever talks about him. I'll let Jabroni go into more detail on that, so let me go back to being positive.
In conclusion, I don't really think Part 2 is the worst thing ever. I did have a lot of negative things to say about it, but there's some stuff about it that I liked. I like the body horror I mentioned earlier. I like Wamu. Joseph isn't really that terrible. I don't like Caesar, but I didn't really talk about him too much, partially because there's not a lot to say. Yeah, I guess I really don't actually like this part. Never mind.
Overall, I'd say that Part 2 is phenomenal, and while my co-host might not think the same thing, you should definitely check it out. With Parts 1 and 2 come and gone, join me next time to look at what many people consider to be an entry point in the series, despite it being Part 3. Do not skip parts, people, no matter what you're told. Consider subbing if you haven't already, and check out my Patreon if you want some hands-on updates and future videos with all kinds of perks and benefits. Patreon is really what keeps me going, so I have to thank you guys for supporting me there, and on YouTube. So please, won't you all join me next time for JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 3, Stardust Crusaders.
I think we all have this innate desire to return to nature. Whether you know it or not, humans will become depressed, will get angry, will go insane if we're not allowed to come into contact with plants or the sun. That's why when you're in school, you're just sitting there staring outside the window. You want to be outside. So when you're finally outside, on the playground, in the quad, a sitting area, a bench, anything, you're a lot happier. You're around plants, you're in the sun. And I think that being surrounded by nature, being in that kind of environment, that is the mindset that Eric Barron had when he came up with the idea for Stardew Valley.
In the game, you control someone who is just another cog in a big corporation's machine who's tired of his cruddy life. So one day, you've had enough. You pull out a special letter that your grandpa gave you as a child, and inside that letter is a deed to your grandfather's plot of land in a far-off valley, Stardew Valley. So you quit your job and move there. After that, the story of the game pretty much stops. You meet the locals as you show up, you set up your farm, and after that, you're on your own. The corporation you tried to get away from, Joja, has seeped its way into the valley as well. Think of them as a Walmart or Amazon type corporation. They're all bad. They're slimy, soul-sucking, terrible. You're gonna want to get away from that and escape to the valley. They may be in Pelican Town too, but don't let them stop you from returning to nature. Morris is always watching. All my friends had this game already and would occasionally play it without me, obviously. Even though Jabroni bought it for me, I didn't play it as soon as he did. I was busy with work, and at the time I was probably about 5 or 6 days out of the week, what with winter break going on. This game came to me at a special time in my life, and I don't mean to get all mushy and personal or anything like that. If I didn't have this game, I probably would have fell into a pretty deep depression. It wasn't until I heard the news from my mom that my great-uncle had died that I realized how important this game was. I settled down and told myself I would play it, and from the moment I turned the game on, it hit me somewhere. From the simple music that feels like it's calling you home to the pleasing graphics, there's something about it that pulled me into its world. I related pretty hard to the plot, especially since it starts with your grandpa dying and how close you two are. Seeing as how I had just lost my uncle, this really got to me. And believe it or not, I actually almost turned the game off. But I went through it, and the Mills farm was born. Going into gameplay, you start by creating your own character, and I obviously went for the look that I'm always associated with, but I was pleasantly surprised to see Chrono's hairstyle from Chrono Trigger. It's clear that Eric was a pretty big fan of the classics. As I'm writing this script, I've spent about 65 hours in Stardew Valley, meeting the townspeople, fishing, farming, and mining. Unlike Animal Crossing, each day is set and does not happen in real time. Each day in-game only lasts about 12 to 13 minutes, so it's up to you to manage your time. Want to spend a day talking to people? Go for it. Would you rather hunt for supplies or go fishing?
The choices are yours and yours alone.
This can also have its downsides because 1 hour in-game is only roughly 40 seconds in real life, so it can lead to some really narrow, on-the-wire escapes. Because once it hits 2 a.m., it's game over. The day ends automatically, and if you aren't in your house and you pass out somewhere else, then you lose about 10% of your total cash and a few random items. This can be really infuriating because it feels like it goes by way faster than it should. Barely not getting to your house after a long walk from the mines or from the beach are super frustrating. But even with those complaints, it didn't stop me from pouring my time and hours into the game. In those 60 hours, I've spent 1 year in Stardew Valley and living in the game's central hub of Pelican Town, where all the townspeople live. I'm aware that other things happen by the time year 3 rolls around, but I figured that spending 1 year in-game would be enough to make the video. Hell, I was ready to write the script when I first experienced fall, but I knew that would be too early. So yeah, I may not have experienced everything so far, but I've still been through a lot with this game, so let's talk about the gameplay. Alright, so say you start the game and you don't like the idea of farming. Why you bought the game is a mystery to me, but you actually have options. You can spend your days fishing or mining ores and treasures. When you aren't doing that, you're talking to a colorful cast of characters, from the humble and kind Mayor Lewis, Mr. Linus, the local homeless man, Robin the Carpenter, as I mentioned earlier, and many more. Talking to people and making friends is not the only thing you can do. Unlike Animal Crossing, where you just become best friends with the people in your town, in Stardew Valley, you can get a bit more personal. Of the 42 residents of Pelican Town, 12 of them you can enter a romantic relationship with. Now, seeing as how I am a guy, I've spent most of my time with the female characters, though the male options had their moments as well. I was really drawn to Shane because I related to him a lot. Yes, I am not a raging alcoholic, but I noticed that our lives were kind of similar. Going to a job we hate every day, then never having any free time other than wallowing in a depressive state and not wanting to do anything, having no motivation. at all. Then there's Alex, who's a football star who lives with his grandparents because of some, I don't know, an asshole father and the lack of his mother. I could be remembering wrong because I don't have max affinity with the characters. Affinity you can earn by giving them gifts and talking to them, which you can only do twice a day. Now, originally, this really annoyed me, and still does a little bit. You can only talk to these characters twice in one day. That's it. This was bad because I was still in the Animal Crossing mindset where they always have something to say. You can also only give them 2 gifts over the course of an entire week. So if you found the perfect gift for your sweetheart or best friend, I'm sorry, you gave them a gift at like 8 a.m. on a Sunday, and now it's Thursday. You've hit the limit. This really annoys me, especially when trying to give the favorite gifts to people, only to realize I have to wait like 5 more days to give it to them. Giving gifts can be difficult because unlike in Harvest Moon or Animal Crossing, you can't start up conversations yourself and learn more about the characters. Like, because it's limited to 2 conversations a day, it's not like you can pick a topic. Sometimes they'll repeat what they said the other day, so it's really difficult to not only give gifts, but also raise affinity. I didn't really care about Sam, Sebastian, Dr. Harvey, or Elliot, or the kids, or the old people. Especially not Sam or Sebastian, because even though all the dateable characters are obviously 18, it still made me feel kind of creepy and uncomfortable when it came to the idea of dating them. People like Shane, Harvey, and Elliot, they're obviously adults, but Sam, Sebastian, and Alex look like they could still be in high school. As for the girls, though, I don't think I've ever had a harder time deciding in a game on who to date. I don't play dating simulators, okay? Sure, I've dabbled in Honey Pop and fell in love with Belly, but this was something else. The concept of best girl is something that finds its way around the internet a lot, and I think it's obvious what a majority of my audience considers this game's best girl. I have my own least appreciated pick, though, so let's discuss the girls of the game. Knocking this out of the way, I wasn't attracted to Haley at all. I don't enjoy stuck-up women, so she was a no-go. However, when I saw Maru, I thought she was the cutest girl I ever laid eyes on, and with an awesome personality to boot as well. I love her inventor and scientist backstory, and the fact that she builds little robots and experiments with gems and does science stuff, that's made her even cooler. But then, I met Penny, and wanted to be with her for the sole purpose of saving her from her life of trailer living with her alcoholic mom. Sure, Pam can be funny, but still, she isn't the best mom. Penny, though, is a very sweet girl, and I have no problem being her friend, but she just wasn't it for me. Sorry, guys. Leia, was a character I ignored for the longest time, but her artsy, go-getter, do-it-yourself kind of nature seriously grew on me, and I loved seeing her go from a shun-in introvert to a thriving artist. Abigail struck me as the gamer girl, chubby goth GF the moment I laid eyes on her, and that wasn't for me. I do love her poster of Chrono in her bedroom, though, another great nod to that game. I think she's a fun character, and I love how she wants to do things like explore the mines or try magic, but she's just a little too cliché for me. I think you all know who's left. Emily was the girl that eventually stole my heart, from her genuinely loving makeup, her bizarre hobbies, her hair, and that damn smile of hers. She won me over in no time flat. I'm aware that you can marry the characters, but as of writing the script, I've yet to trigger such an event. Though I do know that if you get 10 hearts with every girl, a special event will occur, and only happens once per save file. Just gotta remember to have my lucky rabbit's foot when I do. Once you get married, your significant other will move into your house, but only if you've upgraded it at least once. You upgrade your house by gathering materials and saving gold, and then taking all that stuff to Robin. It's a minor inconvenience that you can't just pay her the money. No, you gotta give her all the materials too. What's she do all day other than stand behind her counter and then dance at Pierre's house, huh? How do you sustain yourself? What's your source of income? Like I mentioned earlier, farming is a major aspect of the game, and whether or not you choose to do it, there's always something for you to do. There's a wide variety of crops, from parsnips to pumpkins, fruits, veggies, nuts, mushrooms, the whole 9 yards of harvesting. Don't forget to water your crops every day, though. Think of them as your flowers in Animal Crossing, but there's no ordinances to keep them watered automatically for you. If you let your crops die, then you're letting your money die, and you're gonna need it, especially if you want those house upgrades or buying better tools. Some cheap ways to earn money include selling stuff that you find lying around on the ground, or fishing, which is something that I personally love. I don't think there's any other example I can think of that's both simultaneously relaxing and tense as the fishing mechanics in this game. It's just you and the fish. One moment, it's a nice calming sensation, the flow of the water, the sound of nature. Then, you're holding down that mouse and tapping as fast as you can trying to keep that fish on the line. Though, like I said earlier, there's also mining, which is where combat comes into play. Only in the mines will you do any fighting though, so no need to worry about keeping your HP up. Inside the mines, there's a rogues gallery of things that want to kill you. Slimes, bugs, skeletons, ghosts, weird mole things, rock crabs, annoying-ass stingray creatures, and many more strange beasts, and they all want your head. There's 120 floors brimming with gold, rubies, iron, copper, emeralds, topaz, amethysts, and diamonds. Dozens of treasures, artifacts, and resources to be found. If you want to find out the secret of the mines yourself, let me put a timestamp. At the bottom lies the skeleton key, an item that, once you unlock the desert, unlocks another section of mines to explore. Now, at first, I was super happy about this. 120 more floors to explore? That sounded amazing. But unfortunately, the floors are random and they have no end, essentially turning the game to a roguelike. I don't play this game for that, and I don't enjoy roguelikes. And it's not enough just to kill you when you lose all your HP. No, you can't just get booted back to the mines either. No, you get sent all the way back to the hospital, making the trip of a 500 gold to the desert completely pointless. Then you lose 1,000 gold and a random amount of your items. That's total bullshit and almost unfair. So I hope you didn't plan anything else before you went to the desert, because if that happens, you're better off resetting and trying the day again. Now, I wouldn't be so upset if that happened in the normal mines, but it doesn't. If you lose all your health there, you start at the beginning of the mine. Sure, you still lose some money in your items, but it's possible to go recover them. It's disappointing, yeah, but it's still feasible to recover from that. And I found this reward to be not much of a reward, and totally not worth exploring all 120 floors. Sure, you get obvious treasures, but is it really worth it? The only other thing the skeleton key unlocks is some stupid Junimo kart game, which has really bad controls and will totally reset you if you lose, so don't make too much progress. It's not worth it. Some things that I've done in my year in Pelican Town were upgrade my house, build a barn and coop, along with adopting some animals. I have 2 chickens named Spaghetti and Peppino, and I also have a calf named Alf. I've also been dating Emily, was disappointed that you can't date the MILF when I met her husband Kent, and restored all but one of the community center's many projects. The community center is unlocked for you by Mayor Lewis, and after meeting a wizard, it's your duty to restore it to its former glory. Or you couldn't. You could just sell it to JoJo Corporation and have them bulldoze that place and build a movie theater. But why suck the life out of the town? No, you want to restore the community center. You do this by completing bundles for Junimos, little magic characters that use their powers to help you out in return for helping them out. Think of them as the spirits or guardians of Pelican Town in all of Stardew Valley. The bundles can include you picking stuff off the ground, growing 5-star crops, going fishing, mining ores, or just paying boatloads of cash, so save up. I've completed all of them except for the 5-star crops and the animal bundle. That and the bulletin board, which as far as I can tell is optional and pretty difficult to complete, but if done, I presume gives you friendship with the whole town. Other than that, I've restored the bus system, went to the desert, fixed the minecarts, fixed the bridge to the outdoor quarry, got a golden scythe, a golden pumpkin, made friends with a lot of people and had an impact on their lives. I participated in seasonal festivals, beat Willie at his own game of ice fishing, and rescued Mayor Lewis's purple shorts. Overall, I'd say I had a very productive year in the valley, and like I said, I've sunk about 65-70 hours into the game. It honestly got to the point where I played every day. I had to stop myself from playing because I was thinking I was getting addicted. I kept telling myself, oh, I'll stop when I finish this day. Just one more day. I gotta go talk to someone. I gotta go mine. I gotta go fish. I gotta keep playing. The gameplay played a huge part in that, but not as much as the music did. Eric Barron was the sole developer and also the sole composer, and he did an amazing job. I really think it shows that you made a good soundtrack when I listen to it and feel nostalgic. The soundtrack is on Spotify, and I really recommend checking it out. Listening to it on the way to school just made me remember what I was missing. Then I could do nothing but think of the valley all day. I wanted to go back. If there's any other video game world I could think to live in other than Animal Crossing, I think it's Stardew Valley. Now, I mentioned at the beginning of the video that this game came into my life around the same time that my great-uncle died. I was very close to him, and when he moved to Montana back in 2015, the last thing he told me was that I should live my life to the fullest and do what makes me happy. He told me that if I ever needed a place to go when things turned out bad was to come over there to him, because there'd always be a place for me in his home. He was a great man, and this game really made me think of him. He returned to nature to live his life, same as your character does, and I think that's something that everyone should want and aspire to have. If there's anything that this video has conveyed, if there's any point I'm really trying to get across, it's play the game. You can get it on Xbox, PS4, Nintendo Switch, and Steam, and that includes mod support. So play Stardew Valley, because really, it's an escape that I think we could all use sometime. The Angry Video Game Nerd is a web show from Cinemassacre, created by and starring James Rolfe. He got his start making videos all the way in 2004, before YouTube was even a thing, where he uploaded them to his website, cinemassacre.com. With encouragement from his friends like Bootsy Spankin's PI, Kyle Justin, the guitar guy, and of course, Mike Matei.
Ain't I a fucking stinker, motherfucker?
His impact on the internet as a whole is pretty undisputable, considering all the carbon copies that came after him. Plus, it seemed that no matter where you were in time, from Screw Attack to game trailers, all the way up to now to YouTube and Amazon Video, the nerd is always here in some way or another. He's a pretty big inspiration to me, and I'd even go as far as to call him a hero of mine. So, I don't know if I just want to pay tribute or what, but I wanted to recollect my top 10 personal favorite Angry Video Game Nerd episodes. I doubt this list will ever get updated, especially considering the series as a whole and how that's doing now. Oh, and by the way, I'm usually pretty family friendly, but just for the occasion I figured I'd go uncensored for this. So please, leave your pitchforks and torches outside my house. But with that out of the way, let's flip the shit switch and turn up that diarrhea dial. It's my top 10 Angry Video Game Nerd episodes.
But are you willing to bet that it's going to get really bad once you start playing? Yeah, well, guess what? It gets bad as soon as you press the start button. The fuck was that? Ghostbusters!
Some of my favorite aspects of the show is him going into something he really enjoys, then comparing it to a horrible adaptation, and him just ripping it apart. Everybody knows the old Ghostbusters games on NES and Atari were trash, but let's find out why they were trash. From the vivid detail he goes into when it comes to the game, to the little gags like calling a vacuum store, or showing off his Ghostbuster merch. Not to mention that part about Ghostbusters 3, the sequel that never came to be. It's a sad episode looking in hindsight, given how hopeful he was that eventually a real third movie might happen, starring the original cast. But with that aside though, this episode is a scary good time.
Even if the whole movie's just the Ghostbusters sitting around taking a shit, I'd go see it.
Hey, you still don't own a Sega CD? What are you waiting for? Nintendo to make one?
You know that part of the intro where it says that he's gonna take you back to the past? That's pretty clear in this classic episode, where the nerd explores the Sega CD, a failed attempt at keeping the Genesis alive. I think my favorite line of the episode is,
"How would you like it if I conduct the rest of the video like this? Full motion video, my ass. I'd rather it be full fucking screen."
My favorite aspect of this episode is how he can start off a little bit optimistic when it comes to the game, but he ultimately shows us why the console failed. Sega's history is very interesting to me, because by all means they should have won the console wars against Nintendo, but we all know how that ended, and we all know who came out on top.
The frog's name is Horny?
I'm gonna review a good game for once. Yeah, now don't worry, I'll go back to torture myself with shitty ones, but for now, let's do something awesome.
Now this is a very special episode to me, because it was actually my very first nerd episode. Now, keep in mind, this episode was released way back in 2008. How old was I back then? I was 8. So naturally the idea of vigorous curse words was not something I enjoyed. I didn't have unlimited or free access to the internet back then either. My parents still had the original blocky Apple model computer. So one day, 8-year-old me is on the computer when my cousin says, "Hey, you like Super Mario Brothers, right? Well, how about you watch this?" He cues up the episode and I'm just sitting there in shock like, what the heck? You can't say bad words on the internet, you're supposed to be nice. Why is the cartridge dropping F-bombs? Why is it throwing up? Why is Jesus a robot? Needless to say, I made him turn it off. But years later in high school, this exact same episode popped into my YouTube recommendations, and the rest is history. The original version of the video is also a double feature, featuring his review of the game, and also a review of the 1980 movie The Wizard. It was in this movie that Mario 3 was actually shown off for the first time. From the nerd genuinely enjoying the game, to the absurd conspiracy theory at the end, the exorcism homage, and of course the ending battle with the devil and Super Mecha Death Christ 2000! BC version 4.0 beta, bitch! It's an awesome episode that deserves a spot on the list just for being my first glimpse into Cinemassacre.
Holy shit!
What's that fucking
I think everyone knows that Halloween is my favorite holiday and favorite time of the year. It's also become a Halloween tradition of mine to marathon Cinemassacre's Monster Madness. It seems that Halloween and the nerd go hand in hand, because even before this series of episodes existed, he excelled at making fun and exciting specials. But here he takes a break and plays one of his favorite video game franchises, Castlevania. I grouped these 4 videos together as one because it's a big marathon on the same subject, so I hope you won't get upset. Now, I don't want anyone nitpicking or shitpicking in the comments, alright? It's my list. These episodes often go on people's #1 spot when it comes to counting nerd episodes, and I can agree. And while these episodes are special, they aren't special enough to make the top 3. Though they do have everything that I think makes a great nerd episode. You have references to the very first episode with his entire re-review of Simon's Quest, you have an angry rant at unfair parts of the game, you have confusion over video game titles, you have nitpicking, you got beer drinking, and of course, you're taken back to the past. This episode also features one of my all-time favorite nerd moments ever.
In its final stages, it plays the music from all 3 of the NES games. It's like nostalgic memories of a Nintendo game within another Nintendo game. That's it, the perfect Castlevania game. Atari, ah yes, a name so dearly loved from the golden age of history. A magical time when there was no internet, no cell phones, just electronic video games. Okay, it was the dark age.
I don't know about you guys, but I often queue up some videos to go to sleep to. The Atari Jaguar episodes are ones that I can always jump to in the playlist because not only is the topic itself interesting, it's really entertaining. I never knew Atari had any presence after the 2600 until I watched this video. Whether I was ignorant of my history or Atari really did just fall off that hard is debatable, but what isn't debatable is how great these episodes are. You'll find that him going into the history of something and going in detail about it is a big favorite of mine. And I know that some people love the absurd, and I know some people love him ripping into something, but this is something I greatly enjoy because I like him just explaining things and putting his own spin on it. We get to see both the lackluster focus of games and the console issues themselves. The Jaguar itself, it reminds me a lot of the Xbox One and its series of consoles, because it's something that mostly focused on graphics, but fell short in the game department.
Well, we do know that Atari was originally planning a 32-bit system called the Panther, but decided to skip it and leap ahead. The Jaguar still used a 32-bit graphic processing unit, but through a combination of other processors somehow added up to 64. It's technical and confusing, but the point is the Jaguar was a rare species, not built like most game consoles. That made it harder for programmers to develop games on it, and as a result, many games didn't utilize its full capabilities, whatever they could have been.
Like I said before, I like to play nerd episodes to help me sleep, which can be a problem when I'm lying there in bed, almost asleep, and then I'm blindsided by Mike Matei going before the video starts. There's no sleeping when it comes to this episode. It's always got my full attention. I've heard some people complain that this episode isn't that great because he doesn't focus on the games and instead the focus is on the skit with Bugs Bunny and the fight scenes, but that's the whole point of the video. Crazy Castle and its sequels are all so bad, and there's so many of them, that there's no point on focusing on them. The sheer absurdity of there being so many games is what drives the plot forward, and the nerd and Bugs' many fights. Mike Matei as Bugs Bunny is hilarious. When he isn't being slightly frightening, that is.
Getting shit on the fucking face! That feels good, Doc? Yeah, just like good old times, Doc! Like when I shoved Elmer Fudd's head up the Tasmanian Devil's fucking asshole!
The amazing choreography, the fights, the camera angles, the props, the insanity of the premise itself, and a cameo from the guitar guy make it an amazing watch from start to finish. It's got some of my favorite rants, insults, lines, facial expressions, and moments of all time that always make me laugh out loud no matter where I'm at. I think something that makes a nerd episode great like this one is one question. Could you watch this episode in public or with some other people in the room? Now when it comes to taking you back to the past, you can't get any better than this.
Ass!
Get the power, Nintendo power. Get the clues that you can use, Nintendo power. Higher and higher, fighting your way through enemy fire.
In my opinion, this should be your first AVGN episode that either you watch for yourself or you show to your friends. It's that good. A little light on the anger, sure, but that's the point. It's time to chill out and kick back with the Nintendo Power. It's a nostalgia-induced throwback. There's nothing quite like looking through those old magazines. From my growing poster collection to the few issues that I own, I really missed out on the golden age of its run. This episode's important because it shows really how different things were back then, along with its eventual decline. It's a great look into the pre-internet guide world, and there really was a sense of community that these books brought. I remember back in elementary school, a friend of mine snuck in like 4 issues of these things, and we'd all read them during lunchtime. They ended for obvious reasons back in 2012, but that doesn't change the fact that even towards the end of its life, if you had it, you were the man.
That's because you had the power. Nintendo power, motherfucker!
Remember back when I first warned you about the horrors of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde on NES? Well, there were a few other games I mentioned there.
Those little Tiger, like, electronic wrist games, those are better than Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde.
Have we gotten to that point now? Is it time to scrape the bottom of the toilet bowl of the whole video game industry? Yeah, it's time to talk about Tiger games.
Even though I said Nintendo Power should be the first episode you watch or show a friend, in my opinion, this is the quintessential, finest example of what a nerd episode is. You got long angry rants, beer, callbacks to the first episode, history, ripping into a shitty game, and even a cameo from the Bullshit Man. Tiger Electronic Games is a favorite episode of many of my friends, and for good reason too. I acknowledge that and I know why, but it just barely misses the top spot for me. Some of the key humor, like the Crazy Castle episodes, is just on how long they kept making these things and how many there were. Full House, DuckTales, Sonic games, Nintendo games, Konami games, it was absurd. He basically covers the entire history of Tiger, from handheld games, wrist games, Pokemon, walkie-talkies, yeah! And even a whole fucking Tiger game console. The one thing he didn't mention is that in the early 2000s, there were so many leftover Tiger handhelds that just started giving them away in McDonald's Happy Meals. But I can forgive that because the idea of a grown man going to McDonald's every day is just ridiculous. Oh, and this episode has what is probably my second favorite nerd moment ever.
Nintendo 64, the Bit Wars, 64 bits, 32 bits, 16 bits, 8 bits, 4 bits, 2 bits, 1 bit, half bit, quarter bit, the wrist game!
This might piss off a lot of people, but I'm putting the nerd's magnum opus at the number 2 spot. Originally created as the 100th and final nerd episode, we start off with him being tired of the way he lives. Shitty games, all his life, just hoarding himself with garbage! In his disgruntled state, he picks out Gyromite, and the rest is a crazy look into the past. Rob the robot, or robotic operating buddy, can only play
Gyromite or Stack Up,
and views all other games as inferior, so it's up to the nerd to stop him from destroying not just all the good games, but the bad ones too. It's clear in the end that these games, despite being major stinkers, all hold a place in his heart one way or another. This remains as one of my favorites, from the soundtrack, the fight scenes, the in-depth look at these really lackluster games. This is a must-watch for anybody, not just fans of Cinemassacre or YouTube viewers. Historic lines, the transition to HD, and a great story make this a truly special episode. But what could top Rob? Well, before I get into it, here are some honorable mentions. Ninja Gaiden, because I love the ninja character and this scene. Plumbers don't wear ties because of the sheer absurdity of the game and the video.
Such a disgusting series of plot choices in my life.
A fucking chicken mask! An upside down fucking chicken mask!
There's dogs clapping. I didn't even know that dogs were fucking watching.
And the making of an AVGN episode because of the valuable information and how much of a learning experience it is.
Sometimes I have friends helping out, but most of the time I'm a one-man crew.
With over 100 great episodes, it was hard to narrow it down to this top 10 list. It was harder to narrow it down to some honorable mentions, because trust me, I've got a whole page worth of just those things. But if I were to list off every episode and why it makes it great, this video would be well over an hour long, so let me just fast forward to all that and get to my number one pick.
You got a game and a controller. That's the way it goes. So let's take a look at some of the NES accessories.
This is my favorite episode for many of the same reasons that I love Nintendo Power. It takes me back to the past, especially because I own things like the Zapper and Power Pad. Oh, and my uncle also owned the Konami Laser Scope. It gets to me personally. This is biased, and I acknowledge that it is, but hey, it's my list, so who cares? This has a comfy mood to it that isn't replicated in many other episodes. I'm enthralled every time I watch it, and even though I know everything that comes, I still love hearing certain lines or scenes. Some highlights are the Zapper sequence, the bit with the power pad where he's slamming his hands on the floor really fast, the laser scope rant, and of course, drinking Rolling Rock on the Rollin' Rocker! It's a silly episode, and that's one of the reasons I enjoy it. The Top Gun section always has me on the edge of my seat, and it just shows how great James is when it comes to camera and sound work. Everything about this episode is great, and while it might not be your favorite, it certainly hits me where it counts, and I really love it. Another top 10 list come and gone, with my top 10 AVGN episodes in the bag. So whether this list is the Super Mario Brothers or the Mario Goes Missing of top 10 lists, I hope that you'll leave yours down in the comments below. Share with your friends, and remember, there's only gonna be one true Angry Nerd. Okay, I think you've all waited long enough for this. It's time we finally take a look at the point that divided the fanbase clean in half. Some people prefer Hamon, while other people prefer stands, and don't even know what a Hamon is. It's regarded as the most action-packed part, but also the part with the most filler. I think it's time we finally take a look at what many people consider to be the face of the franchise, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Stardust Crusaders. This part is widely regarded as the most important part in the long 8-part franchise and is often considered to be an entry point into the world of JoJo. That's incorrect because parts 1 and 2 exist for a reason. You can't enjoy part 3 completely unless you have the added baggage of the first 2 parts. Sure, you could just jump into part 3, but you would miss like half of everything and why everything is so important. What's so special about the Joestar bloodline? Jonathan? Dio? Hamon? Vampires? I want stands! Give me the fight scenes! Stardust Crusaders is more than just memes and funny Pokemon battles. It's a culmination of the very first arc of JoJo, being the Joestar bloodline and the battle against Dio. In this part, we're introduced to Jotaro Kujo, who is Joseph Joestar's grandson. Speaking of Jotaro, much like Jonathan and Joseph before him, Jotaro's name is in the original publication title of the series. That original title was JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Part 3, Jotaro Kujo, Heritage for the Future. Stardust Crusaders has spawned probably the most things and provided the most success for Hirohiko Araki. But does this part really deserve the fame it has? Let's find out as I dig into not just the story, but the characters and settings of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Stardust Crusaders. So our story takes us this time to 1987's Japan. Joseph Joestar is now old because he's given up on hormone training, which is why he looks like this and not this. His daughter Holly married a Japanese jazz musician and gave birth to Jotaro Kujo, who is 17 years old and is a total powerhouse. Jotaro's locked himself in jail because he's rude and is also possessed by an evil spirit. Holly asks Joseph to come check on him, which he does by having his friend Not Smokey show up and burn him alive! This causes his evil spirit, known as a stand, to show itself and try to fight. Joseph tells Jotaro that the reason he and Jotaro have these stands is because about 3 years ago, a treasure chest was discovered off the coast of Africa. This was not a chest, but actually the same coffin that Arena Joestar hid in to shield herself from the exploding ship that killed Jonathan Joestar and Dio Brando. Except not really, because even after stressing really hard that Jonathan can't get killed, Dio still took his body and used it to hide in the secret compartment inside the same coffin that I guess Arena never noticed. So now Dio has Jonathan's body, which has caused an awakening inside the rest of the Joestars. Dio senses this too from wherever he's at, and puts his plan to exterminate the entire Joestar clan into action. Jotaro himself is a stoic, not too emotional protagonist, which according to a Joe Jonim interview, is actually Araki's ideal type hero. Someone who's a loner who doesn't actively show emotions or seek out friends. This was a great idea and concept, but in my opinion, I think it actually hinders Jotaro's growth more than helps it. Throughout the entire part, if Jotaro isn't frowning or yelling in a fight, he has the exact same emotionless expression on his face and is constantly spouting Despite the fact that I said that he's always spouting one-liners, I think they're genuinely funny, and it's obvious that he has a good heart. What with being sorry Joseph came all the way to New York to see him, and not wanting to hurt Avdol or anyone else for that matter, seeing as how he locked himself in a prison cell. He might act rude to his mom, but it's all an act. He cares about her deeply, and I can appreciate that. I think we all need a woman like her in our lives. Speaking of Holly, let's talk about her dad. Joseph Joestar is now older and a lot more mellowed out from his battle tendency days. His new design is cool with the beard, the hat, and the gloves he wears to hide his fake hand. Something I can really praise Araki for is the fact that Joseph as an old man acts the same way you'd expect young Joseph to act, but older. His battle experience has made him smarter, more cautious, and because of his stand, Hermit Purple isn't built for fighting, it's so much more satisfying to see him still win in a fight. He is still Joseph Joestar after all, so his natural quick wit and strategizing is only made better with the addition of Hermit Purple, which is a guiding, helpful type stand. Jotaro tells Joseph the next day that it's their destiny to fight and defeat Dio. Jotaro responds to this by going to school the next day. Here he meets and fights Noriaki Kakyoin and his stand Hierophant Green. He has sworn allegiance to Dio, but not really because he's taken care of soon, and the flesh bud that Dio used to control him is removed and destroyed by a Hormone Overdrive that Joseph almost never uses again. I really hope you didn't like Hormone because it is completely phased out and overtaken by stands, never to be seen or even heard from again after Part 3. Speaking of stands, Holly manifests a stand, and because that she's such a weak-willed person, her spirit is unable to control it, so unless they kill Dio, Holly will die in 50 days. The stage is set and our heroes head out. Jotaro Kujo, stand name Star Platinum. Abilities include punching things very fast and being very precise. Joseph's stand, Hermit Purple, lets him read people's minds and also use spirit projection. Avdol has the stand of Magician's Red, which is a badass, ripped as hell flaming turkey that has total mastery over fire and heat and can also detect life forms. Don't get used to seeing it though, because Avdol is hardly utilized whenever it comes to fighting. Then we have Kakyoin and his Hierophant Green. Its abilities include long-range possession that he uses twice, and of course, the Emerald Splash that nobody can deflect. With that out of the way, Jotaro, Joseph, Avdol, and Kakyoin head out and are attacked on a plane ride by the first of many stand users that Dio and his henchmen have sent after them. They land in Hong Kong and meet Jean-Pierre Polnareff, who is arguably the best character of this part. He tries to kill them, but not really, because he gets his ass kicked by Abdal after showing off cool abilities that he never uses again, and he has his flesh bud removed. Now they can be buddies. Then they get on a boat and are attacked by Patchy the Pirate. Then they get attacked by Lanky Kong. Then they go to a hotel and are attacked by Mark Hamill and his Chucky voice. Then they get attacked by not Kakyoin, but actually 1950s The Blob. Finally, something important happens when Polnareff and Whole Horse meet. Whole Horse and his gun stand, the Emperor, are essentially unbeatable, but because Whole Horse prefers being number 2 and working as a team, he doesn't completely solo the Crusaders. He does, however, shoot Abdal in the head and kill him, but not really, because he comes back anyway. Kakyoin helps Polnareff escape, where they're confronted by the man with 2 right hands, who also killed Polnareff's sister, the Hanged Man. He gets killed, which causes Whole Horse to run away, so now the cast has slightly shrunk. But don't you think for a minute that because there's less characters to incorporate into fights, that means more characters will get a chance to fight. Quite the opposite, really. After this, Polnareff goes from mourning Abdal to being horny for some Indian woman. This woman is the host of the stand, the Empress, who latches herself onto Joseph, and we get an entire mini-arc of old Joseph doing Joseph things.
Next you'll say, please stop it, I beg you!
Please just stop it! I beg you! Ah!
It is so satisfying to watch him win in a stand battle because of Hermit Purple's overall weak status. Then the gang gets chased by a car and Jotaro's lit on fire. Then they go to Silent Hill. Then they defeat Dio's grandma, and also Whole Horse is there, but he runs away again, so really it's no big deal. After that, they buy kebabs and they don't get to eat them, and Dio's grandma is killed by Steely Dan, who gets punched for a very long time. Once that's over, they travel to the desert and get attacked by the sun itself, which for some reason Dio just has. Why a vampire has hired a man whose stand is literally the sun is a total mystery to me, but at least Jotaro and the others get to laugh at a rock.
Hey, Jotaro!
After that, the tour group and a baby gets into a plane that Joseph crashes, cranking that number up to 4. Kakyoin and Polnareff have some bad dreams, and Kakyoin gets to fight that baby, and uses his possession technique, then never uses it again. Remember that part about how Hierophant Green apparently loves ripping things to pieces and hide inside potential victims? Yeah, that never comes up again, it doesn't even matter, because once the dream is over, nobody but Kakyoin remembers these events, but that's okay, because he makes the evil baby eat its own shit. So after fighting that evil baby, what could come next? Well, Joseph heads off course to a random island that isn't on any map, so no one knows we're there to talk to Abdal's dad that isn't really Abdal's dad, but is actually Abdal in disguise, because if they told Polnareff that Abdal was alive, then I guess his big mouth would jeopardize Abdal's recovery? Sure, leave him in the hospital and have Joseph, the man with healing breathing powers, not speed up that process. It's almost as if he was brought back from the dead by angry fans who felt that killing off such an awesome and underutilized character was a dumb move or something. Oh, and also, Abdal and Polnareff piss inside an enemy stand user's mouth who somehow knew they were there. After Polnareff comes to grips with the fact that his friends are jerks, Joseph calls in a massive submarine so that they can get to Egypt safely underwater, but that doesn't work out because a really hot girl named Midler is controlling a shape-shifting ugly little stand thing and is trying to kill them all. Polnareff and Kakyoin have a bro moment. Then all 5 of them get eaten, to which Jotaro disagrees with, so he becomes a dentist. But with that all over, our 5 heroes all together finally set foot in Egypt. A trip that would have taken a mere 20 hours by plane took a whopping 30 days. Why they didn't just immediately get on another plane after killing Tower of Grey is a total mystery to me, but hey, they're finally here. While they're out in town, Joseph makes a few phone calls, one of them being to Suzy Q, and another one to a couple operatives from the Speedwagon Foundation. What the gang didn't know originally is that Dio had already put in place a contingency plan. Inside Egypt, 9 more stand users had been employed and were on the move. Several Speedwagon Foundation employees were killed, but the message was still relayed to Jotaro and company. While in Egypt preparing to make their moves, a fresh batch of supplies and a new camera was dropped off to the gang. After a very touching picture is taken, something else is dropped off, and its name is Iggy! This guy loves eating coffee-flavored gum, chewing people's hair, and farting in their faces. Very funny. This dog is a new member of the Joestar Egyptian tour group. Well, kind of anyway. He mostly just runs around for comedy's sake and gets into shenanigans. Speaking of shenanigans, a water stand attacks them and shreds Kakyoin's eyes, blinding him and putting him out of commission for the entire Egypt arc.
Kakyoin! It got Kakyoin! 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 It got his eyes!
Sure, we get Abdal back, but now Kakyoin is gone. The man attacking them is a blind guy named Endol, and after launching Iggy like a football and knocking Endol out of commission, Jojo has a bit of a Wamu moment with the blind man. Despite being about to die, he will not relinquish the secret of Dio's stand. But all that tension and that heartfelt battle is shredded to bits when these dumbasses enter the scene. Once Mario and Luigi are taken care of, they visit Kakyoin in the hospital, who won't be blind, but will sure take a while to heal. If only there was someone among them who could, I don't know, heal any injury and bring them back much faster? Oh well, I guess we'll never find out, because it's been at least one moment since Polnareff was attacked by an enemy stand user. Here, he gets attacked by the stand Anubis, that is literally just a sword, but it can change its stand user. Though, we do get an admittedly badass sword duel between Polnareff's Silver Chariot and Chaka's Anubis. Then Anubis takes control of Khan the Barber, and then takes control of Polnareff himself. This results in Black Polnareff being born, and actually being very scary. Since Polnareff is canonically the fastest stand user, seeing him be buffed even more and dual-wielding swords, it's awesomely terrifying. Jotaro, however, puts him out of commission, and Anubis sinks to the bottom of the Nile River, never to return. After that, Joseph touches an electrical socket and is put under Mariah's stand control, along with Avdol. This results in many hilarious antics because I guess an intense duel between friends was too much tension, so some comedic relief was needed. The Egypt arc is kinda all over the place in terms of tone. One moment they're fighting for their lives, the next moment fake Jotaro is smoking 5 cigarettes, sword cows kicking all over the place, and Joseph stares at some breast expansion. Through the combined powers of Egyptian fire and one foxy grandpa, Mariah is forced into retirement and is crushed by 2 cars. Oh, and I guess while all this was going on, Polnareff and Jotaro were separated, and guess what? An enemy stand user is targeting the Frenchman once again. Here, he's turned into a child by Alessi's stand. He gets an erection and turns Part 3 into a slasher movie for just a brief moment. Alessi and his weird axe-murdering ways are a serious missed opportunity for us to see some young Joseph action. Can you imagine if the roles were swapped? What if Jotaro and Polnareff had to go fight Mariah? That would work better, because Polnareff's whole thing is that he's easily attracted to women, and that can cloud his judgment. This leaves Avdol to fight Alessi, and with his weakened Magician's Red, he wouldn't be able to do much. But then, Alessi makes the mistake of using his ability on Joseph. He becomes his battle tendency self, and totally wipes the floor with him. Araki even admits he regrets not doing such a thing, despite its only purpose really only just being for fan service. Even David Productions thought it would be a good idea, and came up with this proof of concept image. Well, really cool fan service aside, now is when we get to a battle that's actually good and worth skipping to. After ordering some iced tea in the most manly way possible, the Crusaders encounter Darby, a gambler and stand user. Because he hasn't been through enough already, Polnareff has his soul stolen as collateral so they don't try to get out of their poker match. Joseph tries his hand at victory, but after an entire episode he loses because Darby cheated. Gee, if only Joseph had some natural ability where he can always predict his opponents, or could read their minds or something. That'd be really handy. But in any case, Jotaro tries his hand as well, and does literally nothing but mess with Darby until eventually betting Kakyoin and his mother's soul in exchange for Joseph and Polnareff's, along with the secret of Dio's stand. This freaks out Darby so much that he foams at the mouth, ages 30 years and 30 seconds, and passes out. Darby had a winning hand, and Jotaro had total crap cards. His awesome stone-cold poker face truly came in handy. But with no leads on where Dio's mansion is, or what his stand secret is, they continue to just wander around Cairo. Remember how the Darby arc was full of tension and probably the third best part of the Egypt arc? Well, now it's time for more funny shenanigans, because Whole Horse and Boingo are back! Dio's fed up with how the Joestars are getting close, so he sends Whole Horse to do something about it after he tried to kill him. Whole Horse kidnaps Boingo so he can get revenge for his brother Oingo, and after kicking a woman, he's ready to do whatever it takes. Once again, he goes after Polnareff, out of habit I guess. Then he sticks his fingers up his nose. Then the gang gets hit by a truck because they don't realize that French Johnny Bravo is acting way weirder than usual. Oh, and Whole Horse shoots bullets down a pipe to try to kill Jotaro. Boingo and Whole Horse celebrate a bit too early because his watch was slightly off, and because he didn't shoot at McCree at precisely high noon, his bullets came back and shot him right in the forehead. Or rather, they missed his forehead and just grazed him like they grazed Avdol. Oh, and right after having a change of heart, Boingo gets attacked by Iggy. Oh, and you know how the last episode was filled with funny shenanigans and was overall comedic in tone and pretty funny? Yeah? Well, now get ready to meet Dio's guard bird, Pet Shop, and its stand, Horace. Dio has a pet falcon, and it kills anything that gets too close to its house. So we get to see a man impaled with ice, we get to see 2 dogs get killed, and we get to see Iggy fight with his sand stand, the Fool. What's with the Egypt arc and being all over the place in terms of tone and pacing? It's like
God, we get a funny episode, then we get an episode followed by something tense and brutal. Then we go back to being funny, then we go back to being brutal. Iggy gets 0 character development over the hee funny dog eats a sandwich and says bruh up until this point. Now we learn that he doesn't actually hate humans or being on this adventure. He just wants to go back to his life of ruling the alleyways and dog gangs of New York, so he wants the adventure to end as soon as possible. His character's super underutilized, and he isn't likable maybe until the last 2 seconds. Speaking of being underutilized, Kakyoin getting put out of commission as soon as the arc begins really grates my nerves. Sure, I know Araki was just getting the hang of having to write groups larger than 2 or 3, but he might have been a bit too ambitious seeing as how there's 6 Crusaders, and we never get to see all 6 of them fight together. Sure, there's a few moments when all 5, let alone all 6 of them, fight together or in the same scenes. There's so many times when they'll draw out their stands or try to help, but are stopped. Like I mentioned earlier about Iggy, Iggy serves so little purpose to the overall plot that he isn't useful until what is basically the very end. He fights and kills Pet Shop at the cost of one of his legs, and he eventually makes it back to the Joestar group, who are just sitting around waiting for some bum guy that they just met to try to lead them to Dio's mansion instead of exploring themselves. Remember when they were on a time limit? Oh, and guess what? Suddenly, Kakyoin is back, and he's wrapped up Iggy. Rocking some new shades, he's ready to rejoin the group and fight Dio, who's all out of minions, so they march up to his door and recount the adventure they just had. Finally, we get all 6 Crusaders teaming up and storming Dio's mansion. This is gonna be so cool! Oh wait, never mind, because Jotaro, Kakyoin, and Joseph get taken away to go play video games in a basement. That leaves Polnareff and Iggy and Avdol all by themselves. He traps Kakyoin's soul until Jotaro cheats at a video game to free him. Kakyoin just got back, and he already loses his first fight. Isn't that great? Oh, and because it somehow took 1,000,000 hours for Jotaro, Joseph, and Kakyoin to play video games and get out of the basement, Avdol and the others are forced to go explore on their own. Avdol kills a Saiyan reject with his super cool life-detecting flames that will surely help them find Dio, except not really, because Avdol gets to die a second time. The thing that killed Avdol and is now attacking Polnareff is named Vanilla Ice, and his stand Cream. After getting beaten to hell and back, Polnareff is ready to accept his demise until Iggy steps in and saves him at the cost of his own life. Iggy dying angers Polnareff and essentially clears his mind and lets him show off his true power. He isn't playing games anymore. He's not talking. He's not even giving his opponent the chance to attack. He straight up decks him, snaps his neck, tears him to pieces before finally knocking him into a sunbeam, letting him disintegrate. All that's left now is Dio, who's finally ready to show himself to the heroic Frenchman. He sends out his stand, the world to battle! However, they're interrupted by Joseph exploding the wall and pointing at Dio. Joseph, Jotaro, and Kakyoin are here to save the day, even though Dio escapes. I like to talk about how they use Dio here because he is not the same heartless, ruthless monster that he was in Phantom Blood, far from it. He doesn't use any of his vampiric abilities, he doesn't try to create a zombie army and take over Egypt. In fact, he barely even shows up. But when Dio is here, boy is it great. He's so genuinely scary, and I get chills every time he comes on screen. Until he comes out to fight anyway. Then it's all Ree this and Muda that. But now, it's sunset, and Dio's time has come! Kakyoin gets this really cool idea to trap Dio in some kind of barrier made out of the webbing from Hierophant Green. Dio falls right into place, with Hierophant Green being able to sense every minute detail. Will Joseph take this opportunity to launch a surprise attack while Dio's entangled? No! We get to see Dio set up a donut shop and launch Kakyoin into a water tower. He brutally kills the Cherry Boy, defying the entire purpose of the 20-meter radius Emerald Splash. In one last action, he destroys a clock and reveals the true secret behind Dio's stand, the ability to stop time itself! Despite being warned, and despite being told not to do anything rash, Jotaro does just that, and approaches his foe regardless. The two of them have an explosive fight, and Dio spams his time stop quite a few times until Jotaro is able to move within the stop time, all because Star Platinum and the world are the same type of stand. You know, Dio, maybe if you hadn't stolen, I don't know, Jonathan Joestar's body, a Joestar wouldn't be able to get the upper hand on you, you idiot! After getting several knives thrown at him and in him, Jotaro fakes being dead in order to escape from Dio, who instead decides to cut off his head, totally ruining his plan. If he dies here, it won't even be funny. This, however, gets prevented by the Polnareff assist, who leaps from the rooftop and jams Silver Chariot's blade deep into Dio's skull.
But I guess because he didn't do it the same way he did it to Cool Ice, he fails. Oh, and also because Dio stopped time and pushed him away. Dio goes in to kill Jotaro, who drops his act and breaks his skull, then very satisfyingly beats the ever-loving shit out of him. I don't think there's any fictional character I can think of that deserves a beatdown more than Dio Brando. He killed Danny, he killed Jonathan, he stole Arena's happiness, he ruined the lives of so many people, responsible for the deaths of George II, Avdol, Iggy, and Kakyoin, and so many more. And now, he gets what he deserves, and is sent flying through the streets of Cairo with his skull definitely not intact. However, getting the shit beaten out of him was all part of his master plan. Round 2 begins, because he landed right next to Joseph Joestar's corpse, and he steals all of his blood. His injuries are now fully healed, and he's even upgraded himself, having now fully attached to Jonathan's body. So what's the first thing he does? Spam his time stop, and beat up Jotaro. This all works out in his favor, and I think he genuinely would have won if he didn't spam his time stop so much. He gets high, contemplates singing, and then breaks several of Jotaro's bones, and sends him flying away like a ragdoll. He crashes on a nearby bridge, and Dio stops time, once again, for the last time. Awakened Dio is not pulling any punches. He's going to roll all over him! He drops a freaking steamroller on Jotaro and tries to crush him with it! It eventually does, and Dio is left the victor. Him gloating about winning and now wanting to move on to conquering the world is one of the most threatening and chilling scenes I've ever watched out of any show. The gloating, though, is short-lived, because he can't move anymore. As it turns out, Jotaro himself stopped time around the 9-second mark, which was roughly Dio's limit. Jotaro is free to move and has successfully invaded Dio's world, and with a swift punch to the leg, he unfreezes time and throws Dio away. The two of them go at it one last time, but Dio is an idiot and makes the mistake of kicking with his bad leg. And in an instant, all the rage and suffering that Dio has caused Jotaro and the entire Joestar bloodline is channeled into one final punch that Jotaro uses to smash Dio, cracking him and making him explode! See, Dio was cocky and was mad purely because he let his emotions get the hold of him because Jotaro was very cool-headed and he wasn't getting any reaction out of him. It wasn't until Jotaro admits that Dio pissed him off did he finally have the strength to lay the killing blow. And I think that actually adds some depth to Jotaro's character, because this was actually foreshadowed during the Derby fight. And I know I made fun of him for this earlier, but because he shows so little emotion, Dio does not get a reaction over him. He's unable to make fun of him, and is unable to break his concentration. So when Jotaro finally gets pissed off and gets angry, that's when he's able to go for the kill. Dio is unable to concentrate and lets his guard down, kicks with his bad leg, and, well, you know the rest. Our story ends actually kind of abruptly, no epilogue like Battle Tendency got. Holly wakes up, she feels better, and our Joestar boys head back home to Japan, their long journey finally over. So, Stardust Crusaders has come and gone. Does it deserve to be the most recognized part? I actually think so, yes. The things it set up and did for later parts, and did for anime as a whole, is totally indisputable. Should it be where you start? Yes, if you don't care about lore, characters, plot, or anything else. Is Stardust Crusaders the best part? God no! That honor goes to part 4 for sure. Did you know that not once does anybody actually call them Stardust Crusaders, or Crusaders at all? It's a cool name, yes, but they are never called that anywhere. Really though, Stardust Crusaders is all over the place. The battles are forgettable, the minor characters suck, the Crusaders themselves that aren't Jotaro, Joseph, or Polnareff are completely underutilized, and the lack of Dio seriously hurts this part. So I think Stardust Crusaders, it definitely has its moments. It gets character interaction done right, and then becoming friends and caring about each other is very believable. It also gets the emotional aspect done right, especially when one of them die, and that's only amplified by the fantastic soundtrack that the anime brings. The anime as a whole cleans up and fixes pretty much every problem one could have with the manga, except for the fact that it's filled with filler. Kakyoin only having 2, maybe 3 fights in the entire series, and serving an overall lack of importance until the very end of the story really sucks, because there was a lot of ways that I personally think he could have been better utilized. Avdol and Iggy, I hate to say this, but they're pretty much wasted characters. Both had lots of potential, but it wasn't used, and they fall short because of it. I like Avdol a lot, and Iggy a little less. They're great characters, but they could have been better. Polnareff, poor Polnareff. This guy can't catch a break. This guy has his sister murdered, his best friend killed before his very eyes 3 separate times, is attacked by so many enemy stand users every other day, was a slave of and was attacked by Dio. I honestly don't think things could ever possibly get worse for the man. I really do think that you could cut Stardust Crusaders in half, and narrative-wise, nothing would really be different. It's a good part, but it's definitely a little bloated, but the impact it had on the series, and as an anime as a whole, is definitely felt worldwide. However, now that Dio's taken care of, it's time we set our sights on Japan, so join me next time to look at my personal favorite arc of the series, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Diamond is Unbreakable. Well, here it is. See, I bet you thought I canceled the JoJo Marathon, and well, you'd be right. But hey, too bad I went back on my word, because I uncanceled the Earthbound Zero Let's Play, so I can uncancel this too. Now, you're gonna sit back and relax while I go over things that Diamond is Unbreakable fans have already heard a million times. Because if there's one thing Diamond is Unbreakable fans like, it's memes. And this part has a lot of memes. Even I'm guilty of making a few. But that's not what this video is about. This video is about my thoughts on the long-running 8-part franchise that is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. So, let me ask you a question. What do you get when you mix Jonathan's sense of justice and courage, Joseph's quick wits, and Jotaro's sheer badassery? You get Josuke Higashikata, and Part 4, Diamond is Unbreakable. This is the part of the video where I go over small bits of trivia like the last 3 videos. And just like the last 3 parts, this one had a different name during its initial publication, that being JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Josuke Higashikata. No other subtitles like the others got though, so it's a little bit weird. Fitting that this is the 4th part of the series, because it also features 4 of Araki's all-time favorite characters he's made. Do you know that he likes Shigechi more than Dio? It's pretty wild. Also, do you know that Morio is based on Araki's hometown of Sendai? Okay, yeah, sure you may have known that, but here's one I'm sure you didn't know. The Japanese voice actors for Okuyasu and Shigechi are the Japanese voices of Daffy Duck and Bugs Bunny. That literally blew my mind when I learned that, and I had to share it. I hope I've ruined Daffy Duck forever for you. Anyway, enough trivia, it's time to dig into that plot. Oh, and spoiler warning for those who haven't read the manga or watched the anime yet. I know I didn't do this for the last 2 videos, but I've changed my ways, so skip to this part of the video if you don't want to be spoiled, or keep watching if you do, because I don't care. The year is 1999, and Jotaro Kujo is back in action, but not the way you might think. He's traveling to Morio, Japan off of S City in search of Josuke Higashikata. As it turns out, old man Joseph got busy with a Japanese college student, not that I blame him, and this kid popped out 16 years later. After bumping into a reliable guy, the two see Josuke in action, messing up some bullies and seemingly fixing a turtle. They talk for a bit, and after a mix-up with his hair, Jotaro realizes that Josuke does indeed have a stand by the name of Crazy Diamond, or Shining Diamond if you're watching the English dub. Now, Jotaro and Josuke are stand users, but reliable guy Koichi Hirose isn't, but he will be later, so don't worry. Jotaro had another mission, and now that he knows Josuke can help him, they start their plan to find Angelo, a man who kept appearing in Joseph's Hermit Purple spirit photography when he kept trying to find pictures of Josuke instead. Their plan to find him goes well until he finds them instead, and his stand Aqua Necklace kills Josuke's grandpa and keeps them hostage in their own house. Eventually, he stopped and turned into a rock, but not before mentioning that a man somehow has the power to bestow a stand via the use of a bow and arrow. That becomes their next goal, and soon Koichi and Josuke meet Okuyasu Nijimura and his brother Keicho, who have that arrow. After they fight, Keicho is killed by an unknown man in his stand, Red Hot Chili Pepper, who totally wasn't the inspiration for Golden Frieza or anything like that. Okuyasu stops being an asshole and turns into a lovable goofball who joins their team to find the unknown man who killed his brother and stole the stand arrow. So then, their goal is stopping him, but along the way they get sidetracked by some high school kid in his puppet stand, a weird short guy in his lock stand who inadvertently helps Koichi unlock his stand ability after it was kind of awakened by being shot by Keicho and the arrow. Then Ko gets distracted and kidnapped by some psychopath woman who's got the hots for him and was the inspiration for the entire yandere genre, who is still pretty hot, so I'll let it slide. Oh, and then Josuke and Okuyasu eat Italian food. After that, they meet Akira, who is in control of Chili Pepper, who wants to get rid of Jotaro and the others so he can live a carefree life, free of student loans and police officers. This is when we're reintroduced to Joseph Joestar. Yeah, sorry for the lack of fanfare, but they don't really treat it as a big of an event as they should. Because the guys couldn't track down Akira, they had Joseph come all the way to Morio to use his Hermit Purple to help him find them. He's now super old though, and is more than happy to get away from Suzy Q, seeing as how she found out he cheated on her. Though Joseph is apparently senile now, and Hermit Purple isn't what it used to be. I don't buy that though, because at the end of the series he seems just as fine as he used to be. Probably just an act. He doesn't end up even using it or helping them though, because Okuyasu beats the shit out of Akira himself, which leaves Joseph with nothing to do after that part. Sure, we get a touching moment with Josuke and a mini-arc about them finding an invisible baby, which leads to many laughs and many touching moments, but Old Man Joseph doesn't amount to much here and is rarely used after this. That's pretty upsetting to me, considering how much I like him, and I wanted Araki to explore the father-son dynamic between Joseph and Josuke a bit more. Well anyway, now that Akira failed, he hands over the arrow, but not before revealing that he shot a few rats with it for fun, so now Josuke and Jotaro have to go hunt rats. Before they do that though, Koichi and Hazamada, who was in control of the puppet stand surface from earlier, they have to go meet Araki's self-insert Rohan Kashibe, who's a creepy asshole and voiced by Broly in the dub, so that's pretty good range.
And who, pray tell, are you? Why are you here? Some kind of prank?
Rohan and his stand Heaven's Door is overpowered and can be used to completely stop an opponent and overwrite their entire life, but I'll go into more detail on him later. After getting the shit kicked out of him by Josuke, we learn from Koichi that Josuke cares a lot about his hair and doesn't like people making fun of him because as a kid, he was saved by someone who had the exact same hairstyle, so an insult on his hair he takes as an insult on the man who saved them. We never learn more about that, by the way, and to this day Araki refuses to elaborate on that. Pretty weird. But with Rohan out of the way, Josuke and Jotaro go hunt rats, and we get some cool moments with Jotaro using his time stop and Josuke shooting BB rounds, even though extending a stand's range for their bullets is never really brought up again. But I guess there is kind of a callback to that moment at the end of the part, but that concept is never really explored again, which is a shame. After that, we get more Rohan antics, and then we meet Reimi, who is a pretty hot ghost girl and warns of a serial killer who's loose on the town. But that isn't important because then we meet some snot-nosed kid named Shigechi, who has little to no bearing on the overall story. And we also get a mini-arc of Yukiko, who is that psychopath woman, trying to become beautiful to win Koichi's heart and apologize for being a psychopath. Though, with the filler out of the way, which the anime handles a lot better by the way, we finally learn about that serial killer. His name is Yoshikage Kira. He's 33 years old and lives in the northeastern section of Morio, where all the villas are. He then murders Shigechi with the power of his stand, Killer Queen, or Deadly Queen if you're watching the dub. And by the way, that isn't a major loss if you ask me, but that gives the gang a clue on how to find him and stop him. So, finally, the real plot kicks in, and the story actually goes somewhere, and gets really interesting. The rest of the series, though, keeps jumping between Kira antics and lots of filler. For every awesome fight we get between Jotaro, Kira, and Koichi and sheer heart attack, there's rock, paper, scissors boy, and alien dice. So after getting the shit kicked out of him by a wounded Jotaro, he kills the lady that helped Yukiko become beautiful after she changed his face with someone else. So now, Yoshikage Kira has completely changed faces and bodies with another man, so all the info they had on him is pretty useless now, and the mystery hunt for the killer begins. Then a grand total of nothing happens for a really long time. We get a rock, paper, scissors battle, a weird alien boy that goofs on Rohan and turns into dice, Kira's ghost dad trying to recruit stand users, and an admittedly awesome mini-arc with Highway Star, which is undoubtedly the third, if not the second best arc in the whole part. And some weirdo who doesn't want people to see his back, and a weirdo that lives in a cell phone tower, and Shigeru Miyamoto who likes to fold people's moms, and then it all culminates on Thursday, July 15th, where the plot decides to pick up again. Yoshikage Kira is really Kosaku Kawajiri, who has a smoking hot wife and a little shitty son named Hayato. After getting a plant cat, Kira gains the ability to rewind time thanks to being stabbed by the arrow after killing Hayato, who found out that his fake dad is a murderer. This culminates in a thrilling 6-episode finale where Hayato has to repeat the same day over and over again, all while Josuke and the gang are killed off one by Kira's ability, Bites the Dust, which thankfully did not get changed in the dub. If anyone asks about Kira's identity or Hayato spills the beans, Killer Queen instantly kills them and resets time over and over again. Eventually, Hayato outsmarts Kira Groundhog Day style and manages to get Josuke there before anyone can die again. Josuke and Kira finally fight! Josuke saves Hayato from dying, Okuyasu dies too but says lol, no, and then comes back to life to save the day. Kira's pinned down and then threatens to activate Bites the Dust one more time on an innocent woman. That is until, with help from Koichi, Jotaro is able to stop time, beat the shit out of him again, and send Kira flying into the loving wheels of an ambulance where he's killed once and for all, never to return, ever, I mean it. So yeah, Reimi gets to go to heaven, Jotaro and Joseph go back to America, and Josuke assumes his role as protector of his town. A golden heart through and through, he helps to ensure everyone in Morio from now on will get their happy ending. from now on anyway. Alright, you're skipping ahead to skip the spoilers, then welcome. Happy to have you here. This is the part of the video where I go over what I like, what I didn't like about this part. So, if you're new here, welcome. Real happy to have you here. Hope you stick around. But if you're a returning visitor, thank you for sticking around this far. Part 4 is kind of weird. I think it has the least amount of structure as all the previous parts and the ones to come after it. Part 1, Dio's a dick, go stop him. Part 2, the Pillar Men want a shiny rock so they can become the ultimate dicks, go stop them. Part 3, Dio is back and he's being a dick again, go stop him for good this time, for real, never to return. Part 4 is, okay, let me go find Josuke, then let's go find Angelo, okay, now let's go get this other guy. Oh, he isn't really the bad guy, let's go get Akira. That turns out he isn't the bad guy either. By the time Kira shows up, there wasn't a clear goal for our protagonist. It was very by the numbers. This guy's causing trouble, go stop him. And it turns out, there's someone else causing trouble as well. Go stop them too. It's very slice of life in a way. Instead of our characters having epic battles, they're avoiding weird girls that have crushes on them, protecting their mom and sister from a con artist, helping a manga artist make his best work. It helps that the story is very low stakes, so you can connect with it more. Dio and the Pillar Men wanted to take over the whole world, while Kira, he just wants a quiet life where he can satisfy his murderous urges in a discreet way that won't go noticed. So while Josuke and the gang are still hoping to stop a horrible villain, he's horrible for a different reason, and that helps you bond with the setting more. By the time Kira does come into the story, you get a real feel for Morio. You know where everything is, you know how to get around it, you know the kind of people that live there. So the homey feeling of this part hits hard in all the right places. Araki said that when making Josuke, he wanted him to be like a kind-hearted, unassuming neighbor. You know, someone you would be friends with, and I think he struck gold. Josuke is a very relatable and likable protagonist, who just happens to have an incredibly powerful stand. I'm sure we've all met someone like Josuke in our lives. He is the perfect friend. Koichi and his stand Echoes, which is reverb in the dub, I think is also very interesting. It's easy to write off little old Kuchi here as funny, short, reliable guy that screams a lot and has eggs stand, but he's more to it than that. His stand evolves as he does. Reverb starts as an egg because Ko was stabbed by the arrow and healed prematurely so it didn't properly develop. It only evolved as he grew as a character. The idea of an evolving act-based stand is an awesome concept, and one that Araki would go on to use in later parts. Okuyasu and The Hand are probably the most underutilized characters in the bunch. I think even more so than the likes of Abdul. I think he gets maybe 2 fights in the whole series? I think The Hand is Vanilla Ice's Cream, but simplified and magnified for the better. Whereas Cream was for pure destruction and didn't have much control, The Hand has full control, and its space-scraping abilities are used in many creative ways. The only downside is that it's slow, and Okuyasu isn't the sharpest tool in the shed, so it balances out. Now for the big one. Rohan Kashibe and his Heaven's Door is quite possibly the most broken stand in the series. Yes, even more than that one. His ability to stop someone dead in their tracks, write something into them, all while instantly learning everything and anything about the person in seconds, and the person having no idea what happened, is super broken. He can also rip the pages out of you. You lose weight, you lose memories, he could write onto himself that nobody could harm him, or that he couldn't age, he could make you deaf or blind, he could change what language you speak, and he does 4 of those things to Koichi! If it weren't for the fact that Rohan is a stuck-up, annoying asshole, he would easily be one of the most helpful and powerful characters. And Araki can deny that he loves Rohan the most all he wants, but I think we all know the truth. Is it still a bad opinion to say that the manga looks like shit early on? Characters constantly changing size and design, and some of the characters just look off. The anime cleans up everything and gives everyone their late game designs from the beginning, with the exception of Jotaro's outfits and Koichi's hair. I mentioned earlier that the flow of Part 4 is unlike any other part, as instead of having one concrete goal, the characters just kind of float around from place to place instead. That's none more apparent than in the later half. Kira's dad just randomly sending stand users is boring and forgettable filler. Last year when I was watching the dub on Toonami, I forgot just how much nothing you have to sit through until the July 15th episodes finally show up. I don't care about Rock Paper Scissors Kid. I don't care about Cheap Trick and the stupid Rohan dance. I like Mikitaka, and I think he's really cool, but he serves no purpose on the overall plot, and he doesn't matter. The guy that lives in the cell phone tower doesn't matter. Yuya and his Highway Star are really cool, but why does Highway Star create a fake room with a fake Kira inside it to trap Rohan? Was he working with Kira? How did he know that he was now Kosaku? Why does Koichi become friends with Hazamada? Are we just going to ignore the fact that he jerks off to pictures of his classmates and made a kid stab himself in the eyeball and die? Why does Shinobu have such a dump truck ass? There's so many unanswered questions. I think the positives of this part definitely outweigh the negatives and the unanswered questions though, so I can really let it slide. Before I wrap it up though, I cannot possibly go without mentioning the main villain of this part, Yoshikage Kira. He absolutely steals the show, and there's never been a bad guy before that you actually root for and hope things turn out okay for him in the end. You get glimpses that he's really falling for Shinobu, but Hayato ruins that. Yeah, Hayato comes into his own down the line, but early on he's just an annoying little shit and I don't care about him. I don't like him one bit. Every scene Kosaku Kira is in is bone-chilling. DP did a fantastic job with the many variations of his theme music, and it really emphasizes the silent killer aspect of his character. I think it really goes to show how good of an author Araki is when you root for the bad guy and forget that he even is a bad guy until you get brutally reminded when he murders that couple in their own apartment. Killer Queen is easily one of my favorite stands in the series, and its versatility is awesome. It's perfect for Kira, an unassuming man that can live out his dream, leaving no trace behind. Kira being so great makes the lack of him really apparent. Much like Dio in parts 1 and 3, the lack of Kira in most of the part can be a turnoff for some considering just how great he is of a character. He and Josuke are the perfect polar opposites, and in the opening chase, you could apply the lyrics to both of them really. They're the bad guys in both of their respective stories, and it's a really great dynamic that they share. I obviously still think that Jonathan and Dio share the better dyad, but these two are a really close second. Oh, and right before I wrap this up, God, the openings are so great. Crazy Noise Bizarre Town, super colorful, super imaginative, it's so freaking catchy. Chase, it comes in at the perfect moment. The story arc is getting really dark and the opening changes to reflect that. The lyrics are moody, the animation is tense and dark, and it's just really cool. I don't know why people shit on Chase. And then, oh my god, Great Days is so awesome. The music is bombastic, the visuals are outstanding, the theme of lightness overcoming darkness is awesome. It's unparalleled. I don't think there's anything that comes close to it, really. Other than maybe Sonochi no Sadame, Great Days is... it's just like perfection. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty much done here. Can't think of anything else to say, so thanks for listening to me flap my gums for about 20 minutes. You know, I really hope this video was shorter than the others, because trust me, I'm well aware of my really bad habit of overanalyzing things and making 35-minute long videos. You know, I'm really glad I made that teaser video just so I can come back and only make 2 videos, because I'm still stopping at Golden Wind, by the way. That's still the official end of the JoJo Marathon. I'm not going past that. Get fucked, Jolene, Johnny, and Josuke. I'm not doing your parts. You losers couldn't even get an anime adaptation. You're hopeless. But once this is over, I'll broaden my horizons. Maybe do another marathon or something else. Maybe a couple filler videos, depending on what I want. I don't know if E3 is going to be canceled or not this year, but as long as Nintendo's still doing their digital event, you can look forward to another one of those videos. Trying to get those out yearly. Gonna be a new thing. But as for the marathon, join me next time as we venture to Italy and take a look at what is possibly the most disconnected and standalone part in the entire franchise. So, grazie e arrivederci. Probably push. Hey guys, it's me, the real Giorno Giovanna. Muda, I have a dream. Okay, but in all seriousness, it's finally time! We made it to the end of the JoJo Marathon, and my god, am I happy to be finally done with this. So many delays, so many things just got in my way. I wanted to be done with this thing back in February, but, well, here we are. I've come a long way from overanalyzing parts 1 and 2, and am now making a bit more shorter, condensed videos, kinda. I'm really happy with how Stardust Crusaders and especially Diamonds Unbreakable came out, but now it's time to move on to part 5, Vento Aureo, or Golden Wind as it's more commonly known. So will this be the culmination of all of Araki's ideas? Will he shatter his limits and create a new golden standard for all JoJo parts to come? Will he create a brand new mold with the settings, the cast, and the unique ideas that come with stands? Or will this just be a glorified one-off? Well, whatever happens, I'm here to give my opinions on it. So if you want to skip the plot summary and all that stuff, spoilers, go ahead and skip to this time in the video right now. But if not, please keep Okie dokie. You know, the more I work on these videos, the more I enjoy the fact that I have to repeat myself, because doing so is quite the useless endeavor. Trivia time, just like all the rest. You ready now? The original title the series had when it was in first circulation was JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Giorno Giovanna, Golden Heritage. A long title just like the others got, which made me wonder why Josuke didn't get one. Seeing as how the part takes place in Italy, it's often referred to as its Italian name, being Le Bizarre Adventures de Jojo, or Vento Oreo. Of course, the English translated name of that is Golden Wind, which is what I'll be referring to it as. Much like Phantom Blood, the specific arc got a Japanese exclusive PlayStation 2 title named Geo-Geo's Bizarre Adventure, which was met with poor sales because of its boring gameplay, niche tie-in, and really stupid, almost bootleg-sounding name. Why they also jumped from Part 1 to Part 5 makes little sense to me. In regards to the It Just Works meme surrounding the main villain Stan, Robert Fripp of the band King Crimson, along with other bandmates, have acknowledged said meme and even approved of it. Also, according to an interview with Araki, while writing this part, he was going through some hard and really depressed times, which is why a lot of the storytelling is so graphic and cruel. He even had an evil all along plot twist with Giorno, but that idea got scrapped due to it being too cruel even for the series, though that is a pretty cool idea. Abakio's dub voice actor, Mick Lauer, was apparently such a fanatic JoJo fan that he created his own part by the name of Blood Sun Vendetta, which you can find on YouTube. And that's pretty amazing, you know, from fan to actual voice actor, that's like the dream right there. The story though, let's cut into that. Only a few years after Diamonds Unbreakable, and it's now 2001, Shrek has hit the scene and the world will never be the same. Jotaro Kujo has tasked his good and reliable friend Koichi Hirose to head to Italy to investigate something. As it turns out, his Speedwagon Foundation research has led him to believe that Dio Brando had a son who is currently living in Naples by the name of Haruno Shiobana. He sent Koichi to somehow get a DNA sample to prove this theory, and to judge whether or not he's a potential threat, given who his father is. What Ko finds, though, is 15-year-old Giorno Giovanna, who is a golden-haired con artist working at an airport who steals his luggage and runs away. Koichi catches him later, but finds out that Giorno is the Haruno Shiobana he was sent to look for, but he just changed his name. Also, he's in possession of a stand by the name of Gold Experience, or Golden Wind if you're watching the dub. Gio asks Koichi not to follow him since he has deemed him a good person, and runs away, with Koichi calling Jotaro to tell him what happened. This is when Giorno meets Bruno Bucciarati, a gangster working for the mafia group Passione. They fight due to Gio beating up a colleague of Bruno's, but Gio overwhelms him. Bruno uses his stand, Sticky Fingers, or Zipper Man, to escape, but soon they fight again. Giorno then deduces that Bruno's a good person because of his reaction to a child he was hiding inside of was using drugs, and reveals his own plan to try to rise to the rank of Supreme Mafioso, or a gang star, to stop the flow of drugs into Italy. The two team up and agree to overthrow Bruno's boss. Gio then meets Popo, Bruno's capo, who gives Gio a test to see if he can join the gang. He gives him a lighter, which controls the stand Black Sabbath, which can stab people with its own stand arrow to deem if they're worthy or not. Giorno, with the help of Koichi and his stand Echoes Act 3, defeat Black Sabbath. Popo is killed, and Gio officially joins the gang.
Now bask in that southern Italian sun. Like I said, just one path. Enjoy the ride, Stronzo.
This is also when Koichi leaves the plot, as he's never mentioned or heard from again after this point, so... Giorno is then introduced to Smelly Man, Guido Mista, Math Flunky, Narentia, Piss Boy Albacchio, and the Angry Cheese, Fugo, who all comprise Bruno's team. They head on a boat to find Popo's treasure so Bruno can become capo. Then they fight two very forgettable villains and meet the daughter of their boss, who has never been heard from or seen in person. The daughter's name is Trish Una, and they're tasked with her safekeeping. They have to safely bring Trish to the boss, who is in Venice. The only problem is, a second team, known as the Hitman Assassin Team, or La Squadra, want to betray the boss due to the lack of money rolling in. So they plan on kidnapping Trish to find out where they can find and kill the boss. Yeah, Team Bruno ends up killing all of La Squadra, save for their leader. Eventually, the gang makes it to Venice, and Bruno goes to deliver Trish to the boss. The two of them finally get a chance to murder the boss and take over, but that doesn't go as planned. You see, the boss planned on killing Trish himself, so that nobody could ever find out his identity through her, and seeing as how Bruno has gotten really attached to Trish, he can't let this happen. The boss utterly wipes the floor with Bruno using the power of his stand King Crimson. King, or Emperor Crimson, has the ability to predict everything its opponents will do and erase time. If he sees an outcome, he can prevent it and erase the in-between parts, leaving only the conclusion. Think of it like Hit's time skip from Dragon Ball Super. The anime does a better job explaining it how it works than I can, but to simplify things, he can predict his opponents and act accordingly, much like a better version of Toth from Stardust Crusaders. And I gotta point out how the boss is probably the least threatening JoJo antagonist up to this point ever. However, it wasn't until the anime came around did I truly actually fear him. They do such a great job of hyping him up and keeping him mysterious, and just really displaying how truly powerful he is, coupled with the fantastic animation, the fantastic musical score, and really just how they present him. They truly make him a force to be reckoned with, and he's actually very scary. I didn't find his manga counterpart very scary, but they really knocked it out of the park with this.
It doesn't matter who it is. I shall never allow any cretin to threaten my eternal transcendence. Not ever. Now may the fires of hell embrace you.
With that out of the way, Bruno barely escapes with Trish with help from Giorno, who heals him thanks to the life-giving and creating powers that Gold Experience has at its disposal. Bruno then announces that he has betrayed the boss, and everyone but Cheeseman agrees to remain with him, so goodbye! The boss, who is unable to take on 6 stand users by himself, sends in his private assassin team, but they're gay, so Narencha and his airplane stand murders them afterwards. Trish remembers that her parents met in Sardinia, so they steal a plane and head there. Trish matures and awakens her stand Spice Girl, which can turn anything into an indestructible, soft, rubber-like material. Their plane crashes in Sardinia, and they resume their search for clues about the boss. Speaking of the boss, he followed them to Sardinia, but not in a way you'd expect. As it turns out, the boss has multiple personality disorder and suffers from having 2 conflicting personalities. While one of them is the never-before-seen boss, the other is a young man by the name of Vinegar Doppio. So he sends Doppio to go look for Team Bruno. Also looking for Team Bruno is the leader of the Hitman team, Risotto, who ends up fighting and almost killing Doppio and subsequently the boss. Narancha, however, says no to that, kills Risotto because he used his radar to track that he was up on a cliff. Utterly infuriating loss aside, Doppio uses the opportunity to utterly and brutally murder Abakio, who is using his stand Moody Blues to replay events in the hope of getting a clear look at the boss. The surviving members leave the beach and are contacted by a mysterious man who urges them to come to Rome, because apparently he has the tool necessary to defeat the boss. It's here we learn the truth behind what a stand is. You see, millions of years ago, a meteor crashed in Iceland and brought with it a virus that, when gotten into the system of a worthy person, awakened their fighting spirit and manifested a stand. I'd say this contradicts Avdol and Joseph's explanation of what a stand is and where it comes from, but Avdol did mention that he's seen many people die, much like Holly almost did, because the virus that causes stands is much like an incurable flu. So I suppose the Computer Man story checks out. So our team heads to Rome and meets the last of the boss's private assassins, some weird cement-swimming guy named Seiko, and an insane, disgusting, vile doctor by the name of Chocolata, who uses his stand to create an infectious mold that eats apart and kills anything it touches. So it's up to Mista and Giorno to defeat the Mad Doctor, and Bruno to defeat Seiko. Eventually, Giorno's able to do just that, and maybe goes a bit overboard. However, seeing as how Chocolata is a horrible, disgusting human being, he deserves it. Bruno is able to defeat Seiko, but runs into Doppio and is so weak that he confuses him for Trish. It's almost as if Doppio is Trish's father or something. Doppio helps Bruno get to the Roman Colosseum, where the computer man that has contacted them is waiting to help them. So, who is the man that helped them? Who is this brave man who contacted them and somehow knows everything about stands? Well, as it turns out, that man is none other than Jean-Pierre Polnareff! He's back! Albeit with no legs, missing an eye, and bound to a wheelchair. Even Silver Chariot's design is different, having a sword for a hand, which is weird, and a change I really don't like. So, Polnareff is in possession of a special stand arrow that can awaken a stand's true potential, known as Requiem. As it turns out, sometime after or before Diamond is Unbreakable, Polnareff and Jotaro were looking for the rest of the stand arrows. Polnareff only says it happened in the 90s, yet Diamond is Unbreakable, which takes place in 1999, Jotaro acts like he's never heard of the stand arrow, so which is it, Araki? Anyway, Polnareff ended up encountering the boss, but he made the mistake of not realizing that the boss's organization was complete, and that he had a time manipulating stand. To his credit though, he realized the secret of King Crimson was time after it was used on him once, so I think he did pretty good. Now it's time for the big reveal. The truth is, the boss is the one who uncovered all 6 stand arrows in Egypt on an excavation and sold all but one of them to Inyaba the Hag, who used them to unlock the world on Dio and many of his lackeys. the boss kept his arrow, awakened King Crimson, and then he gave it to Pol to use with Black Sabbath. Polnareff proved to be no match and was left for dead. Obviously, though, he didn't die and came in possession of the Requiem arrow, which, after accidentally using it on Silver Chariot, realized how important it was. Our French fry, though, is in no condition to harness the power of Requiem anymore, so he has to give it to Team Bruno. The boss, whose name is revealed to be Diavolo, thank God I'm tired of saying that, has other plans and kills Polnareff and gets the arrow. At least he thought he did, because in his dying moments, Polnareff used the arrow on Silver Chariot and awakened Silver Chariot Requiem. Requiem takes the arrow from Diavolo, puts everyone in Rome to sleep, and swaps everyone's souls. Diavolo is able to swap bodies at will and hides in everyone, and uses this chance to murder Narentia so he can't be tracked. So now the gang has to hunt Requiem and destroy it, thanks to Polnareff, who didn't really die because his soul was transferred into that of a turtle. Thankfully, though, they were able to do it, just as Diavolo was wreaking havoc and hurting them one by one. Everyone is sent flying back to their proper bodies, just as the golden soul of Bucciarati bestows upon Giorno the Requiem arrow. Diavolo tries to fight back, but finds himself trapped inside his own erased time. Gold Experience Requiem is born. And with his newfound power, he traps Diavolo in an endless loop of his own death, where he'll experience an agonizing death over and over again, forever. Giorno puts the Requiem arrow inside of the turtle with Polnareff for safekeeping, and our story ends with Gio becoming the new boss of Pashon, thus ending JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Golden Wind. That was weird. Those guys just spoke for like 20 minutes. Huh. Well, anyway, if you guys skipped the plot summary, happy to see you again so soon. If you've been watching so far, thank you for continuing to watch this far. Did you like what I went over? Did you like what I covered? Probably not if you skipped ahead, but for those that did you like what I went over? I tried to go over as many things as I could, so, I just tried to make this as best as I could possibly be, because I like Golden Wind a whole lot. The setting is beautiful, the characters are fleshed out, the stands are unique, versatile, and creative. There's so much that I just love and want to talk about with this part, so I really hope I met your expectations. So let's get with some things that I liked and some things that I didn't really like. Giorno Giovanna is no Josuke. He's not as cool, he's not as lovable, he's not reliable at first, okay? When we first meet him, he's nothing but a rotten little con artist. Like, here's Koichi, an established character that the audience knows and loves, gets tricked by this blonde prick who sweeps him out the door. But then we see another side of him. He cares about his town and can't stand the rampant drug distribution that's going on. He's a very smart kid and also very helpful, as shown by the fact that he's a school student during the Black Sabbath arc, because everyone in his school is surprised and upset when Gio doesn't help them, and that shows, at least in my opinion anyway, the audience that naturally he's a helpful and cheerful person, which is why they're so shocked that he doesn't help them out. He may not be physically strong due to malnutrition, but he can hold his own, and his stand is nothing to mess around with. But let's address the main point of contention around Giorno, that being the fact that he's the son of Dio Brando. This is something that personally I think Araki completely dropped early on. One of Giorno's main attributing factors is that he's the son of Dio. It's how he got his blonde hair, it's how he got his stand, it's why Koichi was sent to track him, but as soon as Koichi leaves the story, Giorno looking for answers for his dad is never brought up again. Everything that happened is because of his father, or should I say fathers? Yeah, Dio went to Pound Town and popped out Giorno, but remember, it's Jonathan Joestar's body that made the baby, so really, he's Jonathan's son. And him being the son of Jonathan Joestar is also something we were robbed of. Because of his asshole stepdad and worthless mother, Giorno didn't get to grow up to be big and strong like the rest of the Joestar men. But that can also be attributed to the change in art style because hot damn, Giorno is still buff. Giorno has the spirit and sense of purity and heroism that Jonathan had, but the battle prowess and cunning that Dio had. It's a perfect balance of the two, and I think it helps Giorno develop to be a stronger character. Him hating drugs, being willing to lose limbs, and just wanting what's best for his hometown, that's definitely Jonathan. Him stealing not 1 but 100 cars, threatening a truck driver, moodying the shit out of his opponents, and not being afraid to kill people? That's Dio. But there's more people than just Giorno, and honestly, sometimes it feels like Gio himself is a bit overshadowed by these characters, but it helps that they're all pretty likable. Guido Mista in his stand Sex Pistols is a lot of fun. He's like Whole Horse, but with more potential. Doesn't stop him from getting shot a lot, but this tetrophobic, human flesh contemplating, bad-smelling dad of 6 little creatures is definitely my second favorite character of this part, and makes a great best friend to Giorno. Narentia Gurga? Narancia, and his stand Aerosmith is a pretty versatile stand, being able to track people with its radar and dish out the pain with its machine gun and bombs. He certainly has one of the more fun stands. Panna Cotta Fugo is more than just angry cheese. He's an intelligent and tactical person who just happens to have anger issues. Purple Haze, it's one of my all-time favorite stands. I love its design, its brutality when it attacks, the horrible noises that it makes. I'm really sad that Fugo dropped the ball early on, and he only gets 1 point in the spotlight. Leon Abacchio is a former police officer who lost his hope in humanity, and relives those past pains with his stand Moody Blues that lets him replay past events of people and stands down to their fingertips. Sure, he might come off as a boring goth who hates the main character just because. Really, I think that he only hates Giorno because he represents everything Abacchio used to be, being an optimistic and cheerful young man determined to help the world for the better, and that reminds him of his past, so he takes his feelings out on Giorno. Unfortunately, Trish doesn't get much development past the whiny, self-absorbed girl becomes confident and able to hold her own trope. She's really cute and I like her stand design, but she doesn't really get much other than her inherent connection to the boss. Bruno Bucciarati is like the Koichi of this part, which I know that's a weird statement since Ko is already here. But what I mean is that he has a lot of character development. He joined the mob to protect his dad, he got wrapped up in the boss's gang, and he wants to have his own family after his original one was completely torn apart. Speaking of development, let me point out something I dislike the most. You see, rather than naturally learning more about our characters through a brief dialogue exchange or through their actions, Golden Wind will have that character in an action scene and then suddenly leap away and spend 10 minutes on a character's entire life story up to the current moment. It's jarring and really takes away from the action that's going on. It's good for learning about them, yeah, don't get me wrong, but don't you think Araki could have done this a better way? There's also some inconsistencies I don't get. You see, Giorno has the power to sense and give life to people through his stand, so how come during the Grateful Dead fight, why couldn't he just continuously give his friends more life energy when they were being rapidly aged? Bucciarati can go anywhere with a zipper and hide inside what is essentially a pocket dimension, yet sometimes he just doesn't do this and is restricted on how he can use his zippers to get around. Upon getting healed by Giorno, why doesn't Bruno immediately tell everyone that the boss is against them so the 6 of them can fight him? The boss admits that he can't possibly take all 6 of them on at once. I mean, for Christ's sake, he is 5 feet away from them. You're telling me they couldn't just walk over there and beat him up? Better yet, why not tell Fugo that it wasn't actually the boss, but rather a shape-shifting enemy stand that was pretending to be the boss? Then Fugo could send in Purple Haze, smoke him out, thus taking care of the issue. Why can't Mista deflect his own bullets? Why does he get shot so much? Sex Pistols has control over his bullets, yet during the White Album fight especially, he keeps shooting himself over and over while the pistols don't do anything. I really like Giorno's life transmutation ability, and I'll never say it isn't used in clever and creative ways, but towards the end it's really stretching it. Yeah, I'll turn this item into a snake, but really, I'll turn it into a beetle. But really, I turn that wood and blood droplets into ants that carry a tire to me so I can use the tire and turn that into an exploding fish. Oh, and spoiler, but I don't like how useless Polnareff is. I understand that he was wounded by Diavolo, I get that. But why is he confined to a wheelchair? Why can't he walk with his robot legs? Why was Polnareff unable to contact Jotaro? Is Araki really trying to tell me that in this middle of nowhere village where Polnareff was recovering at, and keep in mind, Diavolo left him for dead and had no idea he was alive, so he couldn't possibly be tracking or keeping tabs on him, Polnareff still couldn't call Jotaro or the Speedwagon Foundation? Do they not have phones in Italy? Could he not write a letter? I think it's lazy writing, especially since Jotaro and Polnareff never meet again, and that's sad. I love our French Johnny Bravo, and similar to my feelings on Joseph in Part 4, I hate seeing him like this, and I miss him. Now for the rather unscripted part of the video where I go on a tangent. Hope I don't repeat myself too often or go, ramble too much or anything like that, but I'm done complaining, I'm done congratulating, I'm done with all that. Let me take this opportunity to announce that I'm very proud with how the JoJo Marathon turned out. I love the settings, I love the characters, I love the stands, I love the powers, I love Hamon. I just love pretty much everything about this series, and it's really great. But that brings me to the main point of this rant, which is the series. I did have some notes lined out, but I figured it'd be a lot more honest if I just spilled my guts out forward, straight out, This is where I formally announce that I'm ending any and all JoJo content on the channel. Now I know a lot of you came for JoJo content because of those lackluster memes I made, but let me be honest, those were never meant to be the focus of the channel. This stuff right here, where I review things and give my thoughts and make countdowns and stuff like that, that is what I always wanted to make the channel's focus being, but since I didn't have the equipment at the time, and I had just been getting into JoJo when I first started doing stuff for my channel. I figured, I'd make a meme, it'd be fun. But then they accidentally blew up and ended up becoming the main focus of the channel, which is something I never wanted, so I'm stepping away from that. I don't like dealing with copyright, and I don't like dealing with more annoying fans, you know what I mean? You know. So that's really it. I love the series, I'm never gonna stop loving the series. Like, this marks the end of any and all JoJo content on the channel. I'm never gonna stop loving the series, love it to death, but I'm not gonna be making any more videos. From now on, it's gonna be mostly things I wanted to do with the channel originally. For those who want pure gameplay, you can go over my second channel, Waylon Plays a Game, where I upload Let's Plays on a semi-regular basis, along with any other video game specific reviews. I like to upload them both to this channel and my secondary channel, because I know usually they'll get more views on this channel, but I know their main purpose is over on there. But for the sake of everything, that is mostly my Let's Play channel when I do upload the main videos. This is going to become that main channel, so I urge you, unsubscribe if that's all you wanted. You're not going to get any more JoJo memes or videos. I'm done. Unsubscribe if that's all you came here for. I beg of you. I implore you. Because this is going to sound hurtful, but I don't really want you here, you know? You're great. Thank you for all the continued support, but I'm not going to make anything you guys want anymore, so I don't see the point of giving you any false hope or making you stick around. So, with that enormous load off my chest, if you're still here, thank you. I know you're a real fan. This is the part of the video where I implore you to check out the description, the end card, anything like that, because I'm putting in the power of you guys to decide my next marathon. I will be putting a link to a straw poll that you guys can vote on between, well, I'll keep that a secret for when you guys hit on the polls. I hope that you guys vote. I really wanted to put this in your guys' hand because I wanted another level of audience interactivity. But with all that out of the way, thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you guys have a fantastic day. You can follow me on Discord if you want live updates for future projects, or if you just want to chat. You can follow me on Twitter, even though I don't post there as much as I should. And if you really, really like this marathon and the other type of videos I make, you can subscribe, and I'm sure you've heard that a million times. You can also donate to my Patreon if you really want something more like this. So, in the meantime, thank you for watching again. Please vote in the poll, I really implore you to. My name is Waylon, but you already knew that. Stick around for more. Oh my god, this wig is killing me! What can I say about the NES that hasn't already been said? Well, I could say it's a piece of shit and end the video now, but that's not entirely true. See, we live in the year 2020. Everything that could be said about this little gray box has already been said so. So what I figured I would do is I go over some of my more personal memories, things that I find that I'm really attached to, and something that is unique to me, something that only I can talk about. So I figured I'd go over my memories with this console, but first, I wanted to show you something. You see this yellow-stained, tiny little, barely functioning piece of hardware? This was my NES. As a gift from my uncle sometime in 2005 or 6, I played the hell out of it. For years, I didn't even know what this thing was called, but apparently it was made by some company called Yobo Gameware. According to my research, they specialize in making bootleg consoles and are still around today apparently, and are making things like Nintendo Switch and PS4 accessories. This thing is called the FC Game Console, and it used to be white and red, although I can say that I've never once in my life seen this thing be anything other than yellow. For years, this was my NES, but it wasn't until I grew up did I realize that I never really had a real Nintendo. So, I think it's high time I boot up the NES Classic Edition and take a stroll down memory lane. Jeez, so where do I even start? I could talk about how I didn't have time to play these games a lot when I was a kid. I had a lot of other stuff going on. But I'm sure you can all understand the rush of coming home from school, running to your parents' room or your living room, and trying to make progress on a game that doesn't even save. Games like Mega Man were one of those, and while I never played it myself up until recent years, watching my dad try and beat it on the weekends was something I would never forget. We'd line up beanbags, get some snacks, sit on the floor with nothing but the glow of the TV illuminating my parents' room. Well, the side of it anyway. We used to play on this tiny 24-inch blocky TV, and I never had the system hooked up to a bigger one. Save for those rare occasions when my sisters and cousins all wanted to play too. Then we'd all gang up in the living room and hook it up to the big TV we had. Mega Man is a game I remember being hard as nails. See, if my dad couldn't beat it, it had to be the hardest game in the whole world. That was how I judged difficulty back then. It only made sense. For games that we'd play together, though, oh jeez, there was no competition against the likes of Pac-Man, Kung Fu, Burger Time, Mario Brothers Arcade, Excitebike, Balloon Fight, and Galaga. We'd play those incredibly short and simple arcade games for hours. He would always try to show me tricks in Pac-Man, like using the power pellets to eat all the dots in the best way, or trying to avoid a bee in Galaga on level 1 or 2 to somehow become invincible. Ask him to this day, and he'll say he's the Kung Fu and Balloon Fight master. Oh, and don't even get him started on Burger Time. You'll be there for hours. Sometimes, though, I wanted to play a game all to myself. That game in question, well, it was Bubble Bobble. Amazing, I know. But this game was relaxing to me as a little child. The music was nice, it wasn't hard at all, the sprites of the enemies and the dinosaur dragon things were so cute, I loved it. Now, well, you know, it's like it's night and day. This game is so easy you can beat it in 10 minutes. Probably 5 if you were dedicated enough. Let me change gears to the topic of sports here. It was something I was never really good at. I played my hand in soccer, but again, who didn't? I remember being good at it, except for now anyway, I might as well have 2 left feet. But football is the one that always eluded me. I was a tiny, scrawny little weakling when I was younger. Everyone was bigger and stronger than me. I tired out after running a lot, and no one wanted to play with me. So naturally, I never got into football, and to this day, I don't really care for it. But Tecmo Bowl by Tecmo was like my little escape. My way of being good at football. Now, my size didn't matter. I could take control of some big, muscly dude and run across an entire field, never fumble or drop the ball, just touchdown after touchdown. It was quite invigorating, when I wasn't running around like a dumbass in a snake pattern anyway. It was certainly something my dad was better at, but nonetheless, it was definitely something I enjoyed. Then, you know, there's games like Mario Brothers Arcade and Donkey Kong. These were games that my older sister and I would play all the time and never got tired of, no matter how short they were. Of course, naturally, I was better at games than she was, so sometimes she would just take the controller from me when she didn't get to play for a while during 2-player mode, but we still had a lot of fun. It's funny how we'd play these games for so long, considering they're over in probably 5 minutes. Maybe we just sucked. I have a lot of fond memories with the NES. But something I'm even fonder of is those epic moments when you want to test your skill. And when you wanted to test your skill, you pop in games like Ninja Gaiden and Castlevania. Those were the talk of the town back in the day. And I like to think I grew up in a special period of time when kids my age, their parents grew up playing NES games. So when I went to school, other kids, they had access to those games and they got to play them. You were the king of the playground if you could beat something like Ninja Gaiden or Castlevania. But those games were tough. Those were the kind of games that would kick you in the balls and spit on you when you're down. But if you wanted to prove you were the best, you do nothing but try to tackle them. While I never played Castlevania all the way through until I got my hands on the NES Classic, Ninja Gaiden, on the other hand, was a daily attempt kind of thing. I'd wake up early in the morning, I'd speed through my cereal, then I'd just plant myself in front of the TV trying to beat it. And after long hours of gameplay, my fingers would sweat, I'd stand up in front of the TV, I'm shaking the controller. It was more tense than any thriller. These were the kind of games that make you angry. And when you're angry, you want to punch something. When I wanted to punch something, I played Punch-Out! Of course, I do remember getting my ass handed to me by King Hippo of all people, but nowadays there's nothing stopping me from getting all the way to Tyson, or rather Mr. Dream these days. Beating him though, that's a totally different story.
Now the smart-eyed viewer might have realized that I've left out two very important games. Games that were landmarks for their time, that set the way for all games to come. Total pioneers in their genre. I'm of course talking about Donkey Kong Jr. Math and Duck Hunt. Nah, but seriously, let me get into the games I really didn't talk about, being Super Mario Bros. And Legend of Zelda.
Where do I even begin with these? They're the only two games I still have from my original collection, and have always been a priority when moving houses. The Legend of Zelda is a game that my dad and I always dedicate time out of the year to get around to and solving, even though we've already done so countless times. Super Mario Bros. Is a game that, when you can beat in about 4 minutes these days, have you seen speedruns of it? It was an epic quest for me at the time. Defeating the evil King Bowser and saving Princess Toadstool, there was nothing like it. Yes, in Zelda you explore a large overworld, defeat labyrinths, and collect the all-powerful Triforce, but it was also fairly slow-paced. Mario was much more to my liking at the time. Fun power-ups, fast-paced, side-scrolling gameplay, and difficult level layouts and enemy placement made it a fun, if not challenging time. Now, I prefer Zelda when given the chance to replay this game, since I mostly use the level skip secrets in Mario. I'll go more in detail when I can finally sink my teeth into these respective franchises in marathon form, which is dependent on the straw poll answers that I'll once again leave a link for.
So that's it with most of my personal memories with the Nintendo Entertainment System. I'm aware I'm leaving out really big hitters like DuckTales or Metroid, Final Fantasy, or even Kid Icarus, but the truth is, I grew up with those games. Never owned them as a kid, so I don't have any personal memories with them. Metroid, I didn't really care for its gameplay style back then, and I still don't to this day. Final Fantasy, I didn't like RPGs as a kid. I found them really boring. Kid Icarus, didn't care for its style, still don't really care about it to this day. And as for DuckTales, never played the original, never owned it, but I did buy the remaster, loved it then. But that's what it really comes down to. For things I don't have personal memories with, I didn't own them. Just like how I never owned original model NES or any of its accessories. But, you know, it still holds a pretty good place in my heart, even if I did own just a stupid little bootleg system like this. Sometimes even if it is fake, it can still hold a lot of value.
So far, I've talked a lot about things that make the NES special to me, but I've saved something that I enjoy the most for last. When I was younger, I used to get teased a lot for listening to video game music, and while I've grown up and met people with common interests, there's some moments where I'll do nothing but listen to 8-bit music all day. Ask someone what they think about music from the NES, and they'll make some baseless assumption that it always sounds like... when in reality, it's much more than that. It can be intense, atmospheric, emotional, energetic, and rockin'. Take a dive down and you'll find you're listening to some of the most amazing tunes ever released for our hearing pleasure. so much for going back to the past with me, and for joining me when I helped you take a look at one of the most defining things from my childhood. The Nintendo Entertainment System and all of its games, some of its games, hold a very special place in my heart, and always will. I plan on doing a follow-up video with the Super Nintendo because I played that a whole lot more, and still do to this day, than the little gray box. And you know, it's just crazy to think that when I was still wrapped up in the 8-bit era, consoles like the original Xbox and the Sega Dreamcast had already hit the scene. I guess that's just the power that these systems have, and of course, still do. As for me though, as I mentioned in the last video, I'm still going to be leading a straw poll that will decide my next marathon in the description. It ends June 10th, so hopefully I'll be able to squeeze out another video before that day comes, but in case I don't, I'll see you next time for the first video of that marathon, and hopefully it's a very exciting subject matter. And until that day comes, my name is Waylon, but you knew that already. Stick around for more. What are you doing here? Open Fortress is a Team Fortress 2 mod inspired by the likes of Half-Life Deathmatch, Doom, and Quake. Seeing as how TF2 started off as a Quake mod, it really feels like we've come full circle. Unlike TF2, there's only one class, being the Mercenary, and I love this dude. His personality feels like someone took Scout and Soldier, put him in a blender, with little dashes of 90s action movie cheese for good measure. This is a game I'm not familiar with, and feel free to call me a fake gamer, but I never played the likes of Quake or Doom growing up, so I'm not nostalgic for this game whatsoever. Booting up the game itself, I found it to be not beginner-friendly at all. There's a massive skill ceiling, and it seemed like every server I joined, everyone was basically on the roof, while I was way down in the bottom. After about 30 minutes or so, I found myself actually having a lot of fun. It helped that I had some friends to play with me too. It's almost like Splatoon in a way. The rounds can be so short that it doesn't burn you if you lose. You just want to play again and again. Let's just go one more round, come on. It's fast-paced, adrenaline-fueled action, which is only boosted by the stellar gameplay and music. The game is an arena shooter with game modes such as Deathmatch, Capture the Flag, and supposedly a civilian mode, but I never once found a server running for it. Deathmatch, it's what you expect. First person to a set amount of kills wins. There's no overall goal, there's no teams, there's no friendliness, just kill and kill some more. This can be frustrating, especially since the weapons in the game seemingly have no damage fall off, and you can get killed by someone shooting you with a pistol at full damage who's hiding all the way at the other end of the map. Speaking of the weapons, you got a grenade launcher, a nail gun, a rocket launcher, a Tommy gun, a lightning gun, and more. The weapons feel overpowered, I'm just gonna say that, especially the super shotgun, which kills you on one hit depending on the range. It's supposed to be a one-hit kill when you're up in someone's face, but I find it just acts on its own. Many times, I've fired at someone and barely did any damage, while other people have blasted me from like 10 feet away and got the kill. In a game with this fast-paced movement, it's like the game discourages getting up close to your enemies, while still wanting you to do so. Weapons like the rocket and grenade launcher also feel bad. Unlike TF2, there is little to no splash damage at all. Think of it like you're using the direct hit in the Iron Bomber, but there's even less splash damage. There were so many times when my soldier instincts kicked in, I fired at their feet expecting to launch them up for the kill, but it just didn't happen. Grenades have plenty of bounce and roll, yeah, but they just seem to fly everywhere, and I'll admit, I don't have the best aim in the world. I'm not very good sometimes. But even still, the nades just don't feel powerful. Guns like the AK-47 being burst fire is lame and makes me never want to pick them up. The chain gun feels great and responsive. The lightning gun is like the flamethrower, but it regenerates its ammo with much stranger range. Weapons like the flamethrower, along with the minigun, also return from TF2, complete with air blast and all. However, you can't hold the right mouse button to spin the gun and hold your fire. Both of them make it go. Melee weapons like the crowbar are nice and a good callback, but ultimately useless because no one uses them unless they're just messing around and not playing the game for real. The chainsaw has a Demo Knight-like charge, but none of the power. The times I held it down expecting to hurt someone and never doing any damage, even though it made sounds and everything, was way too numerous. It's like the saw just does nothing. But again, getting up in your opponent's face with a melee weapon is discouraged considering the movement options in this game, which are immense. Anyone familiar with Half-Life speedruns would know about bunny hopping, and whoo boy, is it simplified and fun here. It isn't complicated at all. Just hold the jump button with a little speed and there you go, you're zip zooming across the map. It's fun and accessible to everyone. Even I could do it, and that's saying something. Helping the movement is the awesome music that makes you never want to stand still. You got tunes ripped right out of GoldenEye 007 on N64, Doom, Quake, TF2. It's filled to the brim with classic tunes from FPS's past, and boy does it add to the charm. The original music is fantastic as well, with bongos, jazz, and piano pieces. It's so energetic and lively. Because there's no pesky fall damage, maps are often very vertical and wide open. Standing still is like signing your own death warrant. The maps themselves, while not all finished, seeing as how the game is still in beta, are pretty much all great. You got returning classics like Two Fort, Lumberyard, Well, Harvest, maps from Quake and Doom, and all new ones, like a shipyard, a skate park, skyscrapers, an oil rig, an office complex, and many more. The wide array of locations helps to make no match feel samey or stale, and since games are so quick, you'll often change maps and see something new all the time. Something that seriously bogs down the game, though, is the overall lack of game modes. You have Deathmatch and Capture the Flag. That's it. There's no control points, no special delivery, no attack defense or King of the Hill, and there's no payload. So while the gameplay itself is very fun, if you're bored and want to try something else, there really isn't anything else for you. But of course, seeing as how the development of the game is still going on, I hope this video will be outdated soon, and there'll be plenty of more modes to play and try. Another major gripe with the game I have is that many times you play, you will either get the weapon that lets you win the game, or you'll watch someone else get it and dominate the server. Because you don't always have a set loadout, you'll have to scour the map for weapons, which sounds good, but is bad in execution. I noticed many players camping over the stronger weapons then just wiping the floor with everyone else, with often only one dude carrying the entire team, but not in a good way. Because of this, weapons, like I said earlier, feel unbalanced. Why on earth would I get the pistol, the magnum, or the sniper rifle when they're outclassed so easily? Standing in one place is a death wish, so why would you ever stop to snipe? There's no point, especially because everyone can just launch all over the map, find you, and kill you. I saw everyone stick to the same 4 or 5 weapons, and that's it. Not to mention crit, shield, and health power-ups are few and far between, and never feel earned. It just feels like there's not enough health in the map whatsoever. There's those little capsules that can overheal you, sure, but because the weapons do so much damage, it feels like there's no point in accumulating a lot of health. But about power-ups, like I said, there's not a lot of them. Haha, yeah! Finally! Got the crits, now give me someone to shoot! Wait, where is everyone? Oh, I got killed and I lost it! Oh well, that was the majority of my experiences with power-ups. I'd say cut the wait time on those, and you got an even more frantic game on your hands. While you might not always have a concrete loadout, that doesn't stop this game from giving you great customization options. All you gotta do is open the main menu, and with a click of the button, you're opening your loadout. You're met with a screen with full access to change things. Something I really like is, despite there being only one class, they make up for that by letting you change his appearance. You can rock the armor of Doom or Quake Guy, or try something original. You can even change your colors, which also changes the color of your grenades and rockets. You can be Mint Team, Mustard Team, Sewage Team, Black or White Team. Is the blue team in base TF2 just not blue enough for you? Well, you can crank it all the way up to 11 if you want to. While I stick to a more natural red, the options they give you are insane. You can even customize your freaking announcer! Go with the classic Vox from Half-Life, the Administrator from TF2, the game's own original announcer, Adrian Shepard from Opposing Force, Soldier himself, or even Tyler McVicker of Valve News Network. When are they gonna ask me to be an announcer?
Domination.
All right, men, welcome to boot camp.
Domination.
Impressive.
Fight.
This is gonna be a battle of the ages, folks.
Dominating.
Domination.
Go!
Fight.
Impressive. Dominating. Excellent. Dominating. Go.
Overall, I'd say Open Fortress is a wonderful alternative to TF2, and given its current state, I think it's more than worth trying out. To me, it felt like I was playing TF2 back in 2012 again. Non-stop fun with a helpful and encouraging community to boot. I never played Quake in my life, and while again, Open Fortress is not very beginner-friendly, I still had a blast, and I think you will too. You can join their Discord if you want updates on the game, try it for yourself, which I'll leave a download link in the description, and just have fun with it. I hope to see you on a server one day. Hello there. Do you play video games? Probably not, seeing as how in the year 2020 video games have seemingly stopped existing. The likes of Sony have pushed back their PS5 presentation, Fortnite pushed back Season 3 of their game, Xbox showed off a bunch of trailers during their gameplay of the Xbox One X0007, and Nintendo did nothing but pull a Paper Mario game out of its ass. Still play it though, because it looks cool. Nintendo's my company. They've always been my company when it comes to fun. I don't think anybody does it bigger than the big N. Well, maybe Valve, but I don't like paying $1,000 for fun, so Nintendo will do. Just like the last 2 years, this is my big E3 wishlist video. Even though E3 was supposed to be happening right now according to last year's dates. I don't think we'll be getting a direct happening in the coming weeks, or the coming days, or the coming months, maybe. I mean, there's been so little news to report on. Every single Nintendo YouTuber is bone dry with the pipeline, having no news to cover or report, or talk about anything. My subscription feed has been very barren lately. But that isn't going to stop me from flapping my gums about things you probably don't care about or already speculated a million times. So grab a cold drink, maybe a snack, and relax. This is my Nintendo E3 2020 wishlist. Starting off with a real heavy hitter that absolutely nobody saw coming. I want news on Metroid Prime 4. I thought and was confident that we would get some last year, but instead we got a delay, so that was just as good. Development of the game restarted and is now in the loving arms of Retro Studios, who made the first 3 Prime games. Why it wasn't just handled to them to begin with, I don't know. Now, I'll admit I never played any of these games, and I'm not even that big a fan of Metroid, but I do know how much this franchise means to others and to my friends, so I really want to see some news just for their sake. I know it'll be the best game yet, have fancy HD graphics with a rock-solid 60 frames per second, just like every other Switch game. I'm really looking forward to it. What's that? Oh, it's something else I'm looking forward to that longtime fans of mine know that I've put on every list for the past 2 years. It's Pikmin 4, baby! Still no Pikmin 3 on Switch, and it's still $60 on the Wii U, which is a dead and gone console, so what gives? Where's my Pikmin All-Stars collection on Switch? I want Pikmin 4 to come out on Switch with Olimar and Louie back in tow, and maybe Alf and Brittany. Charlie's cool and all, but I like my pink-haired babes more than my gruff cheese-loving green guys. Have Pikmin 4 on Switch sometime this year. The plot can be, I don't know, the president has gone into debt because he went gambling in the space casino, as you do, so Olimar has to go get more treasure because it is Earth after all, and is enormous. Plenty to go around. Along the way, you encounter orange and green Pikmin. Discover the truth behind the supernatural occurrences that are going on the planet. Sell for $40 or $50, have a level editor with Pikmin 2 style dungeons, and you got a platinum seller on your hands. This is the part of the list where I was gonna put a new Paper Mario or HD remaster of the first 3, but Nintendo showed off Origami King, so now we skip this part and move on. Speaking of hands, what can you curl your hand into? Fist, right? What do you do with a fist? You punch things! I want a new Punch-Out game! It's always been a favorite of mine, especially the one on Wii. The characters were brimming with personality and charm, and I want to see that on a proper HD console with cutscenes and everything. But admittedly, I don't want to play as Little Mac again or Johnny, no. I want to play as Doc Lewis himself. Have it be a prequel, an origin story if you will. Show us Doc Lewis becoming champion and eventually beating or losing to Sandman or even Mike Tyson himself. It can be like a Rocky movie in video game form. Besides, don't we all want to see young Doc Lewis kicking ass? He could become the champion, but seeing as how he's humble and prefers helping others, it ends with him walking the streets of the Bronx and watching Little Mac get into a street match. He gives a look showing that, you know, Mac's got potential, and then the game ends. Give us 30 or so opponents and you're golden. Who wouldn't want this? On the topic of things nobody wants or cares about, how about another anime game on the Switch? God knows there's not enough of them already, but this one will be a little bit different. Everyone who knows me knows how much I love JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I mean, I did just do a whole freaking marathon on parts 1 through 5, so I think it's clear I love the series. I think we're long overdue for another JoJo fighting game. The last one we got was Eyes of Heaven back in 2015, and that was PlayStation exclusive for some baffling reason. Give us a new HD game with a story mode, traditional couch co-op, multiplayer to begin with, tons of playable characters, and of course that sexy, sexy art. Everyone knows the best part about Eyes of Heaven were the character interactions, so let's just call this next one JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Destiny's Unbound, or something, I don't know. Anything to make the entire cast meet up again. I know that development on a new game is probably facing hardships now that I stop and think about it, considering the passing of old Joseph Joestar's Japanese voice actor. While I'd say just reuse voice clips, that would probably be very disrespectful. I think the best thing to do would be to get a sound alike and hope he carries with him that Joestar wit and charm. Oh, and something else I'd like? Proper English support. If I want to play with the English dub cast of the game, let me. I want to hear Patrick Sate scream his lungs out while he combos me to infinity. Okay, let's see. Talked about Pikmin, Punch-Out, JoJo. We already got Luigi's Mansion 3, Paper Mario. Oh, I know! Remember how in the Link's Awakening remake we got that shabby dungeon maker? Well, how about they don't fuck it up and make it its own game? Have a Zelda 1, Link to the Past, Awakening, and Minish Cap or Between Worlds style. I'd say give us a Zelda 2 dungeon style, but they notoriously hate that game and refuse to acknowledge it. So I'd like a dungeon maker. Oh, and that reminds me. Can we get some Breath of the Wild 2 news? It's been radio silence over on their end. It's kind of frustrating. Are they competing with Valve for lack of company support? Back on topic of Maker games though, remember how they totally dropped the ball on supporting Super Mario Maker 2? Where's my Super Mario All-Stars pack? I hate having to play with 8-bit sprites. I am visually burnt out of them. Stop pretending the 16-bit sprites don't exist, Nintendo. Oh, and I want Super Mario All-Stars too, except this time, I want Super Mario 3D All-Stars! Have from-the-ground remakes of Super Mario 64 complete with the DS content, a remake of Sunshine with cut levels restored and changes to existing ones, and even Mario Galaxy. And maybe 2. They don't have to add anything to that game, just give it real HD support. That would be mind-blowing, and the perfect way to celebrate Mario's 35th anniversary. That might be a pipe dream, but again, it's a wish list, not a realism list. I feel like I'm repeating myself a bit from last year, but I suppose that just means my wants haven't changed since then, and Nintendo still hasn't delivered. They seem to be firing on all cylinders for the Switch, but have still yet to go as ham as they did back in the GameCube days. Where are all the Mario sports games? Where's my Strikers Charged HD? When are we getting proper remakes of Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask? The 3DS versions are great and are my go-to whenever I want to revisit those games, but the small resolution and smaller console size lead to hand cramps and general disappointment. Let's see if I'm still repeating myself. That means I have time to repeat myself one more time before the video ends. What am I forgetting? Oh yeah! Give us Mother 3! I'm tired of asking. In fact, I am no longer asking. If Doug Bowser does not show up to my door with a signed copy of the Mother HD trilogy, I will personally declare war on their entire company. Huh? What's that? What I'm threatening is considered a crime punishable by isolation-driven madness courtesy of a stay inside 80X Florence? Okay, never mind. Will I get the things that I want? Probably not. Will Nintendo even have a digital direct this year? Probably not. Will I ever be happy again? Maybe. Well, in any case, I look forward to anything Nintendo has planned this year. Because this time of year is supposed to be magical, it's supposed to be super awesome and cool and celebratory. It's like early Christmas for gamers, except it's 6 months early and you don't get to look at your presents. Whatever Nintendo has planned this year, if they do a direct, if they don't, if no one does a direct, if video games just stop existing, that won't stop me from putting out a video. God knows that hasn't stopped me in the past, and it won't stop me from this point forward. I'll also be announcing the end of the marathon poll, which I had going until June 10th. This video should be up by then. I'll be announcing the winner in a separate poll, so I hope everyone voted as hard as they could possibly vote about which favorite game of theirs that's a decade old that they want me to take a look at. Fumbled up the outro there, but I don't really care. So, anything is better that I have planned, that anyone has planned, than what Sega announced. So, still kind of burnt about that. Bummed up the outro here, but it doesn't even matter because I'm fading to black right now. Thank you for watching. Hello everybody, my name is Waylon, but you knew that already. Thank you for joining me with the very first episode of the Super Mario Marathon. I gotta say, I feel like this was a long time coming. After I reviewed the Super Mario Bros. Super Show back with my very first review, I always knew in my heart of hearts that I had to give the series that preceded it a proper run-through. Would you believe that on the poll, Sonic the Hedgehog almost dominated it? He led the running for about 2 weeks, but hey, +1 for the Mario fans. Obviously, he came out on top. I don't think there's anyone that could match Mario in terms of popularity. I mean, there's probably not a single person in the world who doesn't know Mario. He's just that famous. What a guy, you know? The only person I could possibly think of would maybe be Mickey Mouse, but I don't really know about that. The man has been in countless video games, has merchandise up the ass, has been a serial and a cartoon show more than once, and is still more than relevant these days. He isn't called Mr. Video for nothing, you know. Would you believe a man like Mario came from very humble beginnings? Yes, his first appearance is that of the arcade hit Donkey Kong, which originally was going to be a Popeye game, if you didn't know. So, just imagine, if Nintendo had gotten the rights to make a Popeye the Sailor game, we might not have gotten our beloved plumber. So, Mr. Shigeru Miyamoto redesigned the game and Jumpman was born, later to be renamed Mario, after his then landlord, Mario Segali. So that leads me to believe that Mario's last name is not Mario, but Segali. After he saved his girlfriend Pauline from the clutches of Cranky Kong, he went on to star in Mario Bros. Arcade along with his brother, Luigi Segali. But Mr. Miyamoto wouldn't be satisfied with just arcades. He knew the Mario Brothers had great potential, and in 1985, he helped to create a game that would define all games to come: Super Mario Bros. On the NES and Famicom. The story is very simple, even for the times. Italian-American plumbers Mario and Luigi Segali stumbled into the Mushroom Kingdom world from their home in Brooklyn and find themselves as accidental heroes as their task was saving Princess Peach Toadstool from the clutches of King Bowser Koopa. With his powerful dark magic, which is almost never touched on by the way, he sends his troops to conquer the Mushroom Kingdom and turn most of the fungus freaks that live there into brick blocks, which might have some dark implications given how you score points in this game. But I wouldn't take that too literally. It's not like he's a psychopath or anything. So Mario and Luigi have to go save the princess. And they do just that. On their way, they travel through 8 different worlds, collecting coins to snag some extra lives and meaningless points, and fight off a variety of enemies and hazards. First up on the chopping block are the standard foot soldiers of Bowser's Koopa Troop, the Goombas, which apparently are former members of the Mushroom Kingdom that were exiled? That little bit of backstory comes and goes though, so it's not that important. Goombas are easy to avoid and even easier to defeat. Just a quick jump on the head and a roadkill. Or you can blast them with fireballs or run into them with the power of the Starman. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Other than Goombas, you have Koopa Troopas, which come in red, green, and wing flavors. Green Koopas walk to the left and sometimes to the right, but red Koopas are equipped with turnaround technology so they can avoid pits. Green Paratroopas, the ones with wings, will tend to bounce around in an arc, while red ones will hover in the air and fly around. Other than that, you have situational enemies such as Bullet Bills and Piranha Plants, both of which won't attack you if you stand really close to them. Bullet Bills come out of bill blasters that fire in a straight line with varying speed. The Piranha Plants come out of pipes, and really, they just serve as a wall that can hurt you. They don't really do much in this game. Getting hurt in this game is nothing to worry about with the abundance of Mario's groundbreaking mechanic of power-ups. You've got Super Mushrooms that increase Mario's size and turn him into Super Mario. Fire Flowers that let him change clothes and hurl fireballs. Then you've got the exceedingly rare Starman that make you invincible for several seconds, allowing you to mow down everything that lies in your path. Although, without these power-ups, one hit and you're dead, so grab them when you can. That path is a rather straightforward one. This is a 2D side-scroller that was mind-blowing back in the 80s, since most games consisted of one screen that you could move around in inside of a limited space. But in this game, the screen scrolls, and you can run and jump all around. There's levels, power-ups, enemies to fight. It was unlike anything that came out at the time. While the game is very much easy for anyone to pick up and play, be warned that it hasn't exactly remained timeless like its legacy has. The physics in this game, while great for a first attempt, leave much to be desired. Mario carries a lot of weight and momentum with him, especially when you get a mushroom, so be careful around bottomless pits. Sometimes you might not jump even though you're sure you pressed the button, and sometimes running isn't that responsive either. Let's talk about the level structure. There's 3 levels per world, with a 4th level at the end serving as the final challenge, that castle you always head to, hoping the princess will be waiting for you in. Only to find that, of course, Toad is there instead, telling you that you're at the wrong place. In my head, I always pictured it as them moving the princess right as you arrive, so it's like Bowser's troops have to constantly be on the edge, running away castle to castle while Mario chases them down. Anyways, in level 1, it's not that crazy, mostly just a basic level. Level 2 is usually a slightly tougher variant on level 1, though sometimes you're thrown underground and rarely you go underwater. When you're underwater, you're met with bloopers and Cheep Cheeps. Cheep Cheeps are fish that tend to ignore you and just swim in a straight pattern, while bloopers will pursue Mario, though they can't touch him if he stands at the bottom of the seas. Level 3 is always the toughest, with jank enemy placement, scarce power-ups, and the roughest platforming. Sometimes you gotta deal with floating platforms, hilltops, and pulley systems, and sometimes you're just running away from killer fish. Don't we all? Over time, you notice the lack of level themes. Sometimes it's night, sometimes it's day. That's really it. You never really get past the green bushes and blocky roads. However, as the worlds keep going, you're introduced to more enemies, like the Lakitu, who hovers just out of jump reach at all times, and throws down spinies from his little cloud. Not too hard to avoid, but for your sake, don't stop moving, otherwise you'll find yourself overwhelmed with the amount of spinies that guy hurls at you. Around World 5, you're introduced to the bane of many players' existence, the Hammer Bro. Think of them as elite Koopa Troopas that always bear those shit-eating grins at all time and an endless supply of gravity-defying hammers. They jump around and throw those fast-moving things with really annoying patterns, and they just love grouping up together, so often you'll have to fight two at once. You will panic when you're caught in one-on-one with these guys. No high ground, no power-ups, no blocks to hit them from underneath, just them serving as a killer roadblock. Sure, you could just take the hit and run, but chances are, you won't find another power-up for a few levels. Or, you could find another Hammer Bro waiting for you right up ahead. It's so hard to jump on these assholes that I often look for alternate routes via warp pipes, or just try to run before they start barfing out their hammers. It doesn't really help that in World 7, these guys appear in the first level! What if you took a hit fighting Bowser in the previous castle? Well, you better hope you have plenty of extra lives saved up because they'll certainly come in handy. What am I forgetting? Oh right, the castles! In level 4 of each world, you'll go through a castle with varying degrees of copy-pasted level layouts, all with lava pits, fire bars, and fire in general, all culminating with a battle with Bowser at the end. There's two ways to beat him. Keep a fire flower with you and burn his ass to a crisp, or you could either jump over him and run under him to grab the axe that's at the end of the bridge, which you use to break, sending him for a lava swim. If you opt for the Fire Flower approach, you learn that every Bowser you fight isn't actually the real thing, as they'll turn back to their true self upon being beaten. But after beating 7 fake Bowsers and storming all the way to his real castle in World 8-4, you gotta make your way through a maze. World 8 in general is the hardest world, sporting the longest levels in the game, with no checkpoints. You die once, you're sent all the way back to the end of the level. Hardly any coins, hardly any power-ups, just you and the enemies. When you make it to the castle and navigate that maze, there's only one thing stopping you from saving the princess. That being this bitch-ass Hammer Bro! Who in their right mind thought to put him here? He's in such a tight space, too. One wrong move, miscalculate your jump, and boom, you land right into a pit of lava. The best strategy is to kill him with a Fire Flower, but you gotta be a real super player to keep one this far. Alternatively, you could just rush him and make the jump before he even gets a chance to throw a hammer. I find that works best for when you get here Small Mario. The final Bowser here isn't even that much different to the 7 fakes you fought before him. He throws hammers and shoots fire, and occasionally jumps. But upon beating him, you finally save the captured Princess Toadstool, and the day is saved. From this point on, you can beat the game again in hard mode, where the Goombas are replaced with Buzzy Beetles, another tough underground enemy, and the rest of the enemies are just much faster. Nothing really worth replaying, unless you want just a bit more of a challenge. Well, this is it. This is the game that started a whole legacy and made bank for Nintendo. The game itself? It's very basic and easy to grasp. The side-scrolling gameplay makes for interesting level designs. Snagging one-up mushrooms and finding bonus areas filled to the brim with coins leads to exploration and replayability. And of course, another revolutionary feature, the world skip. At the end and in the middle of levels 1-2 and 4-2, you can find a secret area that lets you skip ahead to future worlds. And if I'm being honest here, this is how I play every time I go back to the game. I haven't played every single level in years, and aside from doing it for this video, I can see why. Things get really samey after a short while, and even degrees of unfair, what with bad enemy placement, annoying enemies at that, and again, lack of power-ups. Can you honestly say you've played level 2-1 in Super Mario Bros. On NES recently? When do you think is the last time someone went through and played through the whole game? Beating the game itself isn't even a challenge, with most speedruns of the game clocking in at 3 or 4 minutes. So what else can I say other than the game is basic? Well, I think that if it wasn't as basic as it is, it might not have caught on as wildfire as much as it did. I feel like if this game was just a bit too much more complex, it really wouldn't have kickstarted gaming as it did. Because it was so simple and easy to pick up and play, dozens of people bought it, it exploded, and well, you know the rest. Without it, I don't think we would have the Nintendo we have today. Would you want to live in a world without all this? I certainly wouldn't. Before I wrap this up, I want to take a quick look at Super Mario Bros. Deluxe, an enhanced port of the game released for the Game Boy Color complete with added features. The game is now sporting a world map, a slightly more involved plot, the ability to switch between Mario and Luigi at any time, and even minigames, such as You vs. Boo, a mode where you race against computer-controlled Boo to the end of the level. Challenge mode, where you search every level finding red coins and Yoshi eggs, and even a save feature. There's a calendar, unlockable medals for beating certain challenges, a photo gallery with really pleasant art, multiplayer, and a fortune-telling minigame, which can boost your life count. You can even unlock a modified version of the Lost Levels, dubbed Super Mario for super players. The only downside of this enhanced port is the smaller screen size that comes with it being on the Game Boy Color. I really wish Nintendo would remaster this version of the game for all subsequent re-releases of the first game. It's the definitive way to play, the 8-bit version anyway, but the smaller screen size is just a gateway to all the other problems of the original that I mentioned. Oh, okay, that's all the time I've got for this episode. Thanks again for tuning in to the first episode of the Mario Marathon, and thank you again for voting for the Mario Marathon. Next time we meet, we're going to be taking a look at Super Mario Bros. 2 USA on the NES. I hope you look forward to it. Stick around for more. Hello everybody, my name's Waylon, but you knew that already, and welcome back to the Super Mario Marathon. Last time we met, we took a look at Super Mario Bros. On the NES, and a very brief look at Super Mario Bros. Deluxe on the Game Boy Color. This time, though, I'm going to be taking a dive into its sequel. No, not the Lost Levels. You know why? Oh god, why? That's why. See, Super Mario Bros. 2 was deemed too hard for us Americans. Maybe they were onto something there. So instead, Miyamoto rounded up his boys and said, hey, you know that Doki Doki Panic game we got? Slap a Mario skin on it, sell it to him, it'll be great. So while they got Super Mario Bros. 2 in Japan, we got Super Mario Bros. 2 Mario Madness. Then they later got the same game, Super Mario Bros. 2 USA, that's what they changed the name to. So essentially, they sold them the same game twice, but with a Mario skin. We wouldn't get the 8-bit version of Super Mario The Lost Levels until the Wii Virtual Console, though it did get a 16-bit upgrade for the Super Mario All-Stars pack. But again, that would come much later down the line. But hey, without further ado, let's take a dive into Mario's adventures in Subcon. The story's even simpler than last time. Mario has a weird dream about a door in a new world. The next day, himself, his brother Luigi, Princess Peach, Toadstool, and Toad go have a picnic. They find a weird cave, and inside that weird cave is the same weird door from Mario's weird dream. They go inside and find themselves in the magical world of Subcon that the evil King Ward has taken over from the Subcon people. So it's up to Mario and friends to travel to Wart's fortress in the sky and put an end to his rule. In terms of gameplay, Mario handles just the same way he did in the first game, but with some minor physics changes. I think he controls a lot better here. It's a lot more responsive and tight. That being said, the game can still be prone to sliding around, especially as Luigi. This game marks the first time real traits that separate Mario and Luigi were put into place. For instance, instead of just being a palette swap, Luigi has his own sprites and is noticeably taller than Mario. For the first time, you can also play as Princess Peach, who unfortunately seems to have contracted a terrible case of a ghoul face. She totally owns platforming heavy levels with her ability to float. Then there's Toad, who can't jump high, but is super fast and the best when it comes to digging levels and picking up enemies. Feel free to correct me, but I think this is the last time Toad was playable in a 2D Mario game until New Super Mario Bros. On the Wii, not counting the All-Stars remake or Mario Advance since they're all the same game. Mario has average speed and jump height, Luigi has wet butter on his shoe so his traction's terrible, but he has the best jump in the game, Princess Peach is the slowest character but her floaty jump totally makes up for it, and I already mentioned Toad. The characters were obviously taken from Doki Doki Panic, but these attributes would define the characters for years to come. Speaking of Doki Doki Panic, did you know the original game didn't have a run button? It also required you to beat every level with every character before fighting the final boss. I'm glad they changed that, because that just reeks of padding and unfairness. They added the run mechanic for Mario and Friends, along with adding coins, one-up mushrooms, the occasional Koopa Shell, and Starman. They didn't change everything though, as this game is very different from the original. For starters, you now have units of health that can be upgraded by finding hidden mushrooms inside bonus areas that you find by pulling a potion out of the floor and throwing it to spawn a door. Instead of brick blocks, or blocks in general, you got little weeds that you use to pull up vegetables, coins, potions, time stopwatches, enemies, and even rockets! Although the Starman is here, you can get it by collecting 7 cherries that are often scattered in the levels, there aren't any normal mushrooms or fire flowers, or any power-ups at all, really. You don't jump on enemies either. You can pick them up and throw them, which is actually really fun. Chaining enemy kills is very satisfying, and is also the only way to heal yourself. Because the only way to get mushrooms is to find them through those hidden bonus areas, you've got to perfect your enemy chains. Killing enough enemies in a row will spawn a heart, which can sometimes get stuck in a wall anyway, so sometimes there's just no health or power-ups to go around at all. The levels themselves this time around are very different and complex. There's 7 worlds instead of 8, each packing 3 levels with a boss at the end. At the end of more than half the levels, you get into a fight with Birdo, who's a gender-confused ostrich thing that fires eggs and eventually fireballs at you. The manual says it's a boy who thinks he's a girl because he's pink and wears a bow, but later iterations would just make her a girl. Plus, she was a mom in the Super Mario Bros. Super Show, so for all intents and purposes, Birdo's a lady. Anyway, You kick your ass in more than half the levels, each fight more copy-pasted than the last. The worlds you go through are much more diverse this time around, with themes that would become commonplace in most Mario games to come. World 1 is a grassy area with waterfalls and plants. World 2 is a desert. World 3 is kind of a mountainy, jungle-like theme. World 4 is winter. World 5 is just World 1 again, but at night, and sometimes is like giant land? It's weird. World 6 is another desert world. And World 7, which is the shortest world, only featuring 2 levels, is sky-themed. There's no underwater levels, but oh, trust me, there's plenty of underground levels. And I hope you like the music, because it plays all the time! I'm gonna take a time out here and just talk about the music. In the first game, the levels were short and sweet, and the themes that accompanied them only lasted a few seconds longer than the levels themselves. They were catchy, they didn't overstay their welcome, and while they repeated often, they were still a joy to listen to. Here, the levels are much longer, many of them winding with a heavy emphasis on vertical movement and minor puzzle solving. While the overworld theme for this game is great, it certainly drags on as the levels get longer and longer. For instance, in World 6-1, there's a segment where you have to search through a bunch of vases for a key. That's fine. The only problem is there's dozens of vases! Most of them are empty, and some of them have sand to dig through only to find nothing! It's really tedious. The music just drones on and on. The underground theme is easily my least favorite track in the game, especially since it plays inside every indoor area. Actually, I think the boss theme is the worst because it's like 3 notes that loop and change pitch. On the levels where there is no end boss and it's just a long enemy gauntlet, it gets downright irritating. The levels might be long, but they certainly aren't empty. They're populated with all kinds of enemies and hazards that want the Mario gang dead. There's Shy Guys, Pokies, Sniffets, Ninjas, and Bob-ombs, which would go on to become mainstay Mario enemies. Then there's all the unique to this game enemies like Bezos, Pidgeots, Tweeters, Hoop Stars, those annoying flurry bastards, and many more. There's not a single Goomba or Koopa to be found in the entire game, which helps to make it stand out on its own. But that doesn't mean the enemies themselves aren't annoying. Take the Panzers, for example. These weird flower-looking things are certainly the Hammer Brothers of this adventure. They constantly shoot out fireballs in an arc, they move around and sometimes chase you, and are just a nuisance to avoid. Then there's the Cobrats, which shoot out of the ground and fire bullets at you. They're often grouped up together, and honestly, if they weren't so easy to kill, they'd be a much larger threat. Enemies like Pidgeots and Albatrosses aren't really enemies, but more like interactable hazards. You steal Pidgeot's flying carpets, and you ride on an Albatross to get over large gaps. Sure, they might occasionally attack you, but they don't go out of their way to inconvenience you. Speaking of Albatross, you can tell the developers got lazy when there's an entire level with nothing but a bottomless pit with you riding said bird to cross it. But these baddies aren't anything without a leader to serve, and Ward has his own rogues gallery of friends at his disposal. There's Mauser, who you fight twice, and does nothing but throw bombs at you. Triclide is a 3-headed snake who blows fire at you, who you also fight twice. Then there's Claw Grip, who hurls boulders at you. And finally, Fragile, who flies around the arena and splits into some really annoying and super fast copies after you beat him. Oh, and of course, Birdo, who you probably fight over 20 times. And in level 7-2 and 4-3, she's a regular enemy! Talk about a downgrade. Anyway, the final level and the final boss, Wart, await you as you storm through the first half of World 7, which is super easy once you realize all you have to do is ride the Albatross again past the start of the level. I did always like how at the start of 7-2, you actually go inside the castle from the drawbridge. That's a really nice touch. The final level takes all the levels from before and just throws them out the window. It's almost like a baby Metroid game in terms of how sprawling and intertwined the final level is. You got keys to find, dozens of alternate paths, a bird head that looks like Falco from Star Fox but really pissed, all culminating in a battle to the death with Wart. The fight itself isn't really that much harder than his goon squad. Just avoid his bubble breath and jam veggies down his throat. Once he's taken care of, you free the Subcon people and the celebration begins! And of course, you learn the big twist.
It was all a dream!
Then the enemies roll by on screen, no real credits of course, just the cast of characters. The game ends with Mario heading back to sleep, and that ends the adventure. Okay, so that's the basic rundown on this kind of original sequel to the original. Now, do I think Super Mario Bros. 2 is just as good, if not better than Super Mario Bros. 1? Yeah, actually. It's a lot better than the first game in many aspects. The longer level structure is very ambitious. However, taking away things like power-ups and then ending every level with a boss fight really drags the game down. Sometimes it feels like I'm just playing a slower-paced Mega Man rather than a Mario game. But I already mentioned some things that I dislike about the game, so I want to take you through a rundown of some things that I do really like about the sequel, so I can hope to shine some things that it gets right and show off its merits. For starters, having multiple playable characters totally rocks. There's so many different ways to beat a stage thanks to their movesets, and it gives it such a high replayability factor. There's so many different options and ways to go through this adventure. Those desert levels really getting on your nerves? Why not switch to Toad and watch as he speeds through those tunnels? Ice physics giving you trouble? Mario's better traction and handling are shoo-in. Wanna totally dominate every level? Then switch to Princess Toadstool. She breaks this game in half, and aside from being very newcomer friendly, it's just super fun to play in general.
The choices are yours and yours alone.
Then there's Luigi. Oh, Luigi, you're my favorite plumber, but really, you're something else. While I beat most of the levels with him, he is certainly the closest thing this game gets to having a hard mode. With his slippery feet, he makes the later levels really challenging since they expect precision platforming. But that's actually something I love about this game. There is no difficulty mode. It's integrated into the characters themselves, so there's a playstyle for anyone that tries. Throwing enemies is fun. The music is delightful. The level diversity helps no world to blend in, except for Worlds 2 and 6. And while the more puzzling aspects of the game can be a bit of a pace breaker, the game itself is charming and wonderful. That's like Donkey likes this game so much, damn. While I did say that the music can be annoying, the main overworld theme itself is insanely catchy. It's something I actually find myself humming way more than the original overworld theme. Speaking of the music, the bongos added to the Starman theme are also very pleasant. They give it this energy where you don't want to stop moving and just bulldoze through everything. Even though there aren't any points in this game, so killing enemies is kind of pointless, it's still fun to do. The main enemies are some colorful creatures that I'd love to see in future games. People have been clamoring for Wart to return for years, and as for his gang, I love that his minions were in the Super Show, even though they work for Bowser and not Wart. I think in an age where people are begging Nintendo to freshen things up and make Mario weird again, the Subcon baddies would be the perfect way to inject some strangeness into his latest adventures. Well, that wraps up this video, and I really hope you enjoyed it. I really believe that certain things in this game should be taken and used in future games, such as the upgradable health, tossable enemies, the vertical level structure. It could really work. All you gotta do is throw in more commonplace power-ups and not end every level with a boss, and I think you got a real gem on your hands. I'm not really going to look at the Super Mario Advance port of this game since it's essentially the same one, and hey, I might even get to those games sometime down the line myself. So for now, I hope you stay put, stay tuned, because next time we're going to be looking at my personal favorite of the 2D Mario games, which is Super Mario Bros. 3 on the NES. Until then, I really hope you enjoyed it.
It is a legend no one will forget. Everyone thought King Koopa had left the Mushroom Kingdom, and then his Doom Ship attacked. King Koopa was back with the greatest danger ever known, his Koopa Kids. Using their new superpowers, the Super Mario Brothers rescued Princess Toadstool and beat back the evil Koopa family. I'll get those plumbers!
After Nintendo would shock the world with the release of Super Mario Bros., and again, kind of, with the release of Super Mario Bros. 2 USA, gamers in the 80s, they were just itching some more. Got a Nintendo for me, man? Well, Nintendo, they would deliver, but very, very slowly. The build-up to Mario 3 was insane. I mean, an entire movie, just to advertise the reveal of your game in the form of the Wizard? Bro, you knew your game was gonna be good. Full-page issues on Nintendo Power. That one commercial where people from all around the globe were coming together chanting, Mario! Mario! All to zoom out and reveal that they were forming Mario's face the whole time? That's legendary! If you could tell me that in the 80s, Nintendo was the first thing on anyone's mind, you'd be absolutely correct. I can still remember the first time I beat Mario 3. It was one of those rare, magical moments, you know? The kind that you can only have as a child. Sitting in the living room, nothing but the glow of the TV lighting up the whole place. I had one life, one continue, no power-ups and storage. It was just me and the game. And you better believe, when I finally beat Bowser at the end, I practically exhausted from joy. I mean, I was super happy. I'm pretty sure I fell asleep right then and there, with nothing but the sounds of the credits music making my dreams even sweeter. My memories aside though, Super Mario Bros. 3 It was everywhere, okay? It set the bar for all Mario games to come. It set the bar for all games to come. But let me quit babbling about it and how just awesome and great it is. Let me get into the actual review. This is Super Mario Bros. 3 on the NES. Alright, I'm sure you're all eager to know what the story this time around is, especially given the context of this game just being a play, especially since, that was confirmed not too long ago by Miyamoto. In that context, it could just be a really radical retelling of the first game, but no. The story this time is that, in the dead of night, the 7 neighboring lands surrounding the Mushroom Kingdom that make up the entire Mushroom world were attacked, and now are being held under the tyrannical reign of the Koopa Kids. These devil children are the spawn of none other than King Bowser Koopa, and his kids certainly took after their old man. Stealing the magic wands of each kingdom's ruler, they transformed them into a random creature and used their doom ships to wreak havoc on the land. So, Princess Peach sends Mario and Luigi once more to put a stop to their antics and save the day. On their quest, they venture through Grassland, Desertland, Waterland, Giantland, the Sky, Iceland, and the Pipe Maze. Right off the bat, I have to praise the look of this game. It is such a step up from the first game, it's insane. The coins move, the enemies are more expressive, the sprite work in general has seen a boost, and the music ain't half bad either. There's something about the added percussion in some of the tracks that just hits all the right notes for me. It truly shows off how much the NES sound chip could do. In terms of the sprite work, if I can complain about something, it's that Luigi's back to being a color swap of Mario, even though in the last game, he had his own sprites. That's something that I wish stuck around. That, and on some levels, the geometry and overall theming is kinda bland. While the sprites themselves are based heavily on the ones from the second game, they have their own little tweaks. Mario and company now feature little black dot eyes, and the Mario Bros themselves are rocking some black overalls, which I think is actually a pretty great look. Something else I have to compliment, and you're gonna be hearing that a lot, is not necessarily about the game itself, but the art surrounding it. I think the art style in this game is great, each one brimming with personality, color, and sheer expressiveness. It really provides the sense that you're looking at a comic book that never came to be. The sprites wouldn't matter if the area you played around in weren't interesting, and the worlds don't disappoint either. The level themes in this game would become the staple for games to come, but here they're a lot more original and weird. Sure, World 1 is Grassland, is home to mostly plain levels, but it also introduces new mechanics that later worlds would use. Auto-scrolling levels make their debut here, and while they don't do much at the start, they would later be used for their full crazy potential. I keep talking about world themes as if it's a big deal, but here, it is! This is the first game to incorporate a world map, which makes the world having individual themes all the more memorable. The levels within the worlds are very short, often lasting about a minute, or even 30 seconds if you just speed through everything. I think this lends itself to a kind of pick-up-and-play nature, where you can make rapid progress, put it down, then come back to it later. While the first world consists of only one screen, as the game ramps up, the worlds get bigger, longer, each have more levels than the last, with some being multiple screens long. On the world map are a variety of things to interact with. There's the new castle levels that serve as a midway challenge, with some worlds having more than one. There are gates that act as shortcuts once you beat the midway castle. They're helpful if you get a game over and have to start again. However, once you've gotten good enough at the game, they're immediately obsolete. Also on the map are toad houses, which let Mario stop in for a visit and choose a random item from a chest. Those familiar with the new Super Mario Bros. Series are used to having items readily available to use on the map, another thing that was started in this game. There's also Hammer Bros that serve as blockades, but they're all total pushovers and are pretty much just another free item. Problem is, they're mandatory. If you bump into them, get ready to have your time wasted. Instead of being pseudo mini-bosses like the very first game, here they come off as pace breakers due to how hard they've been nerfed. They might as well not even be there at all. Good for getting items, but very annoying on repeat playthroughs. There's also minigames to play, like the matching tile game that can net you a few extra lives depending on what combination you get, though they can also lead to some very strange creations. There's also the rarer minigames, like card flipping. Then there's ones that are so rare that during my playthrough for this review, I never actually encountered them. By collecting a certain amount of coins and keeping your score a specific number, you can either trigger the coin ship or the White Mushroom House. The coin ship is an auto-scrolling airship filled to bursting with coins, and the White Mushroom House can be one of two things. In odd-numbered worlds, it'll give Mario a P-Wing, and in even-numbered worlds, he'll get an anchor. This gives me the necessary segue to talk about power-ups. There's the staples by now, mushrooms, fire flowers, stars, but this game introduces a whole heap of powers and tools. There's the Super Leaf that lets Mario slow his fall, attack with his tail, though I didn't find much use for that, and also fly when he gains enough speed. The P-Wing that I mentioned earlier is the same as the Super Leaf, but it gives you infinite jumps, so it's fantastic for those levels that really bite you in the ass. Then there's the Frog Suit, which is really silly on land, but amazing when moving underwater. I really hate using this thing on land, and I know you aren't really supposed to, but I don't like using it because of the walk cycle. His little hop throws off my perception of momentum, and you can hardly run with it. However, there's nothing funnier to me than clearing a level or challenging an airship with this thing on and watching Mario hop super fast. It's really cool. Frogs aren't the only thing Mario can dress up as, because the Tanuki suit and Hammer Bros suit are here too. The Tanuki suit is basically a super leaf, but it also lets you turn into a statue that can make you invincible for a short time. Something Japanese mythology. The Hammer Bros suit is very rare, but when you get it, you better save it. With it, you can block projectiles and hurl hammers that murder anything in their path. Though the hammers go in an arc, which can make it hard to hit things. And of course, one hit and it's gone, which makes it all the more frustrating given how rare it is. So what will be hitting you and taking away your hard-earned power-ups? The variety of enemies, of course, and boy are there tons of them this time around. The Koopa Pack has to have gotten a bigger budget because this time they're way more organized and deadly. There's of course your standard red and green Koopas, your Goombas make a comeback too, but now they're a lot more expressive like I mentioned earlier. Now there's even red Goombas that I think move faster, and Paragoombas that flap around and occasionally fly in the air, dropping Micro Goombas that slow you down and cut your jumping ability. Hammer Bros are back, but like I said earlier, are a total pushover. But they brought their whole family of Fire and Boomerang Bros that hurl their respective namesake at you. Think of them as the Count from Sesame Street, their abilities in the name. I can't keep mentioning new things this game does, or new enemies this game presents, without mentioning the most important of the new things it brings, being the introduction of the Koopalings. At the end of each world, you meet its respective king and are told that a Koopa kid stole the king's magic wand and you have to get it back. This results in Mario storming the flying airship that they used to attack the world that I guess happened to be parked right outside. In each world, you fight one of Bowser's kids. World 1, you fight Larry Koopa. World 2, you fight Morton Koopa Jr. World 3 is taken over by Wendy L. Koopa. Iggy has seized World 4, Roy World 5, Lemmy World 6, and Ludwig von Koopa is now in command of World 7. Oh, and in the castle of every world, you also take on Boom Boom, who is so pitifully easy you might as well just leave him alone. But if you do leave him alone, he'll occasionally jump really high or sprout wings. The Koopalings themselves also don't put up much of a fight. Like in Mega Man, it's really getting to the boss that's the challenge. The airships they fly in are all auto-scrolling levels, filled with cannons, returning bob-ombs, bullet bills, weird gears that never seem to respond to your jumps right, flamethrowers, the new Monty Moles that throw wrenches, and various other annoying hazards. Because it's auto-scrolling, that means one mistake and you have to do the whole level over again, and it's not like the screen is using blast processing or anything, so yeah, it'll take a while. The worlds they inhabit are all great, but my favorites are Worlds 3, 4, and 5. World 2 is fine, but it's just desert themed, though it is home to Chain Chomps, which also make their debut here. World 3 is water themed, and while that's normally an issue, I think this place strikes a good balance between above ground and underwater levels. The overworld also has this neat gimmick where every time you come back to it, the bridges on the board will open and close. This can allow you to skip certain levels and make backtracking a total breeze. Inside the water, bloopers and Cheep Cheeps make their return. There's also jellyfish that are invincible and... Wait, is that? It's also home to one of my favorite secrets. If you manage to beat the Wandering Hammer Brothers and secure a hammer from the chest, don't go using it to skip levels. Instead, use it to break the rock that blocks the dock near the end of the board. You can use that boat and sail across the water and find several little islands all peppered with mini games to score extra lives and toad houses to stock up your inventory. After beating a Koopaling, Princess Peach will send you a letter, often with an item attached. You can get the aforementioned Pewing this way, but also the Music Box and Cloud. Music Boxes can put Hammer Bros on the map to sleep, which lets you slip right past them. And the Cloud can let you skip levels, so it's handy for those really tough ones, or if you just want to get a move on. Her letters often contain hints or tips to help you progress, and that one about the Warp Whistle Thief always used to confuse me. But the Warp Whistle itself is something that's really neat. If you use it, you'll be sent to World 9, the Warp Zone. Here you can skip ahead to future worlds, and if you have 2 Warp Whistles, you can skip right to World 8. Getting back to the worlds though, World 4 is an island right off the coast of World 3, and everything is giant themed. A small detail that I love is the feeling of the interconnected mushroom world. There are giant fish in World 3 because World 4 is right next to it. They just swam over, and it's such a great tease of what's to come, and most gamers will never notice something like that. World 5 is the one that I think often gets overlooked, but I find it has amazing atmosphere. I will never forget exploring the abandoned castle at the end of the board, walking over brick blocks designed to look like the top of a castle, and eventually climbing higher and higher until you find yourself in the sky. Here the levels are really annoying, filled with auto-scrollers, lakitus, flipper things, and more bottomless pits than you can shake a stick at. Though the ground portion is home to the Goomba Shoe, an extremely obscure power-up that appears in one level in the whole game that makes you immune to spikes. I didn't even get it on my playthrough for this review, But I guess that just shows you how obscure it really is. World 6 I don't care for, it's Iceland, the physics here don't do it for me. There's times when you know you push the jump button, but nothing happens. The pipe maze, that is World 7, is my least favorite. Sure, the map music is catchy, but that doesn't make up for levels that go on and on. Piranha plants up the ass, the map itself being annoying to travel through, nippers and munchers everywhere, and the overall feeling of just wanting to get it over with. After you beat World 7, you get a letter from Princess Peach like normal, but it turns out Bowser's the one who wrote it. Yeah, while you were off saving the entire Mushroom World, Bowser must have snuck around and kidnapped Peach while you were busy. I gotta say, the wording in this letter sure is weird. Who the hell writes that they're laughing? Regardless of that, Mario and Luigi make their way to Darkland, which is full of the most frustrating levels in the game. Right off the bat, you gotta deal with a tank and a boat, which are airship levels in all but name. I always save a P-Wing for the tank, and my strategy for the boat is to swim underneath. But if you do that, you gotta prepare for sore thumbs, because you mash the hell out of that button to avoid drowning. Then you go through a little mini area full of really short levels that you're either forced into or not, leading up to another airship that realizes, hey, we can use jets, and so every platform moves super fast, too many tiny platforms, and way too many Monty Moles for my liking. Once all that's over, you finally get to the actual world and real levels. The levels themselves, they suck ass and aren't fun to play through at all. I get it, it's the final world, it isn't supposed to be a walk in the park with the Care Bears, but there's a difference between a fun challenge and something that makes you wish it was over already. Not to mention how boring and visually bland they all are, most of them consisting of just a black background with reused desert tiles. Take the Midway Castle, for instance. Let me just say right off the bat, fuck this level. It's a goddamn maze that will make you want to tear your hair out, and a solution so agonizingly mind-numbing that you'll want to bash your head in with a sledge bro for how stupid it makes you feel. P-switches that don't give you enough time. Booze that might as well just be a flying middle finger. Those stupid waffles that give you barely enough time to run around. And again, the level is a looping maze. Here's my live reaction to figuring out the actual solution.
What? Are you? There was a door there the whole time!
But once that's all over, you storm Bowser's castle, which is nowhere near as frustrating as the levels beforehand, and you go toe-to-toe with the Koopa King. It's a fight to the death! Will Mario be crushed by the King's overwhelming power? Or will he just use the Hammer Bros suit to flick him away like a little ant? Yeah, that suit kinda neuters the challenge here. Really, you have to avoid his fire blasts and make him crush the floor and fall to his death. Bowser dead, Peach saved, weird ending dialogue, roll credits! This is easily the best Mario game on the NES. This might even be the best game on the NES. From the music, the level design, the enemy variety, the sprite quality, the controls that have been so fine-tuned, you could play a 64-piece orchestra on them. Super Mario Bros. 3 is a joy to play. It is a joy to control. It is a joy to look at. It is a joy to watch someone else play. Super Mario Bros. 3 should be your introduction to platforming games. If you're looking into getting into platforming games, or Mario games in general, if you have little nephews, little cousins, little brothers or sisters, and they want to play video games just like their big sibling does, introduce them to Super Mario Bros. 3, dude. No exaggeration, it should be anyone's first introduction to what a 2D platformer is capable of. But with all that out of the way, next time we meet, we're gonna take a little bit of a diversion. We're not stepping into 16-bit territory yet. We're gonna go back into the 8-bit era, just for a little bit longer. And we're gonna take a look at two games that I have not had the privilege of fully completing. Not in a very long time anyway. So, until that day comes, thank you for sticking around for the Mario Marathon. Thank you for waiting for the Mario Marathon. Thank you again for voting for the Mario Marathon. With that out of the way though, my name's Waylon, but you knew that already. So stick around for more, why don't you? Hell was real the whole time! Kept you waiting, huh? Super Mario Land was a launch title for the 1989 Game Boy, and it showed off that Nintendo was not just interested in dominating the console market, but also the newly formed handheld market. Super Mario Land was, like I just said, a launch title, and was actually not made by Mr. Miyamoto, but rather a Mr. Gunpei Yokoi, who sadly isn't with us anymore, but he brought us things like, for one, inventing the Game Boy, two, he also invented the Metroid and Kid Icarus franchises, so good on him, you know? You know what else Mr. Yokoi invented? The D-pad. So give your thanks to him that companies stopped using those stupid numeric keypads. Why would you use those to control a game anyway? After Super Mario Bros. 3, Nintendo wanted to show that they could cram the same amount of detail and worlds into this tiny little brick, and boy did they really tried. They really tried. This game has 4 worlds, each with only 3 levels, and is only about 30 minutes long. Which, granted, is on par with the original Super Mario Bros. But is it any good? Yeah, I might get crucified for saying that, but I don't think this game is that great. If anything, it's just average. It gets points for being weird and being on a handheld, but other than that, it isn't too spectacular. The controls aren't precise at all. Mario feels like he lacks any weight. He just swings around like nobody's business, especially when running or trying to do precise platforming, which the last world is chock full of. Other than being short, it's also lacking in the power-up department. You have Super Mushrooms and the returning Starman, which is super odd because now the theme is the can-can of all things. Does anyone else think of the Animaniacs when they hear that song, or is it just me? Other than those two, there's the only new one, the Super Ball Flower, and this thing blows. It isn't fun to use, you shoot it straight down, it isn't accurate, and if you miss, you have to wait for it to either leave the screen or bounce itself out. I also hate how Mario looks in this game. It looks like they just took his sprites from the first one and scrunched them up in Photoshop or something. I guess I can get that story out of the way, and if I'm giving out points here, I'll give another one for originality. This is the first game to mark the debut of the lovable Princess Daisy and her kingdom of Sarasaland. The evil alien known as Tatanga, yes, there are now aliens in this world, has come and decided to make Daisy his queen. To, I don't know, rule over space? I guess it's just a law that monarchies have to have a king and a queen. So now, Mario must travel through the world of Sarasaland by making his way through the Birabuto, Muda, Easton, and Chai kingdoms, where Tatanga and his forces are held up. He's also hypnotized the entire population to do his bidding. Bowser could never. Birabuto Kingdom is Egyptian themed. Muda is mountain and water themed. Easton is Eastern Island themed, with elaborate cave systems, totems, and moai heads everywhere. Finally, the Chai Kingdom, can you guess, is Chinese or Japanese themed, with lots of bamboo, rivers, and castles. The final levels of World 2 and 4 are also both auto-scrollers that turn into a shoot-'em-up with Mario piloting the Marine Pop and the Sky Pop, respectively. I didn't know Mario had a submarine and pilot's license, but I suppose you learn something new every day. These segments are certainly the most original, but they really come out of nowhere. Whereas I was just platforming, now I have to learn a totally new playstyle and new mechanics. The levels aren't hard, but they feel half-assed. It was as if they really wanted to embrace the shmup mechanics, but they weren't allowed to. So at the end of World 4, Mario fights this weird guy who hides inside a cloud and makes lamb noises similar to that one sound from Tetris. But once he's taken care of, the music revs up, and Tatanga himself appears in a spaceship. He flies up and down and shoots projectiles that can block your shot and split it into 3. But other than that, he's a complete pushover. Especially if you get him stuck in a pattern. Once he's taken care of, his entire Sky Fortress explodes, but miraculously there's still a tiny part left where Daisy's being held. And the two of them escape, not on the airplane that Mario just came here on, but a rocket ship. The credits music plays, which is probably my favorite piece in the game, and that ends that. Before I wrap it up, I wanted to go into a bit more detail on things like music and enemies. The enemies in this game are out of control. You won't find Goombas, Piranha Plants, or Koopa Troopas here. There's lookalikes, but every enemy here is original. Chichibos and Nokopons are essentially Goombas and Koopas, but here the Nokopons explode when you jump on them. There's jumping ninja soldiers, thwomp spiders, weird robot dudes that throw their head at you, totem heads with wings, giant flies, evil fish skeletons that are apparently the dinner of Tatanga that were then put right back to work, and even horrible moai heads with arms and legs that run at you full sprint that come out of nowhere. Originality is certainly the best thing this game has going for it, and oh god, no, you can't be serious! They're here too? The bosses here are utterly pathetic. They don't feel like final challenges at all. In fact, they aren't even a challenge. You can actually just run right past them and not fight them at all. quick note before I get into the music, the level design is where you can tell the devs really got lazy. Multiple areas that were just cut and pasted, large gaps of land that are nothing but hovering platforms, and dozens of times where they just throw enemies at you and give you a Starman so you can run right through them. These levels are so short, it makes you wonder why you get so much time to run through them. The bonus I get at each end of the level is always huge. It isn't until World 4 does the length of these stages actually mean something. Anyway, the music is definitely the second best thing about this game. While there's only about 5 tracks, the overworld and ending themes are the best. The bonus room and boss room themes are repetitive and ear-grating, and the only other song in the game is that one underground piece that you only remember because it's in the Subspace Emissary from Smash Bros. Brawl. Though I will say the Chai Kingdom theme is fantastic, and even inspired a song from the Ambassadors of Funk, a part of the Super Mario Bros. Compact Disco. Okay, I'll give that to Nintendo. Super Mario Land was a pretty big, colossal success, despite its overall mediocrity. But when money's made, sequels are sure to follow. So in 1992, we got that sequel with the release of Super Mario Land 2, The 6 Golden Coins. Just like last time, Gunpei Yokoi was put in charge of the second portable adventure. After the success of the Game Boy was no longer a question, a sequel to Mario Land was requested. The 3 years in between games certainly paid off as innovations from Super Mario World were able to be taken and implemented here. Mario's now rocking his sprites from that game, and even has the spin jump. He basically has all of his moves from that game. His controls have also been refined. Not on the level of, say, Mario 3 or World, but significantly better than the first game, though hit detection can still be a little bit wonky. The art direction here blows the original out of the water, and the expressive sprites and art are definitely on par with Mario 3, while also managing to one-up it in the originality and imagination department. It's like they gave the keys to this game to a bunch of kids, and just let them run loose. The story here is that while Mario was off saving Daisy from Tatanga, his childhood friend and rival Wario saw this as an opportunity to take over Mario's castle on the nearby island of Mario Land, right off the coast of the Mushroom Kingdom. I suppose that after collecting 5 games worth of coins, he decided to trade up from a dinky little cottage. This was the first game to feature Wario, the garlic-loving and treasure-hunting fiend that is constantly a rival to Mario and always tries to be one step ahead of him. Using a powerful spell, Wario put the main inhabitants of Mario Land under his command, scattered the 6 golden coins that power the front door to Mario's castle, and had his minions guard the 6 main zones of the island. Mario now has to get the coins, save the island, and stop Wario.
Obey Wario, destroy Mario.
Unlike the previous title, this game sports a world map to travel along in a very non-linear fashion. You can tackle any of the 6 zones in any order you want. Do you go for the tree zone first to get accustomed to the controls and learn what power-ups you like best? Or do you go the opposite way and take on something like the pumpkin or the Mario zone?
The choices are yours and yours alone.
On top of that, some zones even have alternate paths, so there's all kinds of ways of getting those gold coins. Much like a Sonic game, the zones that Mario travels through all range in difficulty, but I never found the game to be overtly hard. There's nothing here that'll make you want to tear your hair out. The overall difficulty is very comfortable, and since you can choose what order to reclaim the golden coins, your adventure can either be a walk in the park, or heading to school, but it's slightly sprinkling outside. Something that makes this game easy is the abundance of coins and power-ups. They're practically handing these things to you like candy, and there should never be a time when you're really hurting for a pick-me-up. Just like in the original game, 1-up mushrooms are replaced with hearts, and if you get to the top of the end goal, you can play a minigame to score even more extra lives or power-ups. Power-ups in question are great. They ditched the Super Ball for the returning Fire Flower, this time sporting a neat little cape feather in his hat. New to this game is the Magic Carrot, which transforms you into Bunny Mario, and this thing takes the game and cracks it in half. Not only can you jump higher and longer, but if you mash the button, you can hover in place with a much slower descent. This neuters any and all platforming challenges, and to top it all off, they give it to you in almost every level! There's also Bomb Mario, but it's not really a power-up as much as it is a way to delete your save file. Mushrooms and Starman are back, but the theme that plays when you nab one isn't the can-can anymore, but it's still a catchy beat regardless. Enemies here range from your standard Goombas and Koopas, which I imagine were very happy not to be left out here, but Piranha Plants, Cheep Cheeps, and even Boos make a comeback. The rest of them, though, totally original. Killer ants, frogs, giant birds, pigs that shoot cannonballs out of their mouths, toy soldiers, spiky hedgehog creatures, skeleton bees, spiked slugs, exploding turtles, which kind of returned from Mario Land, and dozens more! I wasn't kidding when I said this was the most original game in the whole series. The originality even extends to the boss fights. Each one of them are unique. In the Tree Zone, you fight a giant bird. In the Macro Zone, which places you in the house of a giant, you fight a horned mouse. In the Pumpkin Zone, you fight the Wicked Witch. In the Space Zone, you fight Tatanga again, who I suppose wanted a rematch, but since he's never hurt again after this game, I imagine he went home and learned his lesson. And there's a Space Zone! This game predates Mario Galaxy by what, 15 years? In the colossal Metal Gear Mario Zone, you fight the 3 little pigs, which is really odd if you think about it. And in the Turtle Zone, you enter a sunken submarine, then go inside a whale and fight a treasure-hogging squid. But once that's all over, you take the fight right to Wario's doorstep and storm what was once your castle. However, Wario took the liberty to add a few of his own upgrades to home security, so getting to him won't be that easy. After making it past the huge spikes, lava pits, and giant Wario fists, you make it to your greatest challenge. This weird ball with Wario's face on it. Anyway, you beat the ball and then make it to another room where...
This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them.
Then you beat them a second time, and finally, you're up against Wario. While this battle starts out like all the rest, after the 3rd hit, he is not over. Wario's been watching you carefully and uses your own power-ups against you. This is a concept that I think is super cool, and I don't think it would be utilized again until, what, Meowser in Super Mario 3D World? That and Super Mario 3D Land, but Bowser doesn't really use the Super Leaf, just as minions do. Anyway, after dealing with Bunny and Fire Wario, he finally shrinks down and runs away after kicking his shoe and blowing raspberries. The castle corrects itself, a flag of peace is raised, and the credits roll. Like I mentioned before, Mario Land 2 is obviously the better game between the two, and deserves to go down in history as being just as good as a platformer as Mario 3 and Super Mario World are, in my opinion anyway. I'm not sure why I put the game down when I first picked it up. I probably just, picked up a harder zone than usual and played that one first and put it down because I couldn't, I got stuck or something. I hope this review has shined some light on this game, maybe let you or your friends know that this game deserves to be appreciated and is good. I know I was really hard on the first game, but I think it's just because, after you're blown away by something as good as Mario 3, you expect the follow-up to be just as good, if not better. I know it was on a portable system, but I'm reviewing the game that was given to me, and I just found the first game to be really mediocre. It has its charm, like I said, the music is probably the best part about it next to how original everything is, but again, the second game does that even better. It's more original, the music is way catchier, and each level, each world has their own theme song, so, it just beats it in every possible regard, so I can't help but be hard on the first game because every game before and after just outshines it so much. It's an awful shame that Mario isn't weird anymore like he was back then, But it's not as big as a shame as the fact that Daisy is not allowed to be in any other mainline games anymore, because Miyamoto hates everything he did not create. At least Wario got away, but he's kind of stuck, in microgame purgatory. Due for another Wario Land game. Make way forward, make it. I didn't want to end this on a negative note, so let me just announce that next time we meet, we'll finally be taking the next step forward into 16-bit territory. We may have been playing with Power already, but now we're going to be playing with Super Power. Welcome back to the Super Mario Marathon. It's been a long time coming, but finally we're here in 16-bit territory. The Super Nintendo is definitely one of my favorite consoles, and it has so many of my favorite games on it. Super Mario World definitely being no exception. Though if I'm being honest, I always go back to Mario 3 first. With Mario World, typically I'll get to Vanilla Dome, decide, okay, that's good enough, put the game down for a few months, and never go back to it eventually. I don't know why that is, but I really felt it this time around. Maybe it's I'm burned out because I just played 6 Mario games beforehand, but taking breaks in between the worlds really helped with stagnation. That aside though, thank you for joining me to this vacation in Dinosaur Land. This is Super Mario World for the Super Nintendo. Well, I'm not sure why this game isn't called Super Mario Bros. 4. I can say the title fits in some regard. We aren't in the Mushroom Kingdom anymore. Instead, the location of this game is Dinosaur Land, a massive island in the southern Mushroom Sea. Although if I'm being honest with you guys, Super Mario World honestly fits Mario 3 a bit more, seeing as how in that game, Mario is traveling the entire Mushroom World, going from kingdom to kingdom, but I digress. The story here is that, deciding they've had enough of Bowser's antics, Mario, Luigi, and Princess Toadstool head by balloon to the nearby Dinosaur Land for a vacation. The bros return to, of course, find out Bowser kidnaps Peach. The GBA version does a much better job in terms of storytelling. In the original version, you just start the game and this awkward text box appears, and then you're off to explore. Can you imagine if modern Mario games still followed this? What if in Odyssey it didn't have that opening cutscene and just dropped Mario into the Cap Kingdom with a flat text box like, "Hey, Bowser kidnapped Peach, lol, you better go stop him." The first part of your journey is Yoshi's Island, where they meet Yoshi, who was trapped in an egg by Bowser's minions. Yoshi was on his own quest to save his captured friends, who were also turned into eggs. So together, Mario, Luigi, and Yoshi team up to stop Bowser. I love Yoshi, but something I love more is this game. Right off the bat, I just want to praise how this game looks, and the graphics, they're just so Super Nintendo to me. You know what I mean? The little lines in the ocean simulating waves, the way the clouds move on the world map, the little fish that always jumps out when you cross the bridge, and many more little details makes me love the look of this place. Mario's sprite has seen another change, and while I was really fond of how he looked in his last adventure, this sprite is iconic. You are lying to me if you say you have never seen this sprite in all kinds of YouTube animations, both good or bad. Luigi does not get his own sprite, and that is supremely lazy to me. I can understand why it was like that back on NES, but this is a new console with new capabilities! Never before has it been more obvious that it's just Mario wearing green clothes. Look at him. I do not see Luigi here. Thankfully though, the Super Mario All-Stars re-release of this game decked out Luigi with his own look that, again, has also been featured in many YouTube videos. Strangely enough though, when Luigi gets a fire flower here, it looks like he's spitting the fire out of his mouth, which always bugged me. Did he get tips from a fire bro or something? Speaking of fire flowers, let's talk about power-ups. You got your returning veterans, mushrooms, and Starman, and the fire flower, which I think is my favorite iteration of this thing. I love its tulip design. With the orange and the green color scheme, I think it's really unique compared to all the rest of them. I really love the deep, vibrant red that Fire Mario and the Koopa shells are sporting here. Again, this game just nails it in terms of visually appealing sprites and colors. Back on power-ups though, there's 2 new ones this time around, being the Cape Feather and the
Magic Balloon!
The Cape Feather lets you slow your fall, it gives you an awesome, super spammable cape attack, which would go on to become Mario's side special on Smash Bros., and with enough speed, you can take up to the skies and fly with clever finessing of the D-pad. The Magic Balloon is very situational and is only used in a handful of levels. It's not really a real power-up in terms of enhancing Mario's pre-existing moveset. It's really just a situational gimmick. But anyway, you've all heard it before, the Cape Feather can break this game in 2. Don't feel like playing this level? Just get a stretch of land and fly over everything. It isn't hard to abuse. And this can make the Fire Flower feel obsolete. Sure, hitting enemies with Fire Flowers in this game turns them into coins, but it's really outshined here by the Cape Feather, which I feel like the game designers tried to counteract by giving you Fire Flowers more often than Cape Feathers, but that also falls short considering this game's improved map structure. Just like Mario 3, you have a world map to explore, and this place is huge! Levels are dictated by these yellow spots on the board, and if they're red, that means that level contains a hidden exit that pops up on an alternate path for you to take, or it gives you access to a secret level. Why isn't the theming of yellow and red come back in newer games? It's so much more visually appealing, I love it! But back onto the power-ups like I was saying, in this game, any level you've already beaten, if you hit start and select, you can just leave the level no matter where you are, even if you're about to die. You get to keep any and all power-ups you get, even if you don't actually finish the level. The levels themselves, though, are a huge step up from 3. They're bigger, denser, more secret areas with bonus rooms, and they're all longer with checkpoints symbolized by breaking tape. And of course, almost every level ends with that classic end level jingle. I love that peace sign, and Luigi has his own little pose as well. Accompanying the levels is the music. Oh, the music, it's so wonderful. While they all follow the same basic melody, they're changed in a way that allows each one to stand on their own. The Plains theme is uplifting and gets you an adventurous mood. The Underground theme is mysterious and atmospheric. The Athletic theme makes you never want to stop moving. And the Underwater theme, it's calm and serene. Each song also gets a huge boost when you're riding Yoshi with an added pair of bongo drums. But I'd be doing a disservice by leaving out the most chilling of all. New to this game are ghost houses, challenging levels that you'll need a brain to get through. They aren't as simple as getting to the goal. Usually you'll have to solve some kind of puzzle. The music here is shared with the returning castle levels, but with some added scary effects. Inside these castles are the returning 7 Koopalings, who are just about as challenging as they were in 3. There's also the optional fortress levels that all end with a battle with Reznor, these 4 dinosaurs that spit fireballs. Since I brought up the bosses, why not discuss the enemies? Here, there's mostly the same faces that you come to know. Koopas, Bullet Bills, Cheep Cheeps, Piranha Plants, the usual suspects. Joining us, though, are Galoombas. Not Goombas, Galoombas. They can't be jumped on, but instead, they're picked up and tossed around. There's Charging Chucks, which are some confused assholes. I mean, you find these guys dashing into you, kicking footballs, throwing baseballs, calling in more enemies, and even splitting into 3 copies. There's Bonsai Bills, Rexes, which require 2 stomps, many ghost types, the amazing Flying Hammer Bro, and many more. Surprisingly, though, for a world called Dinosaur Land, there's only about 3 dinosaur-themed enemies, with Rex and the 2 variants of the Dino Rhino. Switching gears to the topic of control, I have a few things to say. Remember how I said Mario's movement in 3 was very finely tuned and perfect to play with? Well, World takes that and improves it, though not in a huge way. You have better ground speed, much more control over your aerial movement and general momentum, and with the advent of the Super Nintendo controller, you can now run and hurl fireballs at the same time. We've got 4 buttons now, and Nintendo wanted you to use them. Well, I think that Mario controls just fine here. I actually think he controls too fine. Let me explain. You see, Mario controls so well here, I actually find myself getting carried away with all the freedom of movement, and that leads to some deaths I could have very easily avoided. While it's true that I can pull off riskier jumps and mid-air stuff that I wouldn't dare try in Mario 3, I really think he's kind of slippery here. And the few times this game tries ice levels, don't even bother. The physics are shoddy at best, very frustrating to deal with at worst. I don't like it. Though I will say, Mario's angle animation for these levels is very funny to me. Added to Mario's repertoire of moves is the new spin jump, and God, I love this thing. It's almost like a power-up by itself. It lets you instantly defeat almost every enemy, you get great height off of enemies you jump off of, and when you're big, you can break certain blocks with it. I know I complimented it in my Super Mario Land 2 video, but man, I really love this ability. You'll be using all of your abilities to get through the worlds of this game, though, and they aren't as conventional as, say, Mario 3. You got Yoshi's Island, Donut Plains, Vanilla Dome, the Butter and Cheese Bridge area, the Forest of Illusion, Chocolate Island, and finally the Valley of Bowser. Defeating the Koopalings and rescuing Yoshi's trapped friends, Mario, Luigi, and Yoshi find themselves at Bowser's
Coney Island Disco Palace.
Inside his castle are various trap rooms that you have to progress if you want to make your way deeper inside. Alternatively, though, if you don't want to deal with all that, you can beat the Valley Fortress and gain access to the back door of his castle, which is really funny for world-building reasons. Like, of course Bowser would build a back door just so his minions could come and go. Going through the back door, you skip to the midway point of his castle, dodging lava pits, the dark, and the new Mecha Koopa enemies. But very soon, you walk through that red door and... there are only a few bosses in video games that I think have such a perfect build-up, and this one certainly blew my young mind. The fight with Bowser takes place on the roof of his castle. There's lightning and thunder billowing in the background, and the stakes are high. Bowser flying around in his new, albeit silly, Koopa clown car, hurling down Mecha Koopas, which you have to use to pick him up and launch him on his head. 2 hits and he flies away, but it's not over. He comes flying directly into the screen, spits fire at you, then the princess comes out and gives you a mushroom to help before getting subdued. Repeat this 2 more times, Bowser's KO'd, and the princess is saved. Once all is said and done, you make it back to Yoshi's Island, the eggs hatch, and the credits roll. And I'm not joking when I say the credits theme for this game is one of my favorite pieces of music in all of video games. Super Mario World was a huge success, especially seeing as how it was bundled with the Super Nintendo, making it the highest selling game of that console. But for all the things this game does well, and all the things I love about it, I feel like it presents a bit of a series stagnation. Shigeru Miyamoto famously holds this game as the golden standard of Mario, making sure that almost all games to come would adhere to its style and formula, never really wanting to branch out. I'm glad that with new devs on the team, we were able to get games like Super Mario Odyssey and escape Miyamoto's grasp. But the RPGs and other spin-off games, they seem to still adhere to these extremely strict guidelines, which is a shame. It's kind of sad if you think about it. The man who made all these great things is now the one holding them back. And I think that the fact of the matter is, we're not going to get truly experimental games like this one, at least not until after that man passes away, which is tragic, but ultimately, I think it's the truth. That aside though, let's get back to the game, which itself still has many things to do. As many of you may have noticed, throughout the worlds are these star paths. You hover over it. Star Road, what's that? World 8! Star World! Inside Star World are 5 levels with 2 exits each that form a path that lets you take shortcuts to later worlds. Inside Star World's levels are different colored baby Yoshis, which is one of my absolute favorite aspects of this game. Yoshi and his abilities. Yoshi has a strange relationship with Koopa Troopas. The color of their shell will give him various abilities when swallowed. If he grabs just a plain old green shell, he'll spit it out like a projectile. Takes a red shell though, it lets you spit out fireballs. A yellow shell, it gives you a little ground stomp that defeats all enemies in its admittedly very small range. And the most rare of all shells, the blue shell, gives Yoshi wings. The different colored Yoshis retain these abilities, no matter the color of their shell they eat. Red Yoshi will shoot fire, yellow Yoshi does the stomp attack, and blue Yoshi sprouts wings. Yoshi's pretty awesome and is my favorite addition to this game, and believe it or not, was planned to be in the very original Super Mario Bros., but couldn't be added due to technical limitations. Beating every level in Star World unlocks another Star Road. You take that one and BAM! You're in the 9th world, the Special Zone! In this area are some totally radical names and the hardest challenges yet. In order to conquer the Special Zone, you gotta make your way through gnarly, too weird, way too awesome, groovy, Mondo, outrageous, and fucking. In the first level, Gnarly, you get a text box that tells you about another new world that's unlocked by beating the Special Zone, and that just motivates you to keep going and beat it. Once you finally do, you take that last Star Road, and what do you find? The entire overworld has been changed, from spring to autumn. This even extends to the Valley of Bowser, the Vanilla Dome, and even Star World, and I love the revamped color palette. Chocolate Island also becomes mint chocolate, which I am totally down for. Not only did the season change, but also some of the enemies. Koopa Troopas become Mass Koopas and wear silly Mario heads. Piranha Plants become Jack-o'-lanterns, and Bullet Bills become Pidgeys. Though I do find it a missed opportunity that in subsequent re-releases of this game, they didn't change more of the enemies. In my opinion, this reward is pretty cool, and it's something I wish later games would also do. In the GBA version, the only thing they changed is that Galoombas now wear sunglasses. But they should have gone all out and given makeovers to every enemy. Beating Bowser one more time shows us all the changed enemies in the roll call section of the ending. This finally lets you know you've beaten Bowser, you found all 96 exits, you beat every level, conquered every boss, tamed the Star World, and turned your back to the Special Zone. You have truly mastered Super Mario World. Is it over? Did I do it? I finally reviewed the entire original series! I'm done with the Mario Marathon! Kind of, anyway. There's still 2 more games on the Super Nintendo for me to look at, being Yoshi's Island and Super Mario RPG. But really, I feel like this marathon has come to a nice conclusion. But if you really want me to take a look at those 2 games, I will. I'll leave a link to a straw poll that you can vote on in the description, and I'll set up a YouTube poll using the community tab. So hopefully, more than 10 of you will see this video and vote in the poll. It seems like YouTube has not been really giving me any exposure lately. They're not recommending my videos to people. Even if you're watching my video right now, do me a favor, look in the recommended tab, wherever it is. Do you see any of my videos there? I didn't think so! So it's with a heavy heart that I have to succumb to the algorithm and say, please, won't you turn on that notification bell so that you actually get notified when I upload, because it seems like YouTube doesn't want to do its job. Thought that was why we had a subscription box anyway, but I guess it doesn't matter anymore. But since I'm on the topic of YouTube here, if you want more unscripted content from yours truly, kind of what I'm doing right now, you can always head over to my second channel, Waylon Plays a Game. It's here that I upload Let's Plays, I play games with my friends, and of course, I post my reviews there. So if you want to support the show, support me and what I do, you can subscribe to that channel. I think you'll find it to be fairly entertaining. But on the topic of the Mario Marathon concluding or finishing, I'll see you guys next time with a new subject matter, or I'll be finishing the Super Nintendo, wrapping those games up. So if you really want to take a look at those games, or if you want me to move on, get voting! Vote like your life depends on it. So, in the meantime, my name is Waylon, but I'm fairly certain you knew that already. Do me a favor, and stick around for more. This video was made possible thanks to excellent patrons like Head Punch. Please consider supporting me on Patreon to get early access to videos, patron-only streams, special Discord roles, and influence on future videos. Lowest tier starts at only $1. Thank you for supporting the show!
Good evening. Welcome back to our program. As you know, I am Pretorius. And tonight, on this most spooktacular October evening, we will be paying our respects to the dead. None more so than many of Valve's own perished properties. But what happens if a game is left undead? Or perhaps left for dead? Will you make it to the end of our feature presentation to find out? Because tonight we will be discussing just that. Don't touch that clicker. Many of you won't make it, and I'm not betting on you doing so.
Happy October. Have you been enjoying Mad Monster Madness? I certainly hope so. The Left 4 Dead games, that's the focus of today's video. I was never really a fan, I was never really familiar with those games. I was always a Team Fortress and Half-Life kind of guy. So around 2013, when everyone was using Bill's hats as a form of currency, yeah, remember that? I just had to know who Bill was! So I did some of my own personal research, and as it turns out, Bill was from one of Valve's own series, the Left 4 Dead franchise. They didn't interest me. I looked into them and they just didn't click, you know? I was never really fond of zombie games. That is until I, of course, played them. And I liked them. Valve always has this wonderful little habit of just applying a beautiful coat of polish to all of their games. And these two were certainly no exception, like, at all. These two were really great, fun games. But with my personal recollection of the series, you know, out of the way and done with, let me start the actual review.
The first game takes place in what I think is Pennsylvania, starring 4 main protagonists, Francis, Louis, Zoe, and Bill. While they might seem like generic character tropes, the nice one, the girl, the rude one, the old man, etc., I think their personalities and interactions shine through. Louis is the optimistic one, a total people pleaser and someone with a heart of gold who's always trying to make the most of a bad situation and rarely loses that hope. Francis is a former biker who views the apocalypse as the best thing to ever happen to him and is always making jokes at everyone else's expense or talking about how much he hates things. People who play Francis tend to get into trouble a lot, so it's a good thing he's indestructible.
Zoe, unfortunately, lost both of her parents due to the infection. However, she loves horror films and video games, and always thought the zombie apocalypse would come sooner or later. She's a lot of people's favorite pick, given her quick-witted and charming personality, but my favorite is probably Bill. Bill is a Vietnam vet who was in the hospital when the end of the world happened. After fighting his way from the hospital to his house with nothing but a bone saw, he suited up one last time and prepared for something even worse than war. Now that we've met our heroes, let's meet our opponents. We've got the common infected. These are the most frequent zombies you'll encounter in the game. And trust me, the game loves throwing hordes upon hordes of these things at you. One zombie, or even 10 zombies by themselves, oh, that's not much to worry about. But soon you'll realize that having to fight 40 or 70 at a time is a very common thing. Then there's the special infected, the hunter, the smoker, and the boomer. The hunter can leap around up to hundreds of feet in the air and pounce on you, ripping your guts to shreds and incapacitating you unless a teammate helps out. Smokers do something a little bit similar, but instead of pouncing, they shoot out their rope-like tongue and tangle you up, requiring a buddy to come help out. The boomer is a huge fat guy that pukes on everything and attracts small horde. Do not shoot it at close range because it'll explode and cover you with its stomach acids. Lewis thinks that boomer bile is like catnip to zombies because it, attracts them very fast, and you can even see them fight each other when they themselves get covered in it. Those, however, are just the common special infected. There's also the witch, who will leave you alone and is docile as long as you don't flash a light on her or make too much noise. Then there's the tank! This big beast is a hulking bullet sponge who would sooner pound you into red paste than eat you. On the harder difficulties, expect to see tons of these guys at once. The gameplay is the Valve standard, the first-person shooter. Utilizing a wide array of guns, you have to shoot your way to the end goal of either a safe house or a rescue vehicle at the end of each stage. Weapons are divided into tiers. Tier 1, you got the pump shotgun and the submachine gun. Don't get the submachine gun because it sucks. I always stick with the pump. Tier 2, you got the auto shotgun, the assault rifle, and the hunting rifle. When given the choice, I like to stick with the assault rifle because it just feels great. The auto shotgun has the burst fire and amazing impact, but really only comes in handy if you plan on getting up close and personal. As for the hunting rifle, do you like pressing your scroll wheel to use the scope? There is a mystical third tier, but I'll touch on that in the sequel. Each campaign, on average, comprises of 3 or 4 maps or stages, with each stage, except for the final one, ending with a safe house where you can choose different guns or stockpile on ammo. There's also Molotov cocktails, which can provide some area defense with fire and make great ways to damage tanks. And also pipe bombs, which produce a loud beeping noise that attracts all zombies to wherever you throw it until it explodes! These are really good for if a friend just got puked on, or if you're trying to escape and a huge horde is all over you. Now it's time to talk about the campaigns. The original Left 4 Dead only launched with 4 of them, being No Mercy, Death Toll, Dead Air, and Blood Harvest. Later on, additional campaigns such as Crash Course and The Sacrifice were added later, making a total of 6. I'm gonna say right off the bat here, there is no point in playing the original Left 4 Dead. Left 4 Dead 2 comes with all of the maps from the first game, same characters and everything. If you buy the second game, you're essentially getting the first one for free. With that out of the way, No Mercy is how we start. Our goal is to reach Mercy Hospital, fighting through the apartment buildings, the subway stations, city streets, and finally the hospital itself, ending in a climactic rooftop battle where you wait for a rescue helicopter. This map features long, winding corridors and claustrophobic rooms packed with zombies, so it really gets you in the horror mood. Added on later is Crash Course, which is meant to bridge the gap between No Mercy and Death Toll. The helicopters crash thanks to your pilot turning undead, so now you must fight your way through incredibly dense city streets and a truck depot. This is also the shortest campaign with only 2 long and very tiresome maps packed to the brim with common and special infected. The short length and density of enemies was a deliberate choice by Valve so that players could apparently have a more intense game in versus mode, but I'll get to that much later. After they make their truck, they find their way in Riverside. Here they go through traffic tunnels, the sewers, a small train yard followed by a church, then a brief walk through an abandoned town until finally you get to Riverside Park and a lake house. You get that amazing scenery of the burning city in the distance, and it just gives you this overbearing feeling of dread, like no matter what, you won't get a happy ending. After signaling for help, you escape on a boat, then somehow end up in a greenhouse in Newburgh, otherwise known as Dead Air. I think Death Toll is probably my personal favorite of the original maps. It isn't very challenging, even on harder difficulties, but the fun factor is cranked up to max. Back up to Dead Air though. Here, you start at a rooftop garden and see a plane crashing, which gives the survivors an idea to head to an airport. So you make your way across the rooftops, through an office complex, fight through the metro airport, and finally get to the runway, where you have to wait for an airplane to fill up with gas to get you out of there. You also get this awesome scene of a plane crashing. But finally, you're on your way. So sometime after their plane ride, they end up camping in the Allegheny National Forest, which is where Blood Harvest kicks off. Hearing of a possible safe zone at a farmhouse past a train yard, they just decide to head over there. This is the most open campaign, lots of big areas to explore with all kinds of items to be found. On your journey, you go through a wooded campsite area, an extensive underground tunnel system, another train yard, and finally, the big farmhouse. Here you wait for an armored vehicle to come rescue you, all while defending yourself. You can either hide out in the barn, the farmhouse itself, or on the huge hay pile in the cornfield. Or you can just do this little trick where you hide on the corner of the house and none of the infected can get you. This map, I think, really amps up the classic horror trope of survivors stuck in an abandoned house in the middle of nowhere. Really brings to mind the original Night of the Living Dead. But after waiting, you get picked up and you drive off into the horizon, concluding the original game. Well, that was the ending initially, but since then, things have changed. The Sacrifice came out. This was both a newly released campaign, along with a nearly 200-page tie-in comic. The survivors are rescued and brought to an isolated military base that has no idea about the special infected, or just what they're up against. After an alarm is sounded attracting every zombie in a 100-mile radius, our heroes must fight for their lives as they escape the military and board a train that will take them to their new goal, the Florida Keys. This is where the Sacrifice begins, with only 3 maps, being the docks, a brick factory, followed by a giant cargo ship, and finally, a port town that we'll return to later. All is going well for the gang. Their hunt to find a boat and make it to the Keys seem to have succeeded, with the only obstacle in their way now being a lowered bridge that they have to raid. Sounds easy, right? After powering up 3 generators, it seems like things will be that way, and they'll finally have their happy ending. Their happy ending. But it's called the Sacrifice for a reason. One player has to stay behind and restart a generator so the others can escape. Canonically, that person is Bill Overbeck. After taking out horde after horde and 3 tanks, he's finally able to give his new family the safety they deserve, and he passes away after one last cigarette. Well, I think the Sacrifice is a really awesome campaign. The final battle is very annoying. Valve's idea of making this a big, huge event is just you starting 3 generators and rushing you with hundreds of commons and special infected and like 6 tanks. It's almost impossible to do this map single player, considering the bots don't do things like start generators or pick up gas cans. So from a single player perspective, God, this map is terrible. But as long as you have a strong team, you should be able to win with little issues.
Before we continue, a word from our spine-tingling sponsors.
Merry Christmas.
Nice.
There's a smoker around here.
Yeah.
I'm down! Shit! Charger!
Zoe.
This one's huge.
Lewis.
Get it off me! Get it off! Help the fuck!
Oopsie daisy.
Hand!
That is uncalled for.
Hi there. Are you tired of getting beaten by tanks?
Yep. Good thing I'm in this.
Thrown off cliffs by chargers? Yep. Or just waiting for your shove meter to cool down?
Hey. Yep.
If you said yes to any of those things, then if I got the solution for you,
Really?
straight from the steam pipe and officially partnered with Team Fortress Industries, it's Choco Bite Cereal. With Jonko Bites, now you show those tanks who's boss.
I'm indestructible. Nope.
With enough vitamins to give you the strength of over 10 adrenaline shots, there's no physical way for them to ruin your perfect run. Try it before it's all sold out. One box contains a random collectible figure.
Just
like click them off, there's nothing in our failure.
With Jonko Bites, the only thing you'll be sacrificing is hunger. Get it while it lasts. Now with marshmallows. Available at your local Save for Less.
I think Valve really struck gold with the first game. There just weren't that many games like it that were, co-op focused when it first came out. Sure, nowadays there's no reason to go back to it, especially since the second game trumps it in pretty much every regard. Especially considering when the game first came out, it was kind of, bare bones. 4 campaigns, 1 separate multiplayer mode. It's kind of pathetic. I mean, yeah, when the DLC came out, it fleshed out some things, added some new modes, but don't let that distract you from the fact that when it came out, it was seriously lacking. Like, it kind of sucks. And there was outcry when the second game released, but I'll touch on that a little bit later. Something I can compliment the first game over the second one, though, is it's definitely the sense of atmosphere and dread. The second game plays it more like a horror action comedy, whereas the first game plays it straight horror. The music, while very subtle, is certainly there and conveys a serious sense of hopelessness. Like, for instance, compare the opening theme to, say, No Mercy to the opening theme of The Sacrifice. You'll see the progression and how it just gets darker and more upsetting and sadder, you know what I mean? But with that out of the way, first game's done and over with, so let's dig into some fresh meat with the sequel.
Alright, Left 4 Dead 2, the better game between them and easily the most fun. While this is the general consensus nowadays, believe it or not, this game originally had quite the controversy and even a call to boycott it. The original came out in 2008, and the sequel came out little under a year later. Fans were afraid that Valve would just abandon the original and not give it all the promised DLC. I won't go deeper than that, but just know that original fans didn't like this game very much. With that out of the way, new game, new survivors, new locations, new zombies, and new weapons to get through. So let's tackle all that one at a time. The location for this game is the good old South, taking place I think either 1 week or 2 weeks after the first game. There's some overlap happening. In Savannah, Georgia, a group of survivors hoping to get rescued find themselves being forced to fight for their lives through a burning hotel in hopes of finding an evac station. Meet your new gang, Ellis, Nick, Coach, and Rochelle. Ellis is a well-meaning southern boy who loves guns, killing zombies, and telling very long-winded stories. Nick is a former con artist who came to the South in hopes of taking advantage of all the dumb Southerners, kind of taking on Francis's role in that he's very antagonistic early on, but of course learns to love his new family and care about them. This guy, his friends call him Coach, and he takes on Bill's role of being the older and more experienced expert. He's a lot of people's favorite pick, and he has some of the funniest dialogue in the game. Last, but not least, is Rochelle, who was doing a news story on the infection before getting involved in it herself. Everyone knows that Rochelle used to be the most bland, uninteresting character in the entire game. This was due to more than half of her voice lines just being cut for unknown reasons, leaving her as this kind of empty husk with nothing interesting to say, and just providing the role of a fourth player slot. Recent events though, that's all changed with the release of the Last Stand update. All of her cut lines have been restored, allowing her klutzy but well-meaning personality to finally shine through. I'll touch on that update a little later down the pipe, but for now, let's talk about the weapons. Of course, all the weapons from the first game return. Tier 2 weapons, however, have been increased with the addition of the AK-47, the sniper rifle, the combat shotgun, and the combat rifle. Also in this game is the mystical 3rd special tier. Here, you get the grenade launcher and the M60 machine gun. You can get all Adrian Shepard up in here. Be careful though, because you can never replenish the ammo of the special weapons, so if you're gonna use them, you have to commit. This game also introduces melee weapons that the first game didn't have. The only thing it had was this dainty little shove that needed a cooldown.
Here, you got a baseball bat, a machete, a fire axe, a cricket bat, if you feel like being British, a frying pan, a nightstick, a guitar, a rather groovy chainsaw, and the ninja sword, otherwise known as a katana. The fire axe is my go-to, seeing as how it has great reach and can mow down commons like there's no tomorrow. The best, though, of course, is the katana. It has the best damage, the best reach, but it's very rare. I always go for melee weapons the first chance I get. Having a single or even a double pistol do not do it for me, and I think that having a close-range weapon in a first-person shooter does nothing but help variety and replayability. It also helps that because this game loves crowding you with infected, nothing clears them away faster. That's not all though, because this game also has a form of power-ups, being the incendiary and explosive ammo upgrades. These upgrades are best paired with high clip size weapons, but make for excellent damage multipliers when paired with a shotgun. Then, there's laser sights. These improve your gun's overall accuracy, decrease weapon spread and whatnot, and can usually help you aim better thanks to you being able to track your shots. These things are the rarest spawn in the game though, so you better pray that you've got a good weapon when you find some of these, otherwise you'll just have to hold on to the shitty one just because of its upgrade. But with weapons out of the way, what are you gonna shoot with them? Well, the smokers, hunters, boomers, tanks, and witches are back, but new to this game are the chargers, jockeys, and spitters. Spitters are disgusting abominations that hurl acid at you and make for area denial that really stings. Chargers are for ambushing. They charge around corners and incapacitate you. Wait for a teammate to help you up. Then there's jockeys, which you can always hear because of their horrible laughter. They hop on top of you and ride you, hence the name jockey. They'll often steer you towards danger or away from your group, so you'll need someone to either shoot it off or shove it off you. That's it for the new special infected though. Like all the weapons I just mentioned, all these new guys can also be found when playing the first game's map, so it really helps to shake things up, and I like it a lot. The campaigns we have to go through this time are much more visually distinct and unique compared to the first game. You've got Dead Center, Dark Carnival, Swamp Fever, Hard Rain, and The Parish. In Dead Center, we go through a burning hotel, abandoned streets, raid a gun store and deliver cola, explore an infested mall, and finally fuel up a stock car and ride out in style. This is a campaign I always replay when I'm in the mood to play this game. Either this one or Death Toll. I just think this is a really fun, tightly designed campaign. And even though the finale is just getting a bunch of gas cans while trying to avoid the infected, it's still really fun. Higher difficulties can make the finale almost impossible if you're playing with random people, so it just really encourages teamwork and structure. Next up is Dark Carnival. However, later down the line, along the same time that we got the Sacrifice, we also got the Passing, an in-between campaign where the survivors of the first game meet up with our current group. This takes place shortly after the Sacrifice. I'd say maybe one day later, or maybe even an hour later. I say that because the bridge is raised and Bill is dead, which all three of them will comment on. Lewis was injured, so he only helps out at the end with a big machine gun, which will really come in handy. The current gang needs to drive their car across that bridge. But after all the work it took to raise it originally, Zoe and the others do not want to just immediately lower it again. So we got another campaign on our hands. Going through a park, the sewers, and finally, the same port from the Sacrifice where we once again have to power that same generator that Bill died restarting. You can even find his dead body in the generator room and take his gun, but that's just disrespectful. That's all there is to this one, but the interactions between the first and second group of survivors is really great, and they have so much dialogue that you probably won't hear all of it. After the second group of survivors moves on, Zoe, Lewis, and Francis take the yacht that Bill sacrificed himself for and head out to the Florida Keys, their long journey finally over. Next up is Dark Carnival, where after their car is stopped because of traffic pileup, they're forced to make their way to an abandoned amusement park to find shelter. You got a merry-go-round, a tunnel of love, a roller coaster, a huge slide, and all other kinds of dumb mini-games. This all culminates with a badass rock concert as you try to survive while waiting for a helicopter to notice the pyrotechnical finale. Dark Carnival is probably my favorite campaign, barely beating the Passing at Dead Center. This finale is a big highlight and really surprised me the first time I played it. Coach's plan works, and they're picked up by a helicopter to continue their journey to New Orleans, which is apparently the last city standing. The plan kind of fails though, because the chopper pilot turns mid-flight and is shot by Nick. This keys into Swamp Fever, where you don't really have a goal other than getting out of the swamp and trying to survive. But sadly, this is the first campaign where I get the overwhelming feeling of, aren't I done yet? Most of the scenery and stages blend together, with only the first and last feeling very visually distinct. You're spending most of your time trudging through swamp water and going through abandoned buildings. Finally, at the end, you make it to an old plantation house and signal help from Virgil and his boat. So after fending off mobs of the undead and quite a few tanks, you make your escape. Boats need gas though, which segues into Hard Rain. What starts as a quick trip to just go get gas quickly turns into a trek through an empty small town, a sugar factory, a cornfield, all while rain is slowly coming down harder and harder. By the halfway point, it's time to turn around and come back, repeating the same levels but in reverse now that you've got the gas. This time, you're constantly bombarded with hard thunderstorms that block visibility and obscure sound cues of the special infected. Not to mention there's like 30 witches on this map, so tread very carefully. The thunderstorms have not let up, and things only get worse from here on out, because now the ground is flooded and limits your movement. After what feels like forever, Virgil comes back and you live to fight another day. With Hard Rain done and over with, Virgil finally drops us off at our prime destination, New Orleans, and surprise, surprise, it is not the safe haven we were promised. The military is bombing the shit out of this place, and it's completely overrun with infected. When you get to the safe room, you'll notice this first chapter is very short. That's because the parish was originally only going to have 4 chapters, not 5, with the first chapter being split into 2. This is because the parish, or the parish, however you want to pronounce it, this is because the parish was the very first campaign designed in the game, and it clearly shows because the devs weren't able to make the maps as big as they wanted, which is why the waterways and the park are split into separate chapters. The park is a fairly simple level. You navigate through a park where a witch or a tank will spawn. After you leave the park, you find a CETA decontamination trailer and piles of dead bodies. This is when it hits our survivors that the military is shooting people, not just zombies. Then comes the cemetery, and this is probably the worst level in the parish, second maybe to the finale. The cemetery is home to some empty suburban homes, a dive into the sewers, an impound lot with over a dozen car alarms that will spawn a horde each and every time, and maybe even a tank, and finally, the randomly generated and constantly changing cemetery. This is when the director shows how much of a dick he is by changing the level layout of the final stretch between 4 possible combinations. When you manage to beat the cemetery, you get a bit of a break with the quarter. This level actually isn't that bad. Lots of tight spaces, bars, apartments, an annoying horde battle that activates when you try to move a parade float. And once you're done with that, you move on to the finale. The bridge. The bridge is what this entire campaign has been teasing you with. You can see it in almost every level, and the survivors always make remarks about how they have to get there in order to be rescued. Once you get there, you find a dead Air Force pilot. Thankfully, though, he has a radio. You'll be rescued, as long as you can make it to the other side of this bridge. You just have to lower it, similar to how the original survivors had to lower their bridge in the Sacrifice. Valve really likes bridges. What follows is a massive hike across a bridge with multiple paths, brimming with fallen cars, insta-kill pits, jockeys and smokers all over the place, at least 2 or 3 tank fights, and hundreds upon hundreds of common infected. There's also a mounted gun you can use towards the end, but since the tank spawns behind it, there's no point in using it. At the end, you board a helicopter, watch the bridge get blown up, and the final credits come down. The end. That's the end of Coach and the others, with no word on whatever happened to them. Unlike the first game's team, we at least know that Lewis, Zoe, and Francis made it to the Keys and presumably lived there forever in peace. We still have no idea whatever happened to Nick, Coach, Ellis, or Rochelle, and that kind of bugs me. The bridge took me many tries on my first attempt. It didn't help that I was playing with random people, which meant many rage quits and conflicting strategies. But after what felt like hours, I finally made it across that stupid hunk of concrete. Okay, I just complained for like 2 minutes, but I don't think that by itself it's hard. It's only artificially hard because it comes at the end. You're beat to hell, your resources are scarce, and here comes this huge challenge that you might not be 100% prepared for. Getting here with great gear and plenty of supplies to spare shows that this isn't some impossible mega challenge, but it will certainly test your skills. Not quite done yet, because there's also Coldstream, which was Valve's first and last attempt to make more maps for this game. Every stage in the campaign ends with a crescendo event which spawns in a massive horde to fight your way through. Coldstream is okay, but it isn't remarkable or canon, so I'm not going to spend any time on it other than that brief exchange. Moving on. The only things I have left to talk about now are the multiplayer modes and the newly released Last Stand update. Left 4 Dead 2's first major update in 10 years! That's an entire decade! I really hope that this sets a new precedent for Valve. They'll see the response to this update and know that this is going to be a regular occurrence. It's going to be a new thing. This update was made by fans for the fans. So I hope they give other games the official treatment, you know what I mean? Like more community-made official updates to the game. Kind of like the Frontline update or the Invasion update for TF2. You guys know what I mean. I love Valve. You all know that I love Valve. They're one of my favorite companies. I just wish that they weren't outshined and outclassed by their fans so often. You know, in terms of work ethic and wanting to put things in their games. But with that off my chest, let me get back to the review. Before I talk about The Last Stand, let me just talk about the multiplayer modes really quick. We have Versus, Scavenge, and Survival. Versus puts you in a 4v4 match with 4 players controlling the survivors and the other 4 controlling the special infected. Versus mode is actually what Valve had in mind when creating Crash Course. That campaign is so short and tightly packed because they wanted to give the fans a fun, intense round of Versus, without even giving a thought to those who play on single player or just play through the normal campaigns. Scavenge has you and 4 friends hunting for gas cans or turning on generators to power up some kind of rescue vehicle in order to escape. There are also Versus iterations of this mode, and Survival, where you can imagine what the goal of the infected team is to do. Compete for the highest score to win, and that's really all there is to it. Survival is self-explanatory. How long can you survive against hordes upon hordes of zombies in a never-ending, never-forgiving, constant struggle? That's it, really. I suppose there's also realism mode, where the only difference is that you can't see your teammates through walls, but the special infected can. Now, finally, let's finish this up by discussing the Last Stand update, a community-created, Valve-endorsed, official patch for the game that was released around late September. It brought over 30 new survival and scavenge maps, hundreds of bug and exploit fixes. It also comes with new field of view options, new view model changes, new and previously unused voice lines such as Rochelle's, 2 new melee weapons, restoring the original game's common and special infected designs when you play on their maps, and a brand new campaign that takes the previously survival-only map and turning it into 2 full chapters. My thoughts? I found the campaign to be very fun, since it uses the first game's aesthetic and uses it in nice and creative ways. It was clear that the team behind it understood what makes these games fun and why we like them. The first chapter takes you through a riverbed and a junkyard. The second chapter is where the original Last Stand community survival map took place, a giant lighthouse base that overlooks the beach. Here you have to do the standard wait for a rescue shtick until halfway through it turns into a scavenge map, with you getting gas cans to power the generator up to turn the lighthouse back on. Once you do that, you fend off more zombies until 3 tanks come at you all at once, with that awesome, badass metal remix of the tank theme pounding in your ears. You just gotta run and make it to the boat as fast as you can. This update does bring in some minor issues though. You can tell some of the voice lines were left unused for a reason. Though it's all worth it, seeing as how, again, Rochelle finally has a true personality. See, if I were in the business of giving games scores, I'd give Left 4 Dead 2 a 9 out of 10. But I'm not, so instead, I give it 1 artifact out of Ricochet. So that's the game, and it's a damn good one too. I mean, you know, it was made by Valve, so what do you expect other than a quality, fun experience that will last for years to come? I didn't have many complaints about this game, so this whole review might have seemed a little one-sided. But that's just because I've been playing this game for so long, and I always have fun with it, that I just don't have that many serious, angry-worth complaints to get angry over. Bit of a redundant statement there, but it's true. Though I will say that with the state of the world and how everything is right now, maybe we all should have taken Nick's words to heart about, you know, a little more hand sanitizer. But with that being said, though, join me as I continue the spirit of Mad Monster Madness with even more daily uploads on my second channel, Waylon Plays a Game. Also, there's too much madness for 1 month to handle. Look forward to multiple videos in one day, coming later down the line this month. Also, you're not gonna want to miss the next big video taking place on Halloween night, where I discover, rediscover, and talk about the things that scared me the most from my childhood video games. You're not gonna want to miss that. It'll be a howling good time!
Quite the spine-chilling event, wouldn't you say? Is anyone still alive? Good, because now the true terror can begin. As we speak, I've already launched a plague affecting every viewer in their homes. And the only cure is to stay glued to your screen, watching hundreds of thousands of more hours of our program until the end of time. There's nothing better than a captive audience. Be sure to keep watching Mad Monster Madness, or else I'll find out.
What does it mean to be afraid of something? Is it only scary if it leaves an impression on you? Fear is subjective. What horrifies one person might make another laugh. Some things don't hold up and stop being scary. Some things continue to haunt you and stay with you for life. Other things will stick with you, not making you afraid, but unnerving you, making you feel like you aren't safe. I don't think there are a lot of things that are actually scary. Well, things that actually matter anyway. This is a video about electronic video games that frightened Waylon as a child.
Happy Halloween. Have you been enjoying my Mad Monster Madness? Certainly hope so. Thinking about changing the name for next year, though. Well, that is if I get the chance to do this again next year anyway. Say, you ever been scared by a video game? Oh, good. Get your goodie bags ready, because tonight I got a real treat for you. And what better night for treats than on the night of nights, during the witching hour of the most haunted day of the year? With that out of the way, though, this isn't a majorly serious video. It won't be heavily scripted or anything like that. Just some notes that I prepared for me to get things along. First things first, the Zelda Duology on the N64, but let me instead talk about the GameCube. Let me take you back to like 2007. I was at my cousin's house playing the Zelda Collector's Edition for the GameCube. You know, it comes with Zelda 1, 2, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask. This was my first exposure to those N64 games, and I remember being blown away by the graphics. That was before I played a real GameCube game. It was around the middle of the night. My cousin and I were way past our bedtimes, and we were playing Ocarina of Time. I remember being scared of the music that used to play inside the Great Deku Tree, and I had arachnophobia at the time, and still kind of do, so being in a dark tree, surrounded by giant spiders, really frightened me. Of course, my cousin teased me and laughed his ass off, despite being younger than I was. But it wasn't until we got to Goma, the first boss, did we both agree that this was the scariest game ever. I remember it dropped from the ceiling. Yeah, it dropped from the ceiling on top of us, and we both screamed while rushing to reset the GameCube. After that, we switched on Majora's Mask, and boy did we regret it. I remember being creeped out so much by the Happy Mask salesman, how he would constantly like change positions, but his like smile would never go away, no matter what. Like even when he's angry, he still has that like weird creepy smile. He's not like, I don't think he smiles with his teeth anymore, but still, it's freaky looking. The Deku transformation when Skull Kid like transforms you at the very beginning of the game with the I don't know what instrument that is, so let's just say the Deku nuts rattling in like a tube or something. The rattling of those things, combined with like the constantly shaking atmosphere, the camera, all that, Link getting rushed by the Deku scrubs, that really freaked me out, because that's scary even today. Like there's no music, it's just creepy. Skull Kid's theme, I remember that freaking me out, specifically when you're on top of the clock tower and you confront him. You know how he like screams and he stops in the moon and his music starts coming on? A lot of creepy instrument choices, and I really applaud the composer for that game. Some of the music for the Skull Kid, like some of the same instruments, I think were used in Zelda Spirit Tracks for that game's main antagonist? I don't remember. But anyway, the Skull Kid. The next thing I remember was the moon killing everyone, because, you know, we were 7 years old. We didn't understand that we're supposed to use the Song of Time to go back in time to prevent the moon from falling. So to us, it's like, oh, okay, time's up, time to let the moon fall, and we would let that cutscene play every single time because we were idiots. But I remember the implications, like, I was young enough to understand the implications of the moon oh, it's falling, and everyone, including Link, who's supposed to be the hero, they're dead. We met with a terrible fate. Everyone is dead. They died a horrible death. They were crushed. They were burned to death. It's like that one scene. I think it's Terminator, where they're all like evaporated and turned to skeletons. It's a really raw scene. But anyway, it reminded me of that. And another thing that really scared me about Majora's Mask is I was a kid in the early 2000s. Everyone knows what Ben Drowned was. It was those series of weird WMV videos on YouTube of like the creepy, oh, it's the haunted game cartridge. But I remember it genuinely freaking me with the backwards music and how the statue would show up everywhere and how Link would just randomly die or get electrocuted and things would just happen to him no matter where he was. It made me think, oh my god, no matter where you go, you're not safe. You're constantly being watched. And that alone is like a phobia of mine, constantly being watched no matter where I am. And makes me feel like making me feel like I'm not safe, and that's exactly what Ben Drowned did. And I know it was just a YouTube video at the time. Like I was able to tell, yeah, it's just a YouTube video. It won't affect me actually playing the game, but it still scared me. It was a scary video, and I associate my fear with the game, you know. And I think a lot of people did at the same time. Continuing with the GameCube, though, we have Luigi's Mansion. Funny how this would go on to become my favorite game of all time. But I think the majority of my fear stemmed from the feeling of being betrayed. Mario's been captured, but he's supposed to be this unstoppable hero. If he couldn't do it, then I'm powerless to do anything. I was also really afraid of the dark as a little kid, so the idea of there being ghosts that wanted to kill me in the dark only made things worse. The foggy atmosphere and the then creepy soundtrack really unnerved my childhood self. I think I was rather sheltered looking back. Things spooked me rather easily, and I didn't want to do anything that made me feel scared. King Boo's laugh scared me. I remember being frightened of that because all the different tones of his voice. Boo laughter in general kind of scared me, but King Boo specifically freaked me out. And speaking of King Boo, the Bowser suit that he goes into for the final boss, that scared me. But funny enough, I was playing it with the same cousin that I played Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask with. I remember getting upset with him because I can't do anything about it. He's huge. He doesn't have a tail. He's not a ghost. I can't suck him up with the vacuum. What am I supposed to do? You know? I didn't understand that, oh, you have to throw the bombs at him. That was the scariest I've ever seen Bowser depicted because, you know, I'm coming off the Super Nintendo. Bowser, he was just a small little sprite, and here he's like this big thing that can crush and kill Luigi, and he's roaring at me. I didn't play Mario 64 until I got a Wii, so I wasn't familiar. You know, that's just recycled roars from 64. But it was scary to me. Another thing that was scary to me about the game was, and I feel like this is more common, this is more realistic, I was scared of thunder and lightning as a little kid. So the fact that in a lot of the rooms in that game, there's thunder and there's lightning and you can hear it, it scared me, and how it lit up the whole mansion like that. I remember one night I actually played it when there was a thunderstorm, like in real life. I was playing in my bedroom and there was a thunderstorm, and every time the lightning would go off in the game, I'd be scared because I was thinking, oh no, now it's gonna happen in real life. I was playing with, I had covers on. I was playing in my bed. I was, you know, under the covers with just my hands and my head sticking out of the covers, holding the GameCube controller. You know, looking back, it's not even a scary memory. It's more like, wow, I was so naive and gullible as a kid. I can't believe things like that scared me. So, you spooked solid yet? Just recalling these stories makes me glad that I'm not out there being subjected to the dark horrors of Halloween night. I've only got 2 more stories left to share, so I hope they really make you scream! Super Mario 64. This is a game I very often played on the DS and the Wii. I just mentioned that. I remember never liking Big Boo's haunt, from the skybox, the evil music, and the overall hostile atmosphere. I hated being here. But then I got to Wet Dry World and things changed again. To this day, I can't really articulate why it scares me, more like it unnerves me. The music is just strange, and the raw emptiness just fills me with negative emotions and dread. For such an overall happy game, these 2 moments really made me not like playing it. Wet Dry World. It shares its music with Hazy Maze Cave, and for some reason I don't mind it in that level, because I feel like, oh, you're underground, it fits. The music sounds like it's muffled because you're in a cave. But with Wet Dry World, it just doesn't feel the same. The music just, it brings on this strange atmosphere of dread. You're also very alone. The only people in the town are enemies, and even then, they're really spread out and far apart. So for the most part, it's just you wandering around with the music playing, and it freaked me out. I remember I got to the top of the level because I figured out, oh, if you jump high, the water raises, so you can just swim up. And I saw the skybox of like the city, and it's like, oh, that's weird. There's like a town. Are there people there? Are they alive? Are they dead? Because I can see the sun coming from the water. We're underwater. Is the city sunken? Did all those people drown? Why is the town so empty? And then I got to the actual town where part of the other stars take place, and I'm like, oh, this is worse. This little underground town was also flooded. All these people must have drowned. There are no people. I'm all alone here. This is scary. This was coupled with my intense fear of drowning as a kid. The person that helped me learn how to swim was definitely a throw you in the deep end kind of teacher. So I was always scared of drowning as a little kid. So the fact that this level is primarily underwater, the frightening music, I'm the only one here, the implications of everyone in that town drowned and died, and now it's just me going through this ghost town, it all like combined itself and perpetuated into this really just this scary atmosphere, and it's just unsettling to me. I don't like talking about it. I don't like playing that level. It's more of the level is not scary. The implications are scary because your mind will come up with scarier tricks and scarier things than a game or anything else ever actually will. Your mind is sometimes your greatest enemy, you know? But yeah, I think most of my fear of this level stems from the implications. Big Boo's Haunt is just, it's a ghost level, it's scary. But Wet Dry World, I feel like more people can relate to me on that end. Back to the GameCube. You know what one of my favorite video games is? Pikmin 2 for the Nintendo GameCube. I love the Pikmin series. It's so colorful and cute and full of damn good gameplay, memorable characters, great lore, details, and some seriously messed up world building. Out of all the explorable treasure-filled caves in this game, the one that always gets under my skin is the submerged castle. Right off the bat, this cave sucks because you can only enter it with blue Pikmin, despite the cave being full of other elemental traps. But that doesn't even compare to the truly frightening things that, lurk underground. Alright, so some things about the submerged castle I don't really like was the music, and it really reminds me of the Cave of the Past from Earthbound, so it's really come full circle. It really drones over you. It makes you feel like, oh, something is not right here. This is definitely scarier than all the other caves. The atmosphere here it's not the same. Like a lot of the other music in the caves, I wouldn't say it's happy-go-lucky, but it has a brighter atmosphere. Things, like as soon as you enter, you can tell, oh, something's different here. And that keys into, I think, the sense of pressure that I feel and time limits. If there's something I do not like in games, it's intense pressure and time limits that I can't do anything about. It just puts me on edge. And yeah, some people actually work a lot better under pressure, and good for them. I'm glad that they can strive through that. But me, personally, it's kind of insane, because I feel like, oh, no matter what I do, I'm not good enough, I can't do this. And then things are timed, because there is a time limit, because at the end of, I think, 5 or 6 minutes, if you're not out of the current sub-level at 5 or 6 minutes, that's when the Water Wraith appears. And the Water Wraith is an non-killable, insta-kill enemy who is constantly chasing you, and his music is blaring every time he gets closer. So really it feels like, okay, you're being hunted, the music is already doing a good job of creeping you out. You don't have any control, you're under a time limit, this monster is chasing you, your resources may be dwindling, you might have taken a big hit, you can't finish this cave, you're gonna have to come back, and when you do, you can't kill this thing. It just feels like you have no control, and that's one of my biggest things, the lack of control. I hate feeling like I'm not in control of my actions, not in control of my character, not in control of the situation, and I really don't like it, and the submerged castle just does a fantastic job of preying on that fear. Okay, now it's time for the last segment, and this one is A Scream Fortress tradition hacks its way onto my list. The horseless, headless horseman is something that used to terrify me. From his evil laughter, the fact that he can kill you in one hit, the looming sense that he can spawn in any minute, and just the pure chaos that always happens when he appears. You'll see Ubered heavies running for their lives when this guy shows up. I feel like he just instills a specific fear that you just can't get anywhere else. I first started playing TF2 around 2012, I think. Might have been a little bit earlier, but I definitely remember 2012. And I remember playing on Man Manor on community servers. I was in for the shock of my life when he appeared and started hacking us all to bits. I don't think there's anything scarier than, say, playing engineer, trying to set up a sentry so that you can shoot him whenever he comes by, and then hearing that organ chime, seeing the skull appear over your head, and just the text that appears on your screen, "You're it!" Melee an enemy to tag them, and then that just overwhelming feeling of knowing, oh god, I don't know where he is, but he's locked onto me specifically, and he's gonna come and he's gonna kill me. I hate that feeling because now I'm going to drop whatever I'm doing. I'm going to run to escape his range. However far I gotta go, I hate the feeling of being hunted by this guy. Because that axe, the head taker, it can kill you in one hit, no matter what class you are. I think maybe I've escaped getting almost killed as a heavy, but even then, you know, heavy's slow. He'll just kill you anyway. But there's something so frightening about getting killed by him. It's that feeling of, oh god, he's right behind me, he's right behind me, he's right behind me, he's slashed, and I'm dead. And then my ragdoll goes all over the place, I don't have a head, and then it zooms in, you were killed by the horseless, headless horseman, you know what I mean? And when he's like low at health, and he gains that like purple fire, and he just starts running towards you more often, and he's like laughing and screaming, and the noises he makes when he kills people, it's just freaky. It's just freaky. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. It's okay. I'm alright. It's okay, guys. I'm not it anymore. I went and meleeed this random guy across the street, so I'm not it anymore. You know, with the threat to my life being over, I think I'm gonna call this an episode. It was pretty good. You know, recalling my past fears from things, even if they had no real reason to scare me. Sure, of course, as I got older, I just got more afraid of things because, hey, who doesn't live in constant fear as they get older? But things don't scare me as much as they used to. But if I have to give some honorable mentions to things that didn't quite make this video, I'd probably say something like Level 9 from Zelda 1, Ravenholm from Half-Life 2, the Monkey Family from Halo 3, remember those weird things? And probably the first half of Resident Evil 7. Everything after is kind of so-and-so. But hey, thank you. Thank you for watching this video. Thank you for watching Mad Monster Madness. Ton of effort to put everything for this together. I'm really happy how it came out. Thank you for watching. And until then, thank you for staying tuned for everything. Keep watching and... Kept you waiting, huh? Yeah, I have some unfinished business I need to take care of in the form of 2 loose ends from a certain marathon from a little while back. So before I can move on to anything else I might want to take a look at, I really should take care of this stuff first. This episode's going to be a little bit special, you know, festive, Christmas and all that, but really it's special because I've actually never played the game that I'm going to be reviewing today. It's going to be completely blind. I have never played Yoshi's Island on the Super Nintendo. See, I'm much more familiar with the DS version because that's the one I grew up with, which coincidentally was a Christmas present. So, really wraps a little nice bow on everything. But without any further delay or anything else like that, this is Yoshi's Island, straight from my Super Nintendo Classic. Alright, let's get going. So the game is like a prequel, sequel to the entire Mario series. Mario and Luigi are babies, and you play as Yoshi and his friends trying to help the poor kids out. After the stork carrying the brothers to their new family was attacked by Kamek and baby Luigi was stolen, it's up to baby Mario and the Yoshis to reunite the bros and put a stop to Kamek's pedophilic antics. Coming from Super Mario World to this game is like going from the NES to the Super Nintendo, in terms of graphics. It's really impressive what the Super Effects chip could do to games. It's been said hundreds of times, but the art style is very appealing, and the attention to detail in these backgrounds is very exquisite. Each world having its own style, despite still being on the island, is impressive. There's no grass, desert, or lava world, but instead some parts of the island are more open and sprawling, and others are more dense and compact or covered in foliage. Enough about the graphics though, because I already have my first complaint being the controls. I just don't know what it is, but for some reason, things aren't as tight and fluid as they were in Mario 3 or World. Yoshi feels kinda slippery and carries a lot of momentum with him, which is where his flutter jump can help you pick up the slack. However, even that feels bad. Every time I use it, I know that I should be able to go higher than I can. It looks like I should be able to make that jump, but I just can't. Though, I will say, jumping onto a bad guy, then getting all that extra height feels pretty good. But as for the general controls, maybe I am just bad and rusty, but certainly feels slippery to me. Alright, with that out of the way, let's check out this level.
No way! I didn't know this song was it's from this game?
Considering all the YouTube animations I watched as a kid, Power Star notwithstanding, I had a bunch of stupid smiles on my face as I played through this game. Ooh, where have I seen that before? What about that? That looks familiar. Anyone that watched Super Mario Bros. Z as a kid will definitely remember this background. Back to the gameplay though, I will say that the lack of a run button is kind of jarring, especially since I had played the other real Mario games beforehand that all did have a run button. I also miss all the little cutscenes that happen between worlds, but I do enjoy these little short scenes of Yoshi destroying a castle. Something I gotta draw attention to is the soundtrack. It's so wonderful. I especially love the underground theme, it's very mysterious. The theme that plays in Fortress levels also reminds me of the Song of Storms from Ocarina of Time. Speaking of Fortress levels, this is when the game starts getting puzzly. Nothing too brain-scratching, but it deviates a bit from the standard platforming, but even the later levels get longer and will require you to scour the entire area for secrets or alternate routes. Something that separates Yoshi from the baby on his back is that Yoshi is kind of immortal. Unlike Mario, who dies in one hit if he's small, getting hit will knock Baby Mario off your back, and you scramble to get him when a timer ticks down. Think of it like getting hit in Sonic and running to pick up your rings. Yoshi doesn't have health points, per se. Getting hit just stuns him for a bit. But if you do take too long to save Mario, he's taken away and you lose a life. You can prevent that from happening by collecting little star guys that pop up every now and then. These cute little dudes aren't the only pickups you can grab though. There's coins that will give you an extra life if you nab 100 of them, and scattered in every level are 20 hidden red coins and 5 flowers, along with ending the level with 30 star points will get you a perfect score of 100. Although, getting a high score does nothing except unlock some extra levels and give you bragging rights. Back to the differences though between this and the other games are the complete lack of power-ups. Yoshi's mechanics are the same from start to finish. All you have is your flutter jump and your ability to make and throw eggs. Although occasionally throughout the game, there are minor segments where Yoshi can transform into a mole robot, a helicopter, a car, or a submarine with the worst swimming controls I've ever played. There's a large variety of minigames here, but the end level ones let you gather all kinds of pick-me-ups, which I didn't understand at first, but if you pause the game, you can select these little cards that give you a boost, like giving you max eggs, revealing secret red coins, or giving you more star points. The music that plays at the end is so triumphant too. I can't stress enough how great the soundtrack is. That goes double for the bosses, and there's 2 in each world, a mini castle at the halfway point and a fortress at the end. The first boss theme is playful and exciting. It really gets you in a fighting mood, while the big boss theme is very dramatic and moody. These bosses are also great. I love Bert the Bashful, the slime dude, the Big Boo, the potted plant ghost named Roger, which is really funny to me how he has such a normal name, and Prince Froggy, who eats you after Kamek shrinks you with his magic. The look on Yoshi's face really says it all. Oh right, how could I forget? This was the game to introduce Kamek, Bowser's loving worrywart father. But here, he's just so weird. Stuff he says is so creepy and bizarre that at first I thought my Super Nintendo Classic was bugged, but no, he really just says all that stuff. It's never explained why Kamek wants to kidnap the Mario babies, other than he just wants to. Genuinely, I might have missed something here, but the plot is very simplistic. With that over with, let's move on to the next world. Huh, so that's what atheists see when they wake up every day. Get away from my kid, you pedophile of a primate! The only Jungle Book you're gonna be reading is your obituaries, you mad monkey! Why do so many people want to steal Baby Mario anyway? Kamek, monkeys, tribal shy guys, these bandit creatures, and of course, toadies. What kind of island is this where there's a kidnapper on every corner? Also, what's going on here? I think he suffers enough just being alive. No real point in killing him. This game is pretty good so far and is making a lot of great first impressions, but some of these levels just go on and on, often having multiple checkpoints in each of them. To the game's credit though, each world introduces some sort of new gimmick to keep the levels fresh, but these also lead to some really annoying stinkers. I really hate this one too, the Cave of Harry the Hedgehog. He's so tiny that he blends in with a beautiful background art. This level also sucks because you have multiple paths that you gotta comb over to find some key that you can only get if you backtrack all the way at the start of the level.
I hate that hedgehog!
The boss of World 30 is pretty cool though, this giant piranha plant that really sells the dramatic opening of the big boss theme. Oh yeah, and I did figure out the trick to kill her in one hit. Overall, World 3 sucked, but hey look, World 4 has Goombas and Koopas! I like the way the Goombas wiggle their eyebrows. Come to think of it, I like a lot of the enemy designs here, especially these little pink dudes that just walk around all happy-like without a care in the world. The Shy Guys on stilts are adorable, and the strange lantern ghosts that pop out of pipes and make that one noise are a delight. World 4, however, does have this one level with the platforms that disappear after you jump on them, and the world's slowest balloons ever created. Not to mention how the small balloons, combined with the slippery controls, is a recipe for falling over and over again. That's pretty annoying, but not as annoying as the level where you ride these little platforms and the momentum makes your controls not respond right away. See? Why did I miss that jump? This mid-castle also betrayed my trust because the boss is one of those little guys that I like so much that I guess are called Milds? Milds? Jesus, what is this, a Reddit meetup? Get away from me! The level also starts with an, oh god, I don't want to die, I'm too young! Yeah, hope the dentist bill is huge. The big boss being a giant Koopa Troopa is a neat twist given that the part of the island is infested with them. Something I greatly enjoy is that because the bosses are mostly normal enemies that Kamek makes giant, it implies that these elaborate dungeons are all manned by a bunch of really non-threatening normal people before they're turned into monsters. Okay, so World 4 is done and over with, and despite my grievances, I'm really having a lot of fun. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself so far, and hedgehogs notwithstanding. There has yet to be a single level that has made me just, put down the controller completely and just stop the game out of frustration. The game has sincerely charmed me with its colorful and detailed visuals, the delightful soundtrack, the varied level design, and my innate desire to kick Kamek's ass. Oddly enough, something that's a drive that pushes me to keep playing is the map screen itself. Every time you progress into a new world, I notice that new instruments get added into the main melody, so what starts off as rather bare and basic becomes full of energy. World 5 is great, and starting off, it already seems like it's my favorite world in the whole game. We're climbing higher and higher on the peaks of Yoshi's Island, and it's starting to snow! This is the perfect Christmas special. You can't imagine how big my smile was when I stepped into the hut and came out in ski gear, with even Baby Mario getting a cute little hat. I have no complaints about the first 4 levels. They're all fun, a fair challenge, and just a blast to play through. The next 4 levels kinda suck though, and really become hell with more birds, balloons, bombs, and unresponsive, fast-moving platforms than you can shake a stick at. But hey, look! These birds look like Raphael the Raven from the original Paper Mario. Oh, wait, he's the boss of this world? I had no idea he originated from this game. This is a surprise. His boss fight is pretty fun, with him launching you onto the moon itself. Clearly, he's the most powerful character. After defeating that big bird and freeing the entire island, I guess what happens here is that Yoshi goes through a portal or something and ends up in the Koopa Kingdom. Welcome to World 6. I hope you like the underground theme because you'll be hearing it a lot. The first 4 levels are fine. I really like the creepy atmosphere with all the skeletons and ghosts. Level 2 is annoying because I can't stand bandits, and level 3 isn't difficult, but it's easy to die if that makes sense. The mini castle is probably the worst level in the game. It's a giant maze of semi-3D pipes and stones that remind me of the art style of Super Mario RPG. Aside from the surprise reappearance of Salvo the Slime, this castle has almost nothing redeemable about it. The boss is a giant tap-tap with Kamek looking oh so worried that I made it this far. Joke's on you, old man, I've been playing Breakout since I was 5! What follows are the most tedious and boring levels I can think of. The very long cave and the deep underground maze truly hold up to their names. If you weren't already sick of the underground theme, you're gonna hate it now. You can mute the TV and rip out your ears, but you'll still hear it in your head. After that, we have Keep Moving, where the chain chomp from earlier found access to a very fast and reliable dentist. And finally, we have King Bowser's Castle. The level starts with you flying in via helicopter before making you choose a random door. I see Bowser never got over his multiple choice phase. After whatever random door you get, I happen to be chased by a giant tap-tap myself, you go through another auto-scroller where you dodge Kamek, and finally, you fight Baby Bowser. He isn't difficult, just act like a child and copy what he does and you'll win. However, the fight isn't over yet, as horrified and real talking Kamek appears and supersizes the prince, and then... Heard the song uploaded on YouTube and I knew what the final boss would be already, but playing it for the first time? It's really something else, let me tell you. The stress I was put under trying to aim those giant eggs with this new perspective, watching Bowser slowly creep closer and closer to me, all while keeping my balance on these small blocks, was enormous. But after one too many close calls, I finally beat him, with Kamek boasting that one day they shall return. The day is saved and Baby Mario is reunited with Baby Luigi. Yoshi frees the stork and the brothers are delivered to their mom and dad. I don't know if it's the music or the animation, but something about this scene can really trigger your waterworks. But that's the game. There's nothing else to do other than try to get a perfect score on every level to unlock those bonus stages, but there's no way I'll bother with that. The game is pretty great, and I'm glad I finally decided to sit down and play it for myself, and I'm glad you're all here with me. I think you've got a real gem worth playing. With this game done and over with, the last thing I need to do to put a bow on this Mario Marathon epilogue is to dive into Super Mario RPG, which works perfectly fine for me. I loved playing that game when I was younger, but it has been a few years since I've taken the time to play it from start to finish. So won't you join me for whenever that comes out? It is an RPG, so this will take a little longer to play through and write notes on, so I thank you for your patience in advance. Well, here we are, at the end. I don't think I'm going to be covering the Mario series for a long time after this, but hey, Happy New Year! Welcome to the first video of 2021, and I wanted to thank you for spending your time on my channel when I know there's so much other things going on in the world and so many other choices that you could pick from. So, thank you for choosing me. But I'm not here to tell you things that you've already heard dozens and dozens of time over. You're here for video games! And I got a pretty good one for you. So, to wrap up the Mario Marathon for real this time, no more after this, Super Mario RPG, Legend of the Seven Stars. So seeing as this is Mario's first take in the RPG genre, and that they partnered with Squaresoft, later be rebranded as Square Enix, I bet you're thinking, the story must be very deep and complex. No, not at all, really. It's probably a little more intricate than your average side-scrolling story, only this time Mario can't run and jump on enemies, he punches them to death instead. So what is the story, you might be wondering? Well, Princess Peach is chilling one day when Bowser kidnaps her and Mario gives chase. Right when things are finishing up like normal, Bowser defeated and rescue imminent, a giant sword comes crashing down from another dimension, breaks through heaven, and comes crashing down with a... Mario, the princess, and Bowser are scattered in different directions and a brand new band of villains known as the Smithy Gang take control of the castle. From here, the story doesn't really go anywhere, or really happen. Mario runs into an obvious tadpole named Mallow, who he helps get a coin back from a thief. When they get back, Mushroom Kingdom is overrun by a portion of Smithy's gang, and once they're defeated, they leave behind a piece of a star that just happens to be there, that they just happen to have it. It isn't until the second area of the game do we actually get an explanation for what these stars do and why they're important when or Geno shows up and tells you that the giant sword broke the Star Road in Star World, so he needs the star pieces to fix it. So now, these things have a purpose, and you're given your main objective roughly 2 hours into the game, and that's it. Doesn't really deviate from that. From then on, you just go from place to place and just happen to find star pieces each time. Eventually, you meet up with Toadstool and Bowser again, who agree to help you, seeing as how Smithy and his gang are the much bigger threat to the kingdom. And in time, they do just that. The story really comes and goes, wraps itself up in a nice little bow, and just like that, it's finished. Something I really like is how characters such as Toad, the inhabitants of the world, and of course, Toadstool and Bowser are given a bigger dosage of personality. Mario himself is portrayed as a well-meaning goofball who, while silent, wants to do his job well and make things right. You would be surprised how much a simple head nod or expression does at establishing some character for this guy. I really don't think there's anything funnier than Mario and Bowser having like a split-second conversation with just their faces. Something that I think this game does very well is lore and world building. I like this city of southern mole people and this valley town of reformed monsters. The people in this world all mean well and they want to help you so that their lives can go back to normal, but they all have a certain degree of snark to them. It's obvious that while this may as well be your first adventure in the Mushroom Kingdom, certainly isn't theirs. Their reaction to Peach getting kidnapped is equivalent to you getting mad that your dog peed on the rug again. I really like Bowser being portrayed as like a loser who thinks so highly of himself that he dupes other people into thinking the same thing. But moments where he meets his former minions and he has this like really renowned sense of understanding of their new lives, it's really moving to me. The whole game, he's this kid-like bully who nobody takes seriously, but these short moments where he gets time to be a real leader to these guys, I think it really shines a light into how he acts when the camera is not on him. I enjoy how spunky and assertive Princess Peach is, and this is really what I always default to when I think of my favorite portrayal of her. Like when people say, oh, she doesn't have any personality, the first thing I think of is, oh, it's this game. Well, that and maybe her portrayal from Super Paper Mario, but that just feels like a natural extension of her character here. Geno is the wise guy who just wants to do his job and go back home, who goes through some kind of out-of-touch warrior softened by the people he journeys with arc, but overall his personality is very basic. Mallow's a fun character though. He's a crybaby, but he goes through a very nice progression of learning to fight for himself and become strong, and he reminds me a lot of Tails from Sonic Adventure. So in this weird world of shysters, frogologs, funkrats, and goombas, how does one get around? Well, by now you've noticed the more overhead view of the game, similar to most RPGs made by Square like Final Fantasy or Chrono Trigger. I'll be honest, I don't really like it. The isometric angle makes platforming sections and getting around in general to be cumbersome. Mario moves in 8 directions, yeah, but I don't know how to explain the controls to someone who isn't actually playing them, but it doesn't feel like it's true movement, and it gets stilted after a while. The angle only helps to magnify the rather ugly presentation. Why they went with pre-rendered 3D graphics similar to the Donkey Kong Country games, I don't understand. It's visually distinct and really aids in the game having its own identity and puts it apart from all the rest, but I don't think it holds up today. I really hate the ugly blue void that almost every level segment in this whole game is. I don't know why they didn't just stick with black like in the Forest Maze or around Booster Tower. It looks so much better. I can't imagine what playing the game is like on a big TV when just playing it on my monitor and even in pixel perfect mode doesn't make it look that great. I really like how this world connects and how it looks, but the overall style really throws me off. What about the place where you'll be spending most of your time? The battle screen, of course. It plays a big role in any RPG, but here it's so easy even a 5-year-old can master it. Part of the reason it's so great is because of the timed hits mechanic. They made the very act of fighting enemies into a little minigame. If you hit the attack button at the right point, you'll do extra damage and trigger a different animation. This makes you pay more attention in fights, whereas in other RPGs, it's more like a button-mashing fest. I've actually caught myself trying to do timed hits in Chrono Trigger after playing this game, so it goes to show how effective it is in forcing you to keep your hands on the controller. The A button is for your basic physical attacks, the X button is for using items, Y is for your special moves, and B is for running away or defending. Even your special moves have timed hits, so it's certainly engaging. I haven't played this game in a long time, but certain action commands are permanently ingrained in my brain. It's like riding a bicycle, you never forget. Things like Gino's boost or Mario's super jump or Toadstool's many healing spells, although I can almost never get Mallow's Thunderbolt right. It says to press the button before the end of the first thunder, but does that mean the sound effect, the white flash, or the actual lightning that rains down? With so much control over your fights, it almost becomes mind-numbing with how easy things can be. Experience points are given out fair enough so you never have to grind, but the actual numbers could be a bit bigger for my liking. You know I've been playing this game for too long when I cheer after getting 27 experience points for killing an enemy halfway through the game. Despite that, the game never feels sluggish. There's plenty of equipment to keep you going, and with only 3 slots per character and a generously sized inventory, management is a breeze. There's something about Bowser wearing pants that's very funny to me. A downside of battles is, like I said earlier, they can be mind-numbing. As early as the second chapter of the game, I was browsing my phone or watching TV in the background to drown out the same music and sound effects over and over. This is why I love Earthbound for having multiple music tracks for the different enemies. Not to say the music is bad, far from it actually, but you'll get tired of hearing it after a while. The composer for this game went on to make all the music for the Mario & Luigi series, but she's most well known for composing the Kingdom Hearts soundtrack. Nintendo found Yoko Shimomura and said, "Yes, this is the woman we will use forever!" I can't blame them either. She can make an awesome soundtrack. Nearly every song in this game is great, and they all have that natural joy that comes with a Mario game. However, not every area has its own theme, so you will hear repeating songs. And not every song really hits that mark for me. Battles can get stale, but mixing up your party members can help alleviate that. But seeing as how you can't take Mario out of the main trio, you're limited with your flexibility. Mario's an all-around good fighter, but if you don't like jumping on enemies, throwing fireballs, or hitting things with a hammer, you're out of luck. Mallow's like a red mage. He's got great healing, but he excels in elemental attacks and are great for clearing out lots of enemies. You'll find yourself using him for a long time since he's the best with multi-target specials. And side note, there seriously are not enough moves that attack more than one enemy, and you are not getting them until halfway through the adventure. This can force the player to keep someone like Mallow or Bowser in the party, even if they don't like them, just because they want to end fights quicker. But as I was saying, Gino is a great all-around character. He can buff the party, bring the pain, and when you finally unlock his bigger specials, there's nobody I'd rather have. Gino Blast is such a cool attack, it's like charging up a finishing move in Dragon Ball.
Special Beam Cannon!
Princess Toadstool is the party's white mage. She's all healing and damn is she good at it. You'll find yourself using her basic heal until the end of the game because it recovers such an insane amount of health. She can unlock some more offensive magic, but it pales in comparison to the other members. Lastly, we have Bowser, who brings raw muscles to the team, but also has his own fair share of screen-clearing magic attacks. It wasn't until this most recent playthrough did I realize how deadly the combination of Mario, Bowser, and Gino were. If you want to nuke any challenge that might exist, these 3 are great, but be warned, you're limited to just items for any healing you might need. But since healing items are practically handed out like candy, you should have no problem stocking up on status buffs, syrups to refill your flower points or magic meter, and mushrooms to regain health. Throughout the footage, you might have noticed me jumping around like an idiot. Well, that's because I'm looking for secret treasure boxes. This game is chock full of delicious secrets and hidden areas that reward your sense of curiosity. If you honestly think battles are too hard for you, then you can always try to get all the secret, super powerful equipment the game is peppered with, like the attack scarf. The attack scarf. Oh, the attack scarf. So I like the music, I like fighting enemies, and I like the world. I think overall this is a pretty great game that deserves the recognition it gets, but that doesn't mean its flaws should be ignored. Things like the story taking a complete stop just for booster tower shenanigans, the 3rd level boss just kinda showing up out of nowhere with no presence to him, enemies are able to trigger fights the millisecond you leave one, and towards the end it forces you to try precision platforming with the same angle and bad controls. I do think the good outweighs the bad though, and I love how weird the overall vibe is of this game. Like, you don't hear Mario characters reference Bruce Lee or having them fall over in shock anymore. This game really represents the last glimpses of Mario and his world being a truly bizarre place to live in. From the writing, the gameplay, the music, and the characters, I think this is just a truly charming game. That being said though, I highly recommend this game with a hint of caution. While I don't think you have to be a Mario fan to enjoy this game, If you aren't a fan of turn-based combat or RPGs in general, well, why are you watching this review then? Seriously, I think the looks and feel of this game might be a turn-off to modern audiences, so take that into consideration if you're thinking of giving this game a try. It's available on the Wii U, the Wii, the Super Nintendo Classic, not the SNES Online on Switch, as far as this review goes, but there's always emulation, no matter how you play it. I hope you enjoy the game. Well, that just about wraps up the game. Was it good? Yeah, but it certainly had its moments that really bogged down the experience for me. Things that didn't want to make me keep playing, definitely not want to, marathon it in just one sitting. But really, the game's not even that long. You could beat it in like a spare weekend, or even a day if you had enough time and commitment. But with that over, Mario Marathon's over! I don't have to play any more games anymore! Isn't that great? Yes! Don't have to talk about Mario anymore. So, join me next time when I'm going to expand to bigger and better horizons, bigger and better videos. So won't you join me next time when I take a look into the Star Wars universe? We can take a look at one of my personal favorite games, which is...
Now hold on there, you big-nosed, goblin-faced looking shorty. I've got a bounty on this here game, and it seems you're the only thing standing between me and a payday.